Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Luffy Had Different Devil Fruit and Crew. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Garp wasn't sure what should expect when he heard Luffy crying and Ace shouting the whole way to Dayton's house. Yeah, he knew the boys could be loud. But he never heard Luffy crying like that, and Ace's voice sounded angry and tired. He also noted sadness. What could happen to his boys to make them like that? Normally they could even laugh off his training methods. He clenched his fists and fastened his pace. Whoever dared to hurt his boys like this was going to meet his fists. He cared for his boys, even if he didn't show it very often. When he arrived at Dayton's house, the Vice Admiral noticed that Ace was tied up to a tree while Luffy's crying came out of the house. The black-haired boy fought with the ropes and shouted that someone should free him and he would show this BSTRD. Ace, what's wrong? Garp looked concerned for his adopted grandson. Ace finally noticed Garp and was shocked first. The boy looked at him. He didn't move. He didn't even seem to like to answer. But then Ace opened his mouth. His words were quiet, but Garp did understand him. Why would you care, stupid GG? He sighed and freed Ace from the rope. Garp put one hand on the boy's shoulder before he led him into the house. He looked around for his biological grandson. He found the young boy in one corner of the room. Luffy looked smaller than usual. Sabo, he sobbed. Garp turned his head to look for his blonde adopted grandson. But he couldn't see the top-hatted boy. He had a bad feeling about the absences of the boy. Dayton, Garp shouted and made Luffy flinched. Out of the corner of his eyes, he could see that Ace was conflicted how to deal with the situation. Garp sighed and pushed the boy softly to his younger brother. Ace looked up a bit unsure what exactly he wanted. But then the older black-haired one went to his little brother and sat down next to him. Garp let a soft smile ghost over his face before he turned to Dayton, who entered the room. She looked grumpy like always, but her face turned into a shocked expression as she noticed the Vice Admiral. Garp-san? What is going on here, Dayton? I found Ace tied to a tree, Luffy crying and Sabo missing. Silence filled the room. Garp didn't like it. Because it reminded him of the death reports at work. He feared the answer. But this was most likely the answer that Sabo? Sabo died, his ship was shot by this world BSTRD, Dayton said and clenched her fists in anger. Garp was shocked. He had expected a lot of ways how Sabo could have died since he started to suspect it, but not this one. He gritted his teeth and looked at Ace and Luffy. The younger one was now asleep in the arms of his older brother. Ace still looked unsure, but when he noticed Garp's glance he tightened the hug as to protect his little brother. Garp didn't like to think about their pain, but he could imagine it and he was in pain just thinking about it. It made him also question if they were still safe. He had sworn himself to protect them by hiding them and training them. Perhaps it was wrong to hide them. I take Ace and Luffy with me. What? Why, Garp-san? We won't become Marines, stupid GG. The fire in Ace's eyes reminded Garp of Gold Roger. But he didn't say anything about that. It was better not to mention the boy's father. Not when he was already angry. I'm not taking you two with me to make you Marines. You are too young for that. I'm taking you with me because it could help you with your grief. I'm not telling you to forget about Sabo, but seeing a different, new surrounding might help you get over it. Ace just stared at him. He could see that the boy didn't know what to think of that. It would probably take some time when they were on the ship to get them halfway back to their normal selves. But if it helped them, Garp would be ready to do anything. You can't just come here and demand that they come with you. You are away most of the time. How do you expect the brats to trust you? Dayton shouted. She seemed angry. Garp could understand till a certain point. But she didn't help them deal with the death of their brother. Being tied to a tree or left alone in a corner didn't help one bit. But he didn't have the time to discuss this with her. Pack their things, Dayton. His voice was more a growl. He didn't want to be angry, but if he had to be a bit harsher towards Dayton to make her work, he would do it. She shouldn't question his dominance. My boys want to go out to the sea someday. So the vacation from Dawn Island will not only perhaps help them learn to deal with their grief, but also I can prepare them what is happening there on the seas. At the moment I don't care if they become pirates or Marines. I just want them to be prepared so that they are safe when they start their own journey. So they come with me. Dayton looked at him. Her brown eyes still full of anger. But it seemed less. She didn't question his authority any longer. She sighed. Fine, I pack their things. But don't think to leave without letting the brats say goodbye to Makino. Garp nodded and Dayton climbed the ladder to the boys' room to pack their things. The Vice Admiral sighed and turned his head to Ace. He went on his knees. I know that you probably hate me for this decision. But I feel that this could help you and I swear I won't try to turn you into Marines. But you have to promise me not shout out loud that you want to become pirates. After all, you will stay on a marine ship. Especially Luffy. Can I trust you to keep him safe? I think he needs his big brother most at the moment, and you need him, too. The fire in Ace's eyes was still there. But it wasn't as challenging as in the beginning. The boy looked down at his younger brother and waved his head from side to side. I will. Will it help us to get stronger? I'm sure of that, Ace. 10 years later. Garp sighed as he looked at the ship with which his grandsons would start their adventure. They grew so much in the last 10 years and got stronger that he somehow wished he could turn back time and had done this earlier. Maybe then Sabo would be still alive and on the ship with Ace, Luffy, Law and Bepo. Someone sniffed next to him. It is so sad to watch them go. I remember as it was yesterday that you placed them under my care, and even when they got Bepo on board, Rosinante whipped a tear away but forced himself to smile. We hold them off for 3 years. I don't think it could have worked any longer. Still, I am happy that they promised to stay adventurers at the start and only hoist the flag when they enter the new world if they still want to, Garp said. I wouldn't be so sure. If I know my brats, they hoist the flag earlier than you think, Dayton said. The woman fought with her tears. Good luck on your journey, Makino shouted as the sail was set. Remember to brush your teeth. Don't eat anything that is rotten. Take care of yourself. Don't start fights. I hope you meet many new friends and don't forget to smile, Rosinante shouted after the ship. A bright smile on his face, but tears in his eyes. You sound like a mother, Kora-san. That was Law. Trying to be not touched by Rosinante's mother nature towards him. We are old enough to know this without being reminded. And that was Ace, who secretly was happy about the words. Because they meant that someone cares about him. I'll miss you, Kora-san. Thank you for everything. And everyone else, too. Ji-chan, greet Uncle Dice and Granduncle Goat from me. Typical Luffy. No problem admitting what is on his mind. He will seriously miss the little troublemaker on board. It was fun to see new recruits dealing with him. In general, how the new members of his ship dealt with his grandsons and grandnephew. Straightforward, Bepo. Aye, Captain. Be safe, boys. Luffy grinned brightly as he stood on the figurehead of their ship. The wind felt nice on his skin. It was a good day to set finally sail for an adventure. He was only a little bit sad that there wasn't a Jolly Roger flying over their heads, yet. Stupid promise. But there had to be a very good reason, because Ace and Law wouldn't have agreed. So he would follow the promise as best as he could. After all, a promise was a promise and it shouldn't be broken this easily. Luffy felt his stomach rumble and jumped from the figure. Ace, Tereo, I'm hungry, he shouted and ran into the kitchen, where his older brother and older stepbrother were. You have eaten until the last minute before we got on board, and we are only sailing for around 10 minutes. I know you have a fast metabolism, but how can you be hungry again? Law said with a lifted eyebrow. To be true, I am kinda hungry, too, Ace told them with a cheeky grin. Bepo is probably hungry, too, Luffy added and topped his attack by using his ultimate one, against the older two, his puppy look. What do you want me to do? I am a doctor, well more a surgeon, not a cook, Law said and crossed his arms. So his stepbrother was being a meanie again. Luffy started to pout. Yeah, but you are the only one of us who is able to cook something without getting the kitchen on fire, Ace reminded Law. Eat some bread. Then I don't have to deal with that disgusting thing. Also, you don't need to cook it, the surgeon argued. Okay, Law needed more. Luffy deepened his pout a little bit and gave his best puppy look to his stepbrother. But Tereo's cooking tastes much better, he said with a whiny voice. The surgeon stared at him. He pushed his lower lip a bit more forward, deepening the pout more. Hoping this was the way to succeed. Come on, Law. Can your Omega Mother instincts really say no to this adorable face? Ace asked and cuddled him. This made it quite hard for Luffy to remain his expression. Because getting cuddled by his big brother made him very happy and he wanted to smile to show it. Law facebombed before a sigh was heard from him. Fine. But get out. Help, Bepo, until I am done. With a cheer, Luffy jumped out of Ace's arms and hugged Law. He felt the other one tensed lightly. It made the boy smile more. It meant that Law was more accepting of physical contact. Thank you, Tereo, Luffy cheered and ran out to Bepo. The polar bear mink studied the surrounding with a telescope. Ship sighted, Bepo said, as Luffy stood next to him. This sentence alone made the boy excited. Let me look, he said, jumping lightly up and down. Luffy looked forward to meeting new people and making new friends. It was an adventure. Ace then appeared next to them and made him stop jumping around. That looks like a pirate ship, his brother said, as they were able to see the outline of the other ship. A black flag flying on the high masts. It looks like a duck. Do you think we can grill it and then it tastes like one? Luffy asked innocently before he dodged a hit from his brother. Bepo, does the flag belongs to someone important? No, I haven't seen it in the papers, yet. The other crew seemed to notice them because the duck ship was now sailing their way. Looks like they want to party with us, Luffy suggested, but a cannonball hit the water in front of them. The water flew in the air and then they were soaked. It isn't bathing time, yet, Luffy grumbled. Ace didn't look happier. Especially when Beepo shook himself to get the water out of his fur. Beepo, his older brother growled. I'm sorry. Leave Beepo alone, it is some natural thing, Luffy pouted. He could hear Ace grumbling while the older one picked up 2 pipes. Luffy, Beepo, get ready to fight, his brother said and threw 1 pipe at him. The gray eyes were fixed on the duck ship. Luffy grinned while he caught his pipe. A fight sounded better than party. Well, only if there was meat after the fight. Out of the corner of his eyes, the black-haired boy noticed that Beepo was preparing himself for the fight, too. The polar bear jumped into the air and kicked a cannonball into the water to protect their ship. Don't hurt Shippy, you stupid duck, Luffy said towards the other crew. We haven't decided on a name, yet. And we won't call it Shippy, Ace grumbled. The straw-hatted boy would have replayed to his older brother, but the others started to attack at that point. Their opponents seemed to be only males and not at their level. Pity, Luffy thought this could have been a better training. Don't you dare to slack off, a female voice suddenly threatened the men. Luffy kicked a man away before he looked around confused. There was no woman. Except for a fat person with an iron mace. This person was wearing female clothes. Nah, Ace, is that a man wearing female clothes like the one we saw on that hard island? Luffy asked while blocking a slash with his pipe. Luffy, that's an insult to all people who live there. This is just an ugly woman, Ace answered. The enemies seemed shocked and the man-lady looked angry. How dare you to insult my beauty, she asked. Her voice sounded a bit deeper than Dayton's when Luffy thought about it. So it could have been a man, too. That was a simple opinion on your look. If you can't take critics, maybe you should lock yourself in a room, Law said as he came out of their kitchen. The surgeon carried his sword, so he seemed ready for a fight, too. Men, show them what happened when people insult me, the man-lady shouted and glared angrily at her men. A matching grin appeared on Ace's and Luffy's face. This promised to be interesting, even if the men weren't strong. Luffy dodged a slice and kicked the man's leg away. He noticed that someone tried to hit him from behind, but he didn't have to worry about it. Not attacks from behind, Beepo said and kicked the man away. The bear can talk? Only shocked faces were seen. I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize to idiots, Ace said and swung his pipe against some shocked man to throw them off their ship. Don't just call Beepo a bear. He has a name and is cooler than you, Luffy said while headbutting an enemy. Stop talking and hurry. The food will be ready soon and don't use it, Law said clashing with one of the enemy's swordsmen. Food, Luffy cheered with a grin and started to jump around the enemies like a monkey making them stumble over his pipe and hit themselves. Oi, Luffy, leave some for me, too, Ace said kicking a man against the duck ship. Idiots, everything has to be done by myself, the man-lady mumbled and lifted her iron mace. But it never touched their ship or Ace or Beepo or Luffy. It made contact with the woman's head knocking her out. The iron mace felt left and right from her on the ground. Captain Olivda. The crew of the man-lady seemed shocked that she was defeated that quickly. Also, they didn't seem to understand how she was defeated. Take your captain and disappear, before we decide to sink your ship, Law said with a dark glare towards the man. Luffy laughed when they withdrew. Oi, leave your proviant on our ship, Luffy said with a bright grin and laughed over the faces they made. We are lucky that there weren't any other witnesses to this fight, Law said. His little stepbrother or little cousin, if following the family titles their grandfather set up, tilted his head and looked confused at him while chewing on the meat. Law sighed. Sometimes he wondered how the innocent and simple-heartedness of Luffy was still intact, even if the surgeon knew the boy could be quite the devil. But secretly Law would protect this sweet innocent part of the boy. You worry too much, Law. The Marine wouldn't give us bounties for beating up some low-life pirates. I bet none of them had a bounty, Ace said and stuffed his mouth with meat. We are an unknown crew of 4 people being able to beat up a whole pirate crew including the captain with ease. That means if there were Marine witnesses they would keep an eye on us or at least remember us, which will lead to some questions I would like to avoid. Because that would lower our chances to lave the East Blue without breaking the promise, Law explained with a sigh. But one look told him that the 2 others didn't seem to care. So he had to use it as a warning. And I don't think you like to get a taste of the fist of love. Both, Ace and Luffy, stopped in their movements. Then they shivered before they looked simultaneously behind them. Like Ace and Luffy expected to find Monkey D. Garp behind them with a lifted fist. A rare smile ghosted over Law's face. It was fun to scare his little stepbrother's cousins a bit. Beepo blinked a bit towards him but didn't say anything, luckily. Don't joke about shitty grandpa. Also, as long as we don't hoist a black flag everything will be fine, Ace said grumpily. I want to hoist it finally. Shippy would look better with 1 inch, Luffy chirped. Stop calling our ship Shippy. It doesn't sound good. When we finally hoist the color, I want our ship to have a cool name, Ace said and tried to hit Luffy. No fight at the table. When there is food on the table, Law slammed his hand on the table. But, Tereo, I want to be a pirate finally and Ace is being a meanie, Luffy pouted and pointed at the other one. You are pirates, a scared voice screeched in a corner. Ruining the atmosphere and also stopping the fight. They turned their heads to look at a small, slightly chubby boy with pink hair. He wore blue round-frame glasses and looked a bit timid. When did the boy get on board? Who are you? Luffy asked the obvious question. Great, now we have a stowaway, Ace grumbled. This made the boy shriek and he shrunk. Law had to concentrate to hear the next words. I'm Koby. I was forced to work on Alvida's ship and, well, I thought I could get away from her finally. So the boy had slipped on their ship during the fight and now he found out that they intended to be pirates. This seemed to make Koby nervous and even timider when they confronted him. He looked like a lost puppy. Law suppressed a groan. DMN, he hated this weird mother-complex instincts. Why did he present as an Omega like Khorasan? Khorasan dealt way better with that if he had this, too, with them. Well, form the farewell, Law guessed Khorasan had them. But that was beside the point. This DMN instinct told him now not to hurt this chubby boy to make him talk or to stop him from mumbling. He seriously had to get some better suppressant. Maybe the instincts would be shut down a bit, too. He sighed silently. For now, he couldn't ignore them. We are not going to hurt you as long as you don't give us a reason, Law said with a neutral voice. Maybe the timid boy would be calmer after that. You worked for Alvida? Who is that? Luffy asked and tilted his head towards Ace. The man lady, I guess, the older one said. Luffy looked confused. Did he forget how the man lady looked like? If you want to leave, then why didn't you just tell her and leave? Law noticed how Ace had to suppress a laugh. But this boy, Koby, looked shocked. Well, Luffy's logic was sometimes strange but mostly simple. It's not easy. She would have killed me, so when I got on board I looked for treasures so she would be in a better mood. Ow. Luffy. His baby cousin's stepbrother had hit the boy. What? He just accepted his fate without a fight and whines about it, Luffy said and crossed his arms. Law massaged his temple. Luffy's reasons sounded right for someone like them who are able to fight. But for this chubby, timid boy the reasons were probably stupid or even dangerous. Luffy, not everyone is so reckless like you and also not everyone is able to fight for themselves. So you shouldn't compare Koby with us and especially not with you. Someone, who would die for his dream, Law said and made the black-haired boy sat down next to him again. Koby looked even more shocked to Luffy now. What are we going to do with that stowaway? Ace asked. This led to Koby being in a panic again. Don't kill me. I swear, I will do everything. Just don't hurt me, the boy rambled. Law closed his hand around the kitchen knife. Even with this stupid Omega Mother instinct. This was getting annoying. Law, no cutting people open at the moment, Ace reminded him with an amused grin. This made Koby shriek again. No killing, Tereo, Luffy said and pouted. He rolled his eyes. So his baby cousin's stepbrother was allowed to hit the boy, but he wasn't allowed to cut him open to make him shut up. Fine, Law grumbled. We let him work until we reach the next port and then leave him there. The surgeon crossed his arms. This discussion was ended for him. Koby was surprised about this crew. It contained a talking polar bear, which was kinda creepy, a boy who acted like the captain but didn't seem in charge, a young man who was the older brother of the boy and seemed very protective of his little brother, and a doctor, no, a surgeon who seemed to be a little too happy to think about cutting people open and was in charge. He didn't know if it was good or bad that he came across them. They would drop him off at the next port. This sounded nice. But the deal was, he would work on their ship until they reached the next port. What was when they thought he did a good job, they would make him stay and work forever on their ship. We won't make you stay. We don't need someone on board who isn't able to defend himself when we reach the Grand Line. The voice of surgeon made him shriek. Koby turned around with a scared look on his face. Grand Line? But this is called the Pirate's Grave. So, we are aiming for the New World. Then we can do what we want, the boy, Luffy, said with a bright grin. Koby could just stare at him. How could the black-haired boy, who was only a year or two older, say something like this so easily with a grin on his face? You will mostly get killed before. The Grand Line is dangerous and ow. Luffy had hit him again. I don't care if I die for my dream or for my family. But I will work to accomplish my dream and to be strong enough to protect my family, the straw-hatted boy said. Dream, Koby asked unsurely as Luffy spoke with such a confidence that it made him feel small. When we reach the new world, we are allowed to hoist the color and then we will chase after the One Piece, so I become the Pirate King. The bright grin on Luffy's face didn't vanish and he said this like it was a fact. Like he would really become the Pirate King. But, are you going to say that my little brother is too stupid to realize the danger? The older black-haired brother said and stepped closer. The voice made Koby shiver. Well, it may be true that it is going to be dangerous. But Luffy has Law, Bepo and me to help him and to kick the stupid BSTRDS out of his way, Ace added with a grin. Okay, these two brothers weren't alright. I hope we reach the new world quickly. I can't wait to show you Zo, the polar bear said. Koby stopped his movements. The bear said something about reaching the new world. So this Zo would be there? Nah, Koby, are you planning to grow roots there? Don't you have any life goals? Law asked and interrupted his thoughts. Koby mumbled. How could he express his dream? He would never be able to reach it and also it wasn't a good option to say it in front of pirates, well future pirates. You have a dream, don't you? Luffy looked at him with curiosity in his brown eyes. I want to become a good marine to protect the innocent. Koby clenched his fist to control his shaking body. There he had said. Now they are going to kill him because he intended to join that natural enemy of pirates. Do you just want to become a good marine or will you become a good marine? Luffy asked. This surprised him as none of the crew moved to attack him. I will become a good marine. For some reason, Koby didn't know, but he felt more confident at that moment. He couldn't really explain it. Then let's do our best to reach our dream, Luffy said with a chuckle. Shock. He didn't know any other word to describe what he was feeling at this moment. Just because we intend to be pirates, doesn't mean we pick fights left and right and attack marines or those who desired to be one. There are 3 different reasons to pick a fight and at the moment you do not show us one of these reasons, Ace said. We are becoming too chatty with him. Maybe we should, Law started, the tone scared Koby, but Luffy interrupted the surgeon. No, I like Koby if he lost his crybaby attitude. Now, Bepo, when do we reach the next island? This topic change made the pink-haired boy gap lightly. It won't be much longer. But we have to be careful. Shell's Town does have a marine base under the Marine Captain Morgan's command. The faces of Law and Ace became grim and Koby wondered why. If they didn't attack Marines without a reason then they shouldn't have any problems. At least as long as they didn't say anything about their intention to become pirates. So why would they be worried about a Marine captain? Koby would be more worried about the other person that is rumored to be in Shell's Town. Ace was a bit worried about leaving Luffy alone to explore the city. Well, the stowaway was with his baby brother. But he feared that it wouldn't be enough to stop Luffy doing something, well, Luffy-like. You know that I don't need you to come with me, Law said and interrupted his thoughts. Ace grumbled. Yeah sure, his cousin stepbrother seemed close to his heat. When this start Law would be very vulnerable and since Ace didn't know when it started, he wouldn't let Law go alone somewhere unknown. It was risky. But neither could they force Luffy to come along with them to buy supplies and pick up some ingredients for medicines and other stuff. His baby brother would most likely get bored and then would start to run around and attract trouble. In lesser words, they would get nothing done if Luffy was with them. So Ace sent a silent prayer to the sky that the Koby was scared enough of him to keep Luffy out of trouble. Well, the pink-haired boy did look pretty scared when he threatened him what he would do if he found a single scratch on his baby brother. So it could work. Why do we need that much stuff for suppressant? Ace asked curiously when he noticed that it was more than they usually bought. We are now traveling. On our own. Meaning we need to be prepared for every new attention to the crew. Therefore we also need suppressants for alphas. Also, don't forget Luffy entered the phase only last year. So there are still 4 years left in which he can present and I still hope he doesn't because I fear the effects of his devil fruit type, Law mumbled. 4 years? Doesn't that mean I also could still present? Ace asked. But the surgeon shook his head no. You didn't show any sight during the years. So the chances are low that you will still turn out to be an alpha or an omega, Law explained. So it's best to recruit people who are at least 21? Because then we already know what we have to deal with the sudden presentation of their second gender as far as they have 1 inch, Ace suggested. This earned him a glare. What was wrong now with what he said? We can't use age as a factor for their recruitment. Because Luffy and you won't fit the criteria, yet. I say the best bet is to look for people who are able to fight and haven't reached their full potential, yet. Also, it would be nice to recruit some people who are able to swim, Law said when they left the city to search the near forest for the fresh stuff the surgeon needed. Will be pretty hard. I don't think there are many people in the East Blue who would be capable of traveling the Grand Line, Ace grumbled. That doesn't change the aspect that we need someone other than Bepo on the crew who is able to swim before we reach the Grand Line. And now focus on finding the plants I need. Luffy had decided to explore the town a bit and had also decided to accompany Koby to the marine base. The pink-haired boy seemed a bit shaken after a talk with Ace. What did his big brother have said to the boy? Luffy wondered if he should ask. But then something more interesting crossed his mind. Nah, Koby, this Zoro guy, you said who was rumored to be around here. Is he really that strong? The straw-hatted boy wondered. Don't say his name out loud, Luffy-san. You're scaring the people, Koby mumbled. Luffy shrugged. Why should he be worried if the people are scared because of a name? The information about this Zoro, Koby had given, was interesting. The other sounded strong and cool. Now if he could only meet this guy. I don't think it's because I mentioned this Zoro guy that the people are scared. They did look kinda worried before. Did Ace or Tereo say something about this booze guy who is stationed here? Luffy turned his head to look at Koby. The pink-haired boy seemed confused. Booze guy? Yeah, his name was the same of the booze Ji-chan likes to give away to captains as a joke, Luffy said and tried to remember the name. Oh, you mean Captain Morgan. The people seemed to flinch. Luffy narrowed his eyes. This wasn't a good sign. It reminded of the town he had visited with this nice recruit lady. The people there had been very scared when they had seen the marine symbol on the shirt of his company. In the end, his grandpa had beaten up the corrupt marine, who made the townspeople pay for everything that went wrong, with the mentor of the nice recruit lady. So seeing the people now flinching because of the marine's name made him feel uneasy. So without meeting this marine captain, Luffy had already decided that he didn't like the man. Strange, why would the people be afraid of Captain Morgan? Koby wondered when they walked towards the marine base gate. It is not always just black and white, Luffy said, remembering Uncle Dice's statement about the world. Being close to the marine base meant it was possible that he would meet one of these black sheep of the marine. A sound made him turn his head to his right. There was a ladder leant against the wall and a little girl used it to climb over the wall. Luffy tilted his head. Why was she climbing over the wall like this instead of going through the gate? Luffy didn't think about it for long and started to climb the wall as well. After all, this could be interesting. The girl was on a field that looked like one of these where the marine executed the bad guys who deserved it. What did the girl want there? A young child shouldn't be there. That was what Ji-chan had said. But there was another person on the field. Tied up. The hair seemed green and on the left side of the head, something blinked. Luffy-san, don't just disappear. Your brother is going to kill me if something, Koby rambled as he appeared next to Luffy, but stopped. That is? Roronoa Zoro. Luffy-san, you have to save the girl. He will kill her, the pink-haired boy screeched. Luffy put his hand on Koby's mouth to shut him up. His gut feeling told him that the girl was safe. At least at the moment. He watched her carefully. The girl had gotten close to the tied-up man and seemed to offer him something in her hand. Luffy narrowed his eyes to see what she has in her hands. It seemed to be food. Instinctively Luffy turned his head. 3 marines, he guessed, entered the field. 2 were dressed like the normal marines, but the third one, a blonde, wore a purple suit. He walked a bit at the front. Looked like he was important. But Luffy had a bad feeling about him. Oi, didn't someone tell you, death is sentenced to the some who is unallowed on the execution field and helped a sentenced worthless scum. Luffy frowned when he heard these words. On sentence, and he already hated the man. This feeling only grew more when the blonde ordered to throw the little girl over the wall. He clenched his fists before he closed his eyes. Luffy took a deep breath and focused. He pushed himself from the wall and caught the girl in the air. The straw-hatted boy landed on his 2 feet and looked at the girl in his arms. Luffy-san, are you alright? Is the girl fine? Koby asked and came close to them. Don't worry. I'm fine. The girl seemed shocked, Luffy said with a grin, but it disappeared when he looked at the wall. Take care of her, he ordered Koby and climbed over the wall. The 3 marines had disappeared. Good. Get lost, eyesore, was the greeting of the tied-up man when he landed on the execution field. Luffy blinked surprised but grinned. He looked to the marine base before he got closer to the green-haired person. You are this Zoro guy, who is feared by many people, Luffy tilted his head during his question. If you really such a strong bad guy, why the humiliation stuff? None of your business. Makes me doubt that you are really that strong like they said. The other snorted. Believe what you want. If I was captured I would. Be free by now. Then I got more willpower for this situation than you have. Because I will survive. A grin ghosted over Luffy's lips. He liked this guy. He should tell Ace and Law about him. Well, then see ya. The boy wanted to make his way back but was stopped by Zoro. Can you lift this up for me? He looked at the ground to see what the other meant. A rice ball. So that was what the girl had brought to Zoro. Luffy suppressed a reaction and only fed the dirty food to the green-haired one. That Zoro also told him to thank the girl, made the straw-hatted boy grin. His decision to make Zoro join the crew became only stronger. But that had to wait. It didn't look like Zoro would appreciate it if he was going to be rescued and then the man wouldn't join him. So as hard as it was for him, Luffy decided to wait and return to Koby and the girl. The pink-haired boy was in a panic when he landed next to him. The boy had started to imagine what Ace would do if something happened to Luffy. This made the black-haired boy laugh. "Don't worry, Koby. Ace hasn't tried to kill someone for ages. So he won't start with you," Luffy said and lifted up the girl who still seemed shocked, but mostly fine. "So Zoro is tied up and is humiliated because he protected you?" Koby asked Rika, the girl from the execution field. She nodded sadly. So Luffy's feeling about Zoro was right. The man was a good guy. He seemed to be like a good addition to the crew if he could convince him to join. Also, Zoro had honor. Something that was rare for people. Luffy nodded to himself. "I'll go too," he started but then stopped himself when the sound of breaking dishes from the inside the restaurant could be heard. It didn't sound like an accident. The straw-hatted boy went inside quickly with Koby hot at his heels. There was the blonde man who humiliated Zoro on daily basis even if he was weaker. The man who Luffy decided to hate for his arrogant, pathetic behavior. The straw-hatted boy clenched his fists. Luffy tried to control his anger. But when he didn't know what to call this man but man didn't fit, excuse bragged about executing Zoro, he lost it. "Luffy-san," the black-haired heard Koby's warning, but it was too late. Luffy's fist had connected with bragging blonde's cheek. His opponent flew across the room and hit the wall. "You call yourself a Marine, but you have no honor. Don't you feel ashamed of yourself?" Luffy asked with shaking fists. He wanted to hit the man again. Beat him if he had to. Then Luffy felt Koby's arms around his middle, trying to hold him back. So he couldn't hit the other anymore. "I'm telling my father," the blonde shrieked. "Fight your own battles," Luffy screamed after the excuse. Yeah, excuse sounded good as a name, when the other fled. This one wasn't able to fight his own battle. That was it. He didn't care any longer to first check in with Ace and Law to get their opinion about Zoro. The green-haired man was going to join him and Luffy would make sure it happened that way. Only 1 week left. 1 week and he could go back to his life drifting from town to get stronger and trying to finally meet this one person, who he wanted to challenge. A grin ghosted over his face. By surviving this torture he would only grow stronger. "I have decided that you join my crew." "Oh, the eyesore from earlier was back. Don't just decide for other people. And didn't I tell you to get lost, eyesore?" Zoro frowned annoyed when the boy didn't even seem scared. "I told you, see ya, earlier. So you should have known that we would meet again." The black-haired one tilted his head. Zoro groaned and wanted to facepalm if he could. But he couldn't say anything against this logic? Also, come on. It will be fun to have an adventure on the Grand Line. Seriously? He was too old to play adventure on. Wait. What did this eyesore say? He wanted to go to the Grand Line. Zoro snorted. Just by the look, the other wouldn't survive it. Nah, you are a swordsman, right? If I can get yours out of the Marine base, you'll join, okay? Was this kid really serious? That's blackmail, Zoro shouted and watched confused how the boy first took the wrong way. The base is the other way, the swordsman said with a sigh, closing his eyes. Why did he even correct the kid? Something disturbed the air in front of him. His eyes snapped opened. But there was nothing in front of him. He turned his head left and right, but the boy wasn't in sight any longer. Zoro turned his head towards the Marine base. Did he really get into the base? He wondered out loud. His eyes wandered to the top of the base. Zoro widened his eyes in a slight shock. Parts of a statue, if he saw that right, were falling down and loud screams could be heard from the top. Even some shots. What was going on there? Had this black-haired boy been able to somehow get there in this short amount of time? His thoughts were interrupted when Zoro felt someone tugging on the ropes. It was a pink-haired boy. Oi, go away, Zoro snapped at him. But the boy shook his head no. I can't. First, I can't because these are not the Marines I believe in. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. Second, they plan to execute you. Luffy-san got mad when he heard one bragging about it and punched one of them. He is going to be in a lot of trouble I can't help him with. But you can. Luffy? Was that the name of the black-haired boy who planned to blackmail him with his swords? But I have a deal with them, Zoro stopped himself. He narrowed his eyes and studied the pink-haired boy. This boy didn't look like he lied. He looked more scared of the situation and that something happened to this Luffy boy. A bullet flew right past him. The pink-haired shrieked and cowered in fear. Trying to free a prisoner is sentenced with death. Execute them. Zoro turned his head to see multiple guns pointed towards him and the boy. It was an entire squad and behind them, Captain Morgan. It could only be the narcissistic captain himself as the Marines all looked too scared to defy the man. Now! Was that really how he should die? Without ever having a chance to cross the blade with the world's best swordsman? He could feel the pink-haired boy tremble with fear close to his legs. Zoro frowned and stared at the Marines. If he had to die, they could at least shot him not from the side, but from the front. But the Marines weren't able to shoot them? Sorry that it took so long. But this excuse was too stupid to navigate me to his room to pick up your sword. But there were 3 and since I didn't know which one was yours, I brought all 3 along. Luffy grinned brightly at Zoro. Getting the swords was too easy. This excuse of a man had also been at the top of the Marine base. Since the blonde had been the one who was to blame for Zoro's arrest, he should know where the sword of the green-haired one was. And Luffy had his stupid luck, like Law always called it, again. He had borrowed the blonde as his guide to the other's room to fetch Zoro's swords. Luffy hadn't cared that he had accidentally knocked the excuse of a man out when he entered the room. It had made the straw-hatted boy cringed. It had looked like one of these Nobel rooms he had visited with Ji-chan. He had felt an urge to destroy it. But he hadn't come for that. The 3 swords he had taken with him had seemed all out of place. So 1 or 2 definitely belonged to Zoro. Perhaps the other would be more pleased to join them if Luffy offered the other swords as some sort of buffer. Then knocking the Marines over who seemed ready to shoot Zoro and Koby was the easiest thing of the whole stunt. These guys weren't even close to the level of the ones which worked directly under Ji-chan. Maybe that's the reason why Ji-chan and his men were mostly in the Grand Line. So now Luffy was standing in front of the green-haired swordsman who just stared at him. The boy tilted his head a bit. Did he fetch the wrong swords, or was something wrong with the swords? There hadn't been any other swords, and the idiot had better not lie to him. They also didn't look damaged. But then Zoro started to grin. "They are all 3 mine," the swordsman said. "Okay. Don't know how you fight with 3, but here you go. So you join me, right?" Luffy looked at the other curiously while he waited for an answer. "Attack them. Give me my swords and you will see my answer." Luffy grinned. He liked this answer. The ropes were gone faster than he could look. But he was sure Zoro had cut them the sword Luffy should hold too close to the mouth. Swordsman carried it in his mouth. So cool. He also blocked all the Marines at the same time. Yep, Ace and Law would agree that Zoro would be a great addition to the crew. "Fine, brat. I'll join you. But if you get in my way of reaching my goal, I'll cut you down." Luffy giggled while Koby shrieked slightly and dodged behind him. "A goal? That means you have a dream. That's great. Does it fit with reaching the end of the Grand Line?" He looked curiously at Zoro. What could be this man's goal? Did the other smirk? It was a bit hard to tell with the sword in Zoro's mouth. "I'm going to be the world's best swordsman." Luffy grinned. "That's a fitting dream for a member of a crew which will reach the top. Now dodge, Zoro," he chirped cheerfully and jumped to attack. He used his hands to push him slightly higher from the swordsman's back to kick the Marine in the face. With each kick, he got a little higher and closer to the axe guy until he was able to punch him directly in the face, sending this one flying to the wall. "Captain Morgan." The Marines seemed a bit lost without their captain. Or was that relief in some of their eyes? Well, Luffy could only grin about easy this had been. "Stop right where you are or I'll shoot." The straw-hatted boy turned his head to see who had spoken. There was the blonde idiot holding a gun to Koby's head. Luffy tilted his head. Hadn't he knocked the excuse of a man out? "Don't worry about me, Luffy-san. Just do whatever you had planned." Koby's voice sounded a bit shaken. But there was something in his eyes that told Luffy the pink-haired one was serious. So Koby had grown a bit of a backbone while he had been with them. "Okay," Luffy simply stated and took a little step towards the duo. He had noticed that the booze guy wanted to attack him, but Zoro seemed already prepared to take care of him. The blonde was shaken and threatening him again that he would shoot. This would be interesting. Luffy sidestepped so that Zoro could directly attack the Marine captain. A grin appeared on the black-haired boy's face. Now would be the perfect timing to do this. He had wanted to say it for a long time. "Nah, are you ready to bet your life on it?" This seemed to confuse the idiot. But also the whole body started to shake more. Did he scare the idiot with the question? "Luffy, don't be an idiot and ask people that question if you already can see that they are not ready," Ace scolded him. His big brother appeared with Law behind Koby. His stepbrother cousin didn't look very happy. "Hi, Ace." "Hi, Tereo," Luffy just chirped happily and speeded over, knocking the blonde idiot, who had shrieked when he noticed Ace and Law, out in progress. Law groaned and flicked his forehead. "Don't go against a whole Marine base yourself," the surgeon scolded. Luffy pushed his lips slightly forward. "But I wasn't by myself. I have Zoro with me. Zoro is really strong and he is our new nakama," he said with a grin while he pointed at the swordsman who had beaten the corrupt Marine captain and was coming towards them. "Zoro, this is my big brother Ace and my stepbrother cousin Tereo. Ace, Tereo, that's Zoro, he is our new nakama, Luffy introduced them happily. It's Law. Call me Tereo and I will dissect you, Law threatened while Ace looked quite curiously. Roranoa Zoro, huh. So that's the pirate hunter demon we heard about, his big brother said. Luffy chuckled when that Zoro only had lifted an eyebrow at the two older black-haired men. Well, if Luffy says he should join, it will probably be fine, Ace shrugged and grinned. But Law studied the green-haired one a bit skeptical. Before you join for real, one important question. Can you swim? The oldest of the three black-haired ones asked. Luffy laughed out loud about Zoro's surprised face. What did he only signed up for when he said he would join? His crewmates were an interesting bunch, but they also seemed to attract chaos. Even when they were on the sea and no other except them around. He had already jumped into the ocean 10 times to fish out the youngest, Luffy. Zoro highly guessed that they had a rope around the boy before he joined because neither Law nor Ace could swim. The last crew member was a talking polar bear named Beepo who could swim but couldn't dive very well. Seriously, how did they intend to travel on when their future captain liked to jump in the water without being able to swim and also without being able to learn to swim? Something he only learned after some trips into the ocean. After the first 2 times, Luffy went overboard, Zoro had offered to teach the boy the basics of how to swim. So he would be able to stay over the water until they let a rope. Luffy had only stared at him confused before he stated that he wasn't able to learn how to swim. This was the point when Law explained that no one of the 3 black-haired crew members would be able to learn how to swim as they all had eaten a devil fruit. A fact that should be kept a secret until they are on the Grand Line and they only wanted to use in the East Blue against other devil fruit users. Zoro didn't really care about the explanation why they intend to handle it that way. Law seemed like a person who wouldn't do anything without a good reason and the most responsible one from the others. So he was going to trust the surgeon, who was at the moment the captain of the crew. That was also a detail that surprised Zoro a bit. The swordsman had guessed that Luffy would be the captain as both older one listened to the younger one when the swordsman was introduced as their new nakama. There is a promise we have to fulfill at first before we go full force after what we really want. Then Luffy will be our captain official. Because then we will go after the One Piece. Hope that you are ready for that when the time comes. That was the explanation he got. The One Piece. That meant they would become pirates at one point. He didn't know when. But he got a feeling that with Luffy on board, it would be sooner as planned. Even if the 2 older ones seemed protective over the straw-hatted boy. Especially Ace. Luffy's older brother and first mate, now and later, had cornered him with some question that did confirm that the cowboy-hatted one had a brother complex. The black-haired had even threatened him that he would be burned alive if made one wrong move at Luffy, betrayed him, hurt him or just look at the boy wrong. Seriously, the complex was a bit annoying. But Zoro could see why. Luffy was easygoing, cheerful and slightly naive, even if Law had hinted that the boy also had a manipulative, devilish side. Something that sounded a bit unbelievable if Luffy hadn't tried to blackmail him into joining the crew. Ready for some medical questions? Law interrupted his thoughts. Zoro looked up. The black-haired one had some paper and a pen in his hand. Why do you need that? I mostly agreed to come with them because they will need someone who knows about medicine and can patch them up. So I'm in charge of everyone's health who will travel with us and also in charge of the medicine and suppressant, Law stated simply. Zoro sighed and nodded. Also now would be the best time as Ace had fallen asleep again. Luffy is napping with him and Beepo is focused on the map to plan our route. So there is quite and no comments from the others. So that was the main reason why this happened now. Well, there was nothing better to do. Maybe sleep or he could train. But better to do this now before the timing could be worse. Just ask already what you want to know? A grin ghosted over Law's face and the other sat down next to him. Out of the corner of his eyes, he could see how the surgeon wrote Roran or Zoro at the top of the paper. Age? 19. First and second gender? Zoro looked at Law. The first part of the question had to be a joke. But no. The surgeon had a serious expression. Male. No second gender is known. He could hear the other sigh but didn't comment on it. Before you asked, I have no interest in this second gender topic. I just hope these 2 years get over quick and I stay a beta. It always sounded the easiest, Zoro added. He could see a smirk on Law's face. You're right there. It is the easiest. But you said it. You still have 2 years until it is final. In that 2 years, I want you to immediately inform me if you feel some changes. Changes that can't explain via training or wounds or medicine, the surgeon said. Zoro nodded. When you ask about the second gender, with the way Ace acts, is Luffy an Omega? I mean, Luffy doesn't act like an Omega, but with Ace's behavior. Law lifted his hand to stop him. No, Luffy is a beta. Well, he is now. Luffy became 17 a few days before we started our journey from Dawn Island. So there are still 4 years left until we know if that is final or not. But I can see why you are thinking that Luffy is an Omega. Ace does have serious brother complex. Pray that you never see his full brother complex. But since you mentioned Luffy being an Omega, would that be a problem if the captain presented as an Omega? Zoro opened his mouth to say that he didn't care about the second gender stuff again, but was interrupted when he heard Luffy scolding Ace for saying something to Bepo. His mouth hung open. He was sure that he had misheard the tone and words Luffy used. He couldn't really imagine that the straw-hatted boy scolded his big brother. The surgeon next to him groaned slightly before he turned his head. "Oi, Ace, leave Bepo alone," Law shouted. "What exactly is Bepo? You can't tell me you taught a polar bear to wear clothes, talk and navigate, right?" Zoro said carefully. Law threw a paper ball in Ace's direction before he turned to him again. Bepo is a polar bear mink. Minks can be described as humanoids with animal features. It is rare to see one as they tend to stay on their island, which is located in the New World, the second part of the Grand Line. Wait, the bear is from the Grand Line. Don't call Bepo a bear. He has a name. Luffy, who suddenly appeared next to him, scolded him and poked his side. Zoro also felt a glare from Law's side. What exactly? Ignore it. Luffy and Law have some complexes if Bepo is involved, Ace said and hit his younger brother lightly. Okay, so Luffy and Law had a Bepo complex, Ace had a brother complex. Now, what kind of complex would Bepo have? That is for drawing on my face, the cowboy-hatted one told his little brother and looked angry at him. The freckles on Ace's seemed a bit darker than before. It looked like someone used a marker to paint them black. Tereo, Ace is being a meanie again. I didn't draw on his face, Luffy whined. Out of the corner of his eyes, Zoro noted how Law had bent his head so his face was shadowed. Shut up both of you or I will throw the meat overboard. Not the meat. Both brothers looked shocked. So they both like meat very much? People on a little boat sighted, Bepo's voice stopped whatever chaos was going on again and had all 4 of them at the railing to look. Luffy nearly jumped overboard again, if Ace hadn't held the boy back. The older one hugged the little one to stop the smaller probably from doing something stupid. The anger towards Luffy seemed forgotten in favor of keeping him safe. They don't look friendly. Do you think they would be more friendly if we party with them? Luffy suggested innocently. No, we won't party with them. The only thing they get is their butts kicked, Ace grumbled and laid his chin on Luffy's head. Zoro narrowed his eyes and saw a Jolly Roger. They belong to the crew of a big shot in the East Blue if I remember right. The bounty was a bit over 10 million berry, the swordsman said. Trying to remember the few bounties which interested him because they meant he would be able to pay the repairments of his sword and food and so on. The idiots didn't look strong. So a fight could be a waste of time. A bounty around 10 million berry is low for someone who wants to survive the Grand Line, Law said. Well, if they attack, we shouldn't have any problems with them. I saw that the man lady has a bounty around 7 million berry and the fight against her didn't last a minute. So even if we met this captain we should be safe, Ace guessed with a yawn. A grin crept on Zoro's face. Looked like he made a good decision to with them. It would definitely be fun. Also, he would be able to grow stronger and met the man who he had to fight. If I remember right from the short look over the bounty in the East Blue, Don Krieg with 17 million and Arlong 20 million have the highest one of all wanted men who are known to be in the East Blue at the moment. The swordsman leant against the railing and watched with only mild interest how Luffy and Ace argued if they should fire the cannon. The 3 men on the other boat seemed to notice them now and seemed to want to attack them. A loud boom and the other ship was blown apart. Hey, I wanted to beat them in a fist fight, Luffy pouted. Ace just patted his hair. Next time. I bet they weren't even worse the time. Now they are swimming and, Luffy, look positive. Maybe some fish will come to eat them and then we can eat the fish, the first mate said. The bounties didn't seem too interested them really. Well, for some reason it didn't surprise him. Their topic was food now. Food seemed to be one of the most interesting topics for the 2 brothers. But Law seemed more interested. Arlong? Don't tell me you mean Arlong the Saw or also called Sawtooth Arlong. The man is worth more than 20 million berry. There has to be something fishy about him if the number is correct, the surgeon said while the brothers started to laugh. He said there is something fishy about a fishman. Law hit both of them on the head. Zoro must have had a slightly confused look on his face because the surgeon explained, fishmen normally live on the Grand Line. Well, to be more precise in the Grand Line under the Red Line. They are quite strong. Much stronger than a normal human and if you fight against one make sure that you don't do it underwater. Because there they are nearly unbeatable without the right preparations. Now that sounded very interesting. Fighting with a fishman sounded like a really good training. The problem with Arlong is 20 million berry isn't much. If I remember right, he did belong to the Sun Pirates. A pirate crew which traveled on the Grand Line and which was quite famous for taking out entire marine ships on their own. The captain was a fishman named Fisher Tiger. His bounty had been 230 million berry. But he died around 10 years ago. The other one of the Sun Pirates and now Shichibukai is Jinbe. He has a frozen bounty from 250 million berry. In comparison to that, Arlong's bounty seems low. Too low if he was with them, and if my information is correct, he was one of the merciless fighters and even was in Impel Down for a short time, Law mumbled. Zoro knitted his brows. Why should they be worried about that? People could be on a strong crew without getting high bounties. He didn't see this firsthand, but he had heard friends talking about bounties. Arlong and his crew were a good example. Because there were no bounties known from his crew member. At least, as far as Zoro knew. Do you know where Arlong exactly is? Ace asked. Zoro could only shake his head. No. I only found people with bounties randomly most of the time. I did learn the one who had high bounties so I could fight them to get better. I often only turned the people in when I needed money, he said as an explanation. Don't worry, Tereo. I'm sure we will find out if you are worried, Luffy chirped. I don't think you should say it in that voice. It only gives the feeling that this is really something to worry about, Law said, but the straw-hatted boy ignored the statement. Ace glared at his precious baby brother. Why was Luffy so fixed on a musician to be their next crew member? A cook or a shipwright would be better as the next addition to the crew. They couldn't convince Law to cook all the time. Okay, maybe Luffy could, but he wasn't going to discuss this, and well, the rest of them didn't know how to cook or it tasted bad if they tried. So a cook would be great. Also, the ship was bound to get damaged when they went to the Grand Line because of the weather and the stronger pirates. Small damages they would be able to repair, but it wouldn't stay that way. So they would need someone who was able to repair their still nameless ship. No, he wasn't going to follow his baby brother's suggestion to call the ship Shippy. That was a stupid name. Their ship needed a cool name. But that wasn't important at the moment. But pirates like to party. So we need a musician when we finally hoist the color, Luffy said and crossed his arms with a pout on his lips. Ace suppressed a groan and looked away. He would only say yes if he looked longer at his baby brother. The older one of the two brothers started to hate the fact that Luffy, despite showing off a simpleness and innocent most of the time, had developed a little manipulative devilish side during the time they traveled with their shitty grandpa. Because of this side, it was harder for him sometimes to tell his baby brother no. Especially, if Luffy used his brain. Listen, Luffy, we will get a musician, I swear. But you know that we can't convince Law to cook all the time, and neither you nor Zoro nor Beppo nor I are able to cook something eatable and healthy. Therefore we should look for a cook who can fight and maybe also is able to swim, so Zoro isn't the only one who has to jump into the water every time you decided it would be a great idea to fall into the ocean, Ace said slowly and carefully, thinking about his words, something he didn't very often. He glanced at his baby brother out of the corner of his eyes. There was a tilting of the head. Good. That meant Luffy was thinking about it. But before his baby brother could say something, Law appeared next to them. A vein was slightly popping on the surgeon's forehead. This was bad. You two seriously need to control your eating habits. We need to dock again because you have eaten everything except the stupid bread, Law said angrily. Luffy and Ace looked both with shocked faces at the surgeon. This had to be a joke. No meat, they said in unison, and that got them a hit from Law. Their stepbrother could say what he wanted. He definitely learned their grandpa's fist of love. Otherwise, it wouldn't hurt like it did. Do we still have booze? Ace heard Zoro asking. For some reason, he felt that this was a bad timing to ask that question. He found himself right when he could see how Law's face seemed to have become darker. Oh shit, that wasn't good. He needed a good distraction quickly. An angry Law was something they didn't need. Ace picked up his baby brother. If Luffy pulled the right face, they could save their lives. Come on, Law, Luffy needs food. He still is shorter and thinner than us, and you know how tall shitty Gramps is. Luffy is so small compared to him. We need to feed Luffy so he is able to grow big and strong, Ace said, hoping that this would convince Law to take pity on them and stop looking like he wanted to cut them apart any longer. Luffy blinked innocently like he didn't understand what exactly was going on. Good. This expression of his baby brother would poke Law's weird Omega Mother complex. Well, that was the ideal plan. Land sighted. Beppo's shout made them all look up to the crow's nest. Then the realization seemed to dawn on the crew members. They quickly went towards the railing. Ace still carried Luffy. Just in case that Law was still angry. I also see a big ship on the shore, the polar bear mink said. Do you see the flag? A Jolly Roger with a big red point on the skull in the area where a nose should be. That's the same Jolly Roger the three men had on their ship, Zoro said, and had his hand already on one of his swords. We will dock elsewhere and then look around the town for supplies. But we stay together in case of a fight breaking out. Beepo, you will stay on the ship to protect it, Law ordered. The voice lacked any anger. Looked like the island saved from the surgeon's anger. Aye, Beepo shouted and climbed down from the crow's nest to take control of the ship's helmet. Now, Law, when a fight breaks out, are we allowed to use it? Ace asked with a grin. Law sighed and looked at them. Only if it is needed. Now that sounded like they would get some fun. Law swore to himself that he would look for a necklace with sea stone and a rope to make sure that Luffy wouldn't be able to run off anymore. Seriously, the boy had too much unused energy. Maybe, he should allow the little one to use his devil fruit powers in their room on their ship. But it was possible that it was too cramped. Even if Luffy was very small in his smallest form. He sighed. They had to hurry and get on the Grand Line. Sure, their opponents were stronger than in the East Blue, but devil fruit users wouldn't attract that much attention as here where people thought devil fruits were a myth. But now was not the time to think about it. Ace, Zoro and Law had to search for Luffy, who had run off shortly after they had docked. Law cursed the speed the straw-hatted boy possessed. How was it even possible for Luffy to be that fast without using Tsuru? Yes, he knew that Luffy didn't use it. Otherwise, the boy would be a lot faster than he already was. So the surgeon walked the short way on the shore to the town with Ace and Zoro. When the town came slowly into view, he was surprised that there was no typical sound was heard. It was too quiet for a town. There wasn't a single person on the street when they entered the town. The houses seemed fine except some of them which were completely destroyed by something he couldn't conclude, yet. But Law had a strong suspicion that the pirate ship in the harbor had something to do with the destroyed parts and the dead town. Is that normal for a town that dead? Ace suddenly asked and pointed to what seemed to be the middle of the city where a big circus tent stood on top of a building. If Law concentrated on his hearing sense, he could hear music coming from there. So the town wasn't as dead as it seemed. For a ghost town like this, it isn't normal. But let's just find Luffy and grab some supplies so we can leave, Law said and closed his eyes to focus. It would be easier and faster to find Luffy that way. It didn't take him long to notice the presence of the boy. But there was another one. Weaker, a lot weaker than Luffy's, and an animal-like presence close by the boy. But they didn't feel dangerous. Law opened his eyes and turned the way he felt the presences. They better hurried and find Luffy before trouble would find them. That way, Law said and took the lead. How can you be so sure? Zoro asked. Haki. Don't worry, we will explain later. Just not now, Law explained. He was sure that Ace had a grin on his face. So the slightly smaller black-haired one seemed to be happy already about the possibility to teach their crew members about Haki. Poor Zoro, the only way Ace knew to teach Haki was Garp's way of teaching them Haki. Law took a side glance at the green-haired swordsman. Just from the look, he would guess that the other was interested in Haki. Well, it would fit, as Zoro seemed to do and try a lot of different ways to become stronger without using dirty tricks. With the help of his Kenbunchaku Haki, they found Luffy quite quickly. The boy was in front of a destroyed pet shop if the shield close by was anything to go with. Next to Luffy was a white dog who was fed by an older man with glasses and armor chest plates. Both the man and the dog looked wounded. Luffy, you idiot. Don't just run off on your own, Ace scolded his baby brother and bonked him lightly on the head. Law narrowed his eyes and studied Luffy carefully. The boy didn't react like he usually would. He didn't call Ace a meanie or said that Ace was stingy. Nah, Ace, Zoro, Law? Okay, now the surgeon was worried. It was rare for Luffy to call him by his name. He only did it when he had one of his serious moments. Can we kick these pirates out of town so that the people can return and to avenge the destruction of Chaochu's treasure? The straw hat shadowed Luffy's eyes. But now Law knew just from the voice the younger one used that it was one these rare serious moments of Luffy again. Boy, you don't have to do that. This group is dangerous. You already did enough by saving Chaochu and me, the man said clearly worried. Why wasn't he surprised that Luffy would fight to avenge the treasure of a dog? The kid really loved animals too much. The dog had stood up and barked. Looked like it wanted to fight, too. No, you should rest, Chaochu. Don't worry, Tereo, Ace and Zoro are with me. So we will beat them. I'm just sorry that there was nothing we could rescue from your treasure except the pack of dog food, Luffy said and caressed the dog's head, before his little stepbrother cousin stood up. Law felt himself nodding. He knew that Luffy wouldn't leave the town now without fighting the group. That wasn't Luffy's way to just go away if someone's treasure wasn't treated the way it should be. They are in this circus tent in the middle, aren't they? Ace asked with a devilish grin. Looked like the older version of their future captain needed to blow off some steam, too. You can't fight against Buggy. He has a devil fruit. They are real. I saw him stabbing a person in the back with his hand when he stood meters away. Huh, so we are allowed to use it, too. That would only be fair to return the favor if he decided to use it against us, Ace said, and Law heard Luffy cracking his knuckles. Don't worry about us. Just make sure that you are somewhere safe outside the town. Just in case something happens we couldn't predict. Also, if it is fine with you, after the fight, we would like to stock up our supplies. Help is appreciated later, Law said and waved his hand as he followed Luffy, who had already decided which way. The group of 4 came to stop in front of the building with the circus tent on top. Luffy could hear loud circus music. Great, I should have known. Only a circus-themed crew would use a red nose on their Jolly Roger, Law grumbled. Come on, Law. It won't be a kid's show if we entered. So you don't have to worry about getting a cake in your face, Ace teased. Luffy blended their bickering out and looked up. To go the direct way to attack them sounded good. But his plan was stopped when a pirate came out of the building. The man grumbled something. He stopped when he saw them. Tell your captain that he should leave the town, otherwise we will kick his butt out, Luffy said, cracking his knuckles. To prepare himself but also to look intimidating. He saw Ace and Sabo doing that when they were younger. The man just stared at them for a minute or two before he burst out into laughter. You guys beating Captain Buggy? The pirate nearly choked on his laughter, but he became quieter when he saw Zoro. So Zoro's bounty hunter reputation seemed to be scary enough to make this person take them a bit more seriously. But still not enough. Ace, light it up, Luffy commanded. See it is done, his big brother said. He felt how Ace stepped next to him and made a gun with his fingers. His big brother shot a little fire bullet that flew right beside the pirate's ear, who shrieked in shock of the sudden heat, into the building. A loud sound was heard and the building started to tremble. Looks like I hit a bullseye without even trying, Ace said with a grin on his face. Who and where is the punk who did that? A clown appeared on the rooftop. He wore a captain hat and a captain coat. But he didn't feel like a captain in Luffy's opinion. Oi, tell your captain to get out of town, big red-nose idiot, Luffy said with crossed arms. Who are you calling a big red-nose idiot, brat? I'm the great Captain Buggy, the clown shouted. Luffy tilted his head. The facial expression and the anger reminded him a bit of Dayton when Ace, Sabo and Luffy had made chaos again. If you are the captain, then come down and fight us, red-nose idiot, Ace said. Looked like his big brother was annoyed with the clown. Law didn't look much happier. More like he was seconds away from taking the clown's heart to make him suffer just for being a clown. I'll handle them, Captain Buggy, a new voice said, and a man on a unicycle jumped down from the rooftop. A sword pointed towards him. But the slash was intercepted by Zoro. Don't just waste our time, the swordsman said and turned his right hand a bit to make the acrobat back away. Pirate Hunter Rorinar Zoro. Are you here to take our captain's bounty? I'm here because my captain decided to kick you out of town. I don't care about the red-nosed idiot's bounty, Zoro growled with his third sword in his mouth. Can you handle him alone, Zoro? Luffy asked. A nod was the only answer he got. But it was the only one he needed. Yash, Ace, Tereo, that red-nosed idiot is mine. Don't get involved, the straw-hatted boy said while he tapped his foot lightly on the ground. His eyes were fixed on the other captain. Too fast for the others, Luffy made up his way and landed a kick directly in the clown's face. He supported his body with his hands on the edge of the rooftop before he pushed himself slightly so that he landed on his feet on the rooftop. Captain Buggy. Why are we always dealing with people who scream their captain's name when their captain is hit by someone? Ace asked when he appeared next to him. Probably making sure that no one of the crew members on the rooftop would interfere with the fight between Luffy and the red-nosed idiot. Law was mostly doing the same in front of the building for Zoro. I don't care about their behavior. I just want to kick them out of town, Luffy said and watched how the clown got up again. I'll show you, brat, that you shouldn't mess with great Captain Buggy, the clown shouted, and then his body split into 2 halves. The upper half was flying towards Luffy and Ace. The boy just dodged it while his big brother toyed with the clown. You know. You are not the only with devil fruit abilities, Ace said, clearly amused when flames were dancing on his body where wounds should be. This seemed to shock the clown. So the other had never thought that there would be other devil fruit users? Well, good for them. Luffy used the shocking moment to kick the clown where it hurts. A loud screech reached his ears. So even if their opponent split his body, he was still able to feel what happened to the other body parts. Sweet, Luffy grabbed one foot, threw the shoe away and started to tickle the clown. The red-nosed idiot started to laugh. You know that's not the normal way to fight, Luffy, Ace said and dodged a slash from a crew member. But he isn't a normal opponent. So it's fine when he leaves the town with his crew, Luffy shrugged and continued to tickle the foot of the clown. The straw-hatted boy was surprised to suddenly see how Ace stopped moving and a sword went through his big brother. We could play baseball with him if he splits enough, the older black-haired one suggested. Baseball? Yeah, that sounds good, Luffy cheered before pulled on the foot in his hand. Oi, big red-nosed idiot. Spilt more so we can play baseball with you. Law was annoyed. Most of the crew members weren't worthy of a fight. But there were many of them. It got really annoying. Especially, since the acrobat, who introduced himself as Buggy's first mate Koby, lacked any pride. The man wasn't fighting an honorable fight, which would be normal between two swordsmen who were proud to call themselves that. The idiot had ordered his men to attack them to leave openings in their defense for him. This was some coward tactic. This strategy may work with weaker people. But it wouldn't work on Zoro and him. Law felt a grin ghosting over his face. They wouldn't be fast enough to hit them. Not if he used hockey and played a bit with his devil fruit. When he had noticed this strategy, the surgeon had asked Zoro to trust him. A room around them was all he needed. Every opponent became a toy as soon as he entered. Law could cut them apart or open and switch them around as much as he liked and as long as he could. But the surgeon was careful to leave the acrobat out. Zoro had said that he would be fine to fight against Buggy's first mate one-on-one. It bothered Law a bit that he used his devil fruit ability. They had wanted to use them as less as possible and now he was using it nearly to his limits. But he really wanted to make sure that no one interfered with Zoro's fight. Get him, Richie. A new voice could be heard and he saw a big lion jumping towards Zoro and him. Shambles, the surgeon mumbled and switched him and Zoro with two little stones to avoid a direct confrontation with the beast. Nice trick. But I, Beast Tamer Moji, will defeat you because Koby clearly isn't able to do that, a man with white hair said. Law frowned. Moji was on the lion's head. This would be an opponent more suited for Ace or Luffy who both liked to fight big animals and would try to eat them after they won, there his idiotic grandpa-granduncle would do the same. But before another attack could be launched someone screamed and a short man flew over their heads far far away. Oi, catch, Luffy shouted from above and threw a bag at the man called Moji. Your captain split apart enough that we could play baseball with him. In the bag are the missing body parts. But I would say that you better start searching for him before your captain falls into the water, Ace said with an evil grin on his lips. Captain Buggy. The whole enemy crew shouted and started to run towards their ship, probably trying to get their captain as fast as possible. Luffy and Ace jumped down from the building. Both had a slight grin on their face. But Luffy's didn't look very happy. Luffy? Nothing. I had just hoped that I could hit the lion with the bag hard enough to knock him out. Because he was the one who destroyed Chaochu's treasure, Luffy mumbled. Law sighed. The little one could be a strange one when someone's treasure or dream was involved. Ace flipped the straw hat from Luffy's head and ruffled the black hair. You did what you said. You made the bad pirates go away. So everything is going to be fine, Luffy, the Logia user said. Ace is right. The people can return and can try to repair their houses and also Chaochu's treasure, Law added. Zoro also nodded in agreement even if the green-haired swordsman looked a bit unhappy how his fight went. You brats really made them leave, the mayor suddenly appeared with more people behind him and Chaochu. The white dog jumped Luffy and liked the boy's face. You don't need to thank me. I couldn't do much for your treasure, the straw-hatted boy mumbled and patted the dog's head. Oi, kid, you four did enough and Chaochu and I would most likely be dead if you haven't come along, the mayor said and the people behind him thanked them loudly. Law felt himself grin. He was sure that he heard the youngest one whine, I don't want to be a hero. Something he could only chuckle about. Teach me the basics about hockey, Zoro said and looked at Law. Ace had fallen asleep again in the crow's nest. Luffy and Beepo were playing with Chaochu. The dog seemed to have taken a liking in their future captain and had followed them. He had also jumped the boy. After a conversation with the mayor, Chaochu had become some kind of a member of their crew. Well, more a mascot. Also, the dog slept in Luffy's hammock because the boy liked to cuddle. Law looked up from Luffy's, Beepo's and Chaochu's jumping around to him with a lifted eyebrow. You used this hockey thing in the fight against the crew members and I don't mean this blue sphere and the things that happen inside it, Zoro said and sat down next to the surgeon who sighed. Normally, I would wait with explaining it, but, well, it will be helpful if you at least know the hockey types at first. There are 3 different kinds of hockey. 2 are able to achieve with training. The training is different for each type to perfect it. The third version of hockey is something you are born with. Otherwise, you can't unlock it. The one I used is the Kenbunchaku hockey or simple observation hockey. It is helpful to predict your opponent's attack and also to find people. That's the reason I was able to find Luffy rather quickly, Law explained. Zoro nodded to show understood this form of hockey. It sounded useful. Especially the way this blue sphere seemed to work. The other one, which everyone is able to learn, is Busashoku hockey or armament hockey. It can be used as an armor around chosen parts, for example arms and hands. Some people are also able to coat their whole body with hockey. It can also be used on swords and other weapons. The most notable thing about this haki is also the possibility to hurt Logia users. It can be used in a defense way but also in an offense way. I guess on the next island when there aren't many people close by you could spare with Luffy to see the defense options of this haki in action, Law said. Why are you trying to keep low? Just from the power level, I would say that at least you and Ace would have taken out Buggy's crew alone. Well, you did as Luffy was only dealing with Buggy and I was mostly fighting against this idiot on the unicycle, Zoro said. Because we promised to stay off the radar of some people. Also, it helps the crew member we pick up to grow stronger a bit before they are confronted with the real trouble which we will find on the Grand Line, the surgeon simply stated and stood up. Zoro nodded. He said he was going to be the strongest swordsman in the world. So learning haki would help him on his way. His eyes were on Law, who went over to Luffy and Bepo. Law, Ace and Luffy were strong fighters as far as he could judge it. Bepo was quite quick, too. But Zoro hadn't seen him in a spare, yet. So he wasn't able to say something about Bepo's strength. Also, he had a feeling that he hadn't seen everything the three others could do with their devil fruits or haki. But the swordsman had noticed how all four got each other's back if it was needed. They might be a little annoying sometimes. But they were his crew members now. So he should also work hard to be strong enough to have their backs like they had his. Law sighed and looked up from his papers regarding Ace's medical information. The black-haired Logia user was getting more and more annoying. Ace seemed to become slightly aggressive when his decisions were questioned. Something which only happened when the decision involved Luffy's safety, and that wasn't the case in these situations when the Logia user turned himself on fire. Law narrowed his eyes. It couldn't be, right? So-called late bloomers regarding the second gender were rare, and even if they hadn't been so rare, just from the medical information, Law would have said the chances of Ace presenting during the last year of the presenting phase were even lower than them finding something or someone Luffy would treasure more or as much as his hat and them. The surgeon pinched the bridge of his nose. But, that Ace was going through the second gender presentation stage was the only reasonable explanation for his behavior. It would also combine with the way the gray eyes seemed to sadden when Luffy became the target of the 20-year-old one's aggressive side. So what could he do? Ace being like that wasn't helpful for their journey. It wouldn't be long until the bad mood affected Luffy as well. This would be the worst that could happen. Tereo, tell the meanie to stop being so stingy. He wanted to lock my straw hat away, Luffy whined. Law looked at the younger one who had his precious straw hat in a death grip. The surgeon thought for a moment before he stood up. He had to act fast if it had come already that far. The best way to deal with Ace was probably to get the others off the ship. Then the others couldn't interrupt. Nah, Luffy, why don't you take Zoro, Bepo and Chaochu with you to explore the island? There shouldn't be any people, only animals. Maybe you could camp for 3 days out there, Law suggested. And the meanie? Don't worry, I'll deal with him. Just enjoy your island adventure. But don't go overboard with your freedom. Just in case people are showing up, Law warned. He could hear a whine from his little stepbrother cousin. So he understood. But even if Luffy was whiny, Law suddenly felt arms around him. See you, Tereo. Be careful with your heat. He stared after the younger one in shock, who was now shouting for Zoro and Bepo. How did Luffy know that he was close to his heat? Sure, he had taken some light suppressants which hide his scent, but they didn't stop his heat like the other suppressants he took, but these were only for when they came into rough areas. Rough areas in which he didn't want to go into heat. But back to the real topic concerning him at the moment. Luffy shouldn't be able to know that he was close to his heat. A groan left him. He should better hurry and decided how to deal with Ace. Otherwise, his heat started and he hadn't done anything. Law looked at his notes again. He had 2 options. The first was simple, he would mate with Ace until the other one would find his true mate. Law was conflicted about this solution. He knew that Ace would be troubled about that if the other found someone else. Because Ace wasn't one to leave a person he cared about for someone else. So maybe he should go for his second option. This would be a little more complicated in general but would have fewer effects on the relationship on the ship and future relationships. Really strong suppressants. It would be kinda rare for an alpha to take that strong suppressant. But well, if it was needed. The only problem there was how the suppressant would react with Ace's normal medicine against his narcolepsy. So maybe the second option wasn't exactly better. The surgeon sighed. He should have a talk with Ace about this. Probably as soon as possible. Law left the medical room and went to their room in which the Logia user was at the moment. Ace laid flat on a futon with his face in the pillow. Looked like he had a fit because of his disagreement with Luffy. Whatever this had been about. The surgeon leant himself against the door frame and waited. But since the other didn't show any signs to react towards him, he decided to start talking. I allowed Luffy to take Zoro, Bepo and Chaochu of the ship to explore the island. They will probably also camp there, which means you have some days to get over your trouble with your alpha instincts. Law's eyes rested on Ace, who now turned himself around. DMN, why couldn't the other one keep his shirt close instead of showing of these muscles all the time? Even if he called Ace his stepbrother, he couldn't deny the fact that the other was indeed kinda hot. Law suppressed a groan. Maybe it was a bad idea to have this talk when he was close to his heat. Especially since Ace had freshly presented. How hadn't he noticed the change in the other's scent? It had become somehow more dominant. I'm not having any kind of problems. Must be your imagination. Ace grumbled. Law rolled his eyes. Typical Ace. Trying to deal with his problems alone. Sure, if it's my imagination, then why do you seem sad if things didn't go your way? Even Luffy doesn't want to be close to you at the moment, because you are a stingy meanie. So tell me, Ace, what is on your mind except for the trouble with your instincts? Law pinched himself slightly to keep his focus. It also didn't help that he got a full hit of Ace's scent. A small groan left him. DMN it, he should have taken the stronger suppressant. How should he keep a calm head and got the talk over completely? It became even harder when Ace surprised him and pinned him to the futon, trapping him slightly under the slightly smaller one. Just form your reaction, I can tell you are having trouble with your instincts, Ace. Law tried to keep his voice from shaking. Shut up, Ace growled above him and bit his shoulder. The surgeon bit his lower lip to suppress a groan. So looked like Ace's instincts had decided which option without hearing about them. Well, talking was now useless. Especially since his own heat instincts started to kick up and Ace was quickly able to reduce him to a whiny, needy, submitting mess in heat. Luckily, he took this stupid birth control pills despite not having a mate. Also, maybe he should also lie that this was the only option, because DMN it felt good to not have to deal with the heat alone. Ace stared at Law's naked form next to him. He had done it. He had taken advantage of Law, who had gone into heat and wasn't really able to defend himself at that point. Ace hid his face in his palms. How could he face Law when the other woke up? How could he face Luffy? His baby brother would be disappointed that he wasn't able to keep his instincts in check. How could he face their grandpa and Khorasan again? Both had told him to take care of the two others. Especially when Law went into heat. DMN the effects of paramecia devil fruits on Omegas? Hell, he even said he would beat up any alpha who came too close to Law when the surgeon went into heat and was very SBMSSV at that time. And he turned out to be an alpha who can't keep his instincts in check and took advantage of that. Feeling better now, Law's voice interrupted his thoughts. It lacked any emotion Ace would have expected. To be true, the other sounded kinda amused. How can you ask for my well-being after? Ace began but was interrupted by a pair of arms around his waist. If you are on this trip you better shut up. I knew what I was getting into. Even if I had hoped that I was able to talk about it first before it happened, Law said. This was a bit shocking. Law had intended to let him take advantage of the other. Ace wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Well, more, he didn't know what to say, and he was still surprised that he was hugged by Law, who also initiated the hug. Since you became a little more aggressive if things didn't go your way, I have suspected that you would present as an alpha. Even if the chances were low. You like to go with your instincts, which are now messed up because in the early presentation stage for some strange reason alpha always think they are always right in their decision. Adding the effect Logia devil fruits have on alpha with your natural temperament, you are a complete mess as long as you either get it under control by training and more training or get a mate. Therefore, I would like to offer you a deal. We mate. Your instincts will be easier to control and maybe your mood will be better, Law mumbled. Ace turned his head in shock. Law couldn't have just suggested what he thought he had heard. You are really thinking about mating with me? Are you sure? Yes, I am. If you want to know. It has plus points for me, too. The heat cycles will change form every 2 months to every 4 months. Mated Omegas are off the radar of alphas until they went into heat, and the last point, I'm tired of spending my heats alone trying to pleasure myself, Law said. The alpha studied the other carefully. To him, the deal sounded like Law offered him his body so that he was able to keep his instincts and temperament in check. This sounded nice in the way Law had worded it. Especially since there were plus points for the other, too. But, a big negative thought crossed his mind. What would be if he somehow knocked Law up and the child would be born? The child which inherited the cursed blood of his father. A child with a father who shouldn't exist. Also, what if... Ow! Law had hit. What was that for? For the stupid thought, you most likely have. No one who is on the ship cares about who your father is. But they care about Ace and they want Ace to live. But, no buts. Otherwise, I will tell Luffy that you have your doubts again. Ace felt a cold shiver running down his spine. Luffy would turn into a whiny brat if he heard about that. He hated when his baby brother was that way. First, it was annoying, and second, he couldn't say no to Luffy's demands in that phase. Good. So since there are no other problems, is it fine with you that we mate until we find other people? What? What if there is no other person for me to find? Ace mumbled and looked down. You are thinking about this soulmate stuff. That when you present as an alpha that you hear the first words which your soulmate will say to you on your first meeting? Ace nodded. I didn't hear anything, only silence, the fire user mumbled. There are various answers. Your soulmate can be mute. You already met your soulmate, but we will leave this one out as you would have felt it. The third option would be that your soulmate doesn't say anything for the first time you met. He felt Law patting his shoulders. But many people live without their soulmate. Happy with their mate they grew to care for and love. Some even reject their soul mates for the person they mated with. So, don't think too much about that stuff too much. I care for you, Ace. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here right now, Law said. Ace nodded. The words did help a bit. He still had his doubts that this was really going to be okay. But then another thought crossed his mind. The black-haired one felt a grin ghosting over his face. Does that mean I am allowed to hug now every time, too? After all, I am your mate now, Tereo, Ace teased and was lightly hit. Don't push it too much, idiot. You are the one who will explain it to Luffy. He is your baby brother, after all. The alpha groaned. This talk with his baby brother wasn't going to be easy. Especially after he acted a bit like a JRK towards Luffy in the last days. Don't worry, Luffy only calls you a stingy meanie. Law's comment and chuckle didn't help one bit. Luffy felt free as he ran through the grass. Chaochu next to him and Zoro and Beppo behind him trying to catch up. Oi, Luffy, slow down. We have 3 days, the swordsman reminded him. But we have so much to do. We have to explore, hunt, grill, eat, play eat and so much more, Luffy stopped and waited for Beppo and Zoro to catch up. Chaochu jumped around his legs so the black-haired one kneeled down to pat the dog. Just wait a bit. Looks like Zoro and Beppo are already out of breath, the straw-hatted boy said. We run after you for nearly half a day. We are allowed to be a bit tired. How about we set the camp up here and hunt for something to eat? And after the meal, I want to spar against you, Luffy. Law said something about Busashoko Haki and that sparring with you would be some kind of a good example, Zoro said. This piqued Luffy's interest. He hadn't really used Busashoko Haki since they came back to the East Blue a year ago. It would be good to use it in training again. Let's do it, Luffy cheered. Sometime later, they were ready. Chaochu was next to Beppo who would be a referee. Also, the polar bear mink would interfere if he thought it would be needed. Try to not hurt each other. Zoro, would you for that reason keep the sheaths on your swords? Luffy, don't try to break the sheaths or the swords, Beppo said. Luffy tapped his feet impatiently on the ground. He felt the excitement rushing through his veins. Let's fight, he just said and jumped towards Zoro. The swordsman blocked his kick with his swords and pushed him back. Don't even think about holding back with your speed, Zoro said looking at him with a piercing glance. Luffy grinned. As you wish, the black-haired boy said. Saru. With full speed, he dashed towards and hit him. The other flew a bit back but was able to regain his stand again. Santoryu was the only thing he heard from Zoro's technique. Zoro, you sheath, Beppo suddenly shouted but it seemed too late for the swordsman to stop the attack. Well, now that would be a good way of showing Zoro Haki instead of dodging like he would normally do. Luffy lifted his arms and letting the Haki color his arms black. He felt the sword hitting his arms. But nothing more. Luffy grinned at Zoro. That's Haki, he said when the swordsman jumped a bit back. Beppo was next to Luffy really fast to check if he got hurt. I'm fine, Beppo. Look, no cuts, he said and showed the other his arms. The polar bear mink looked at him slightly concerned. Luffy, I have a question for you. Luffy looked curiously at the swordsman. Can you tell me about devil fruits? I know they grant you some strange power in exchange for the ability to swim. But nothing more. From what I have seen, Ace can do something with fire and Law's making this blue sphere. But how many are there? And what is your devil fruit? Zoro asked. Oh, Ace hasn't something to do with fire. This got him a confused look of the swordsman. He is fire. He is a Logia user. He ate the Mera Mera no Mi. Logia are element users or so Tereo said. They can manipulate their element and turn into it. Law has a Paramecia devil fruit. The Op no Mi. It helps with his medical stuff. The blue sphere is a room. He can operate in it. Paramecia are well, they include nearly everything that doesn't belong to Logia and Zoan, Luffy said and took a small break. Zoan devil fruit user can turn into animals. There are normal Zoans, who transform into still living animals. And there are ancient and mystical Zoans. Ancients would be a dinosaur for an example. At least Tereo said, it would be enough if I remember it that way. Mystical Zoans are said to be the strongest and rarest. They have some mystical powers and well, they don't exist. I don't know how this works. Tereo explained it that way. I have a, he was interrupted by Chaochu who had jumped him to lick his face. The boy giggled and patted the dog's head. Out of the corner of his eyes, he noticed how Beepo hit Zoro for not being careful with the sheaths. The polar bear mink also threatened the swordsman if that happened again, he would answer Ace and Law. So the topic wasn't devil fruits any longer. It was an accident, Zoro shouted. I'm sorry, Beepo mumbled in a slightly depressed voice. Hey, don't bully Beepo, Luffy said before his stomach grumbled slightly. Nah, do we still have some food? A groan was all he heard from Zoro and Beepo. The camping days were fun. It was a bit sad that Ace was being a stingy meanie and Law close to his heat. It would have been more fun if they had been all together. But it had been nice to have Beepo with them. The polar bear mink looked happier that he had been able to leave the ship again. Poor Beepo. They really need to hurry and get to the Grand Line. There a mink wouldn't be looked at like he was a miracle. Slowly the ship came in their sight. Law and Ace were already waiting for them on board. Tereo, Luffy cheered and jumped the surgeon for a hug. It was great to go camping. Law smirked and tousled his hair. His big brother looked somehow strange. Didn't you miss your big brother, Luffy? Ace asked. Luffy looked at him. No, you are a meanie. You wanted to take my hat away just because I got the last piece of meat, the straw-hatted boy said. I think you need to talk with your big brother. Because he is very sorry and he also got his doubts again, Law told him with a grin. Luffy looked from Law to his brother and back. He was slightly shocked. You said you wouldn't say anything, Ace grumbled, but the older one had paled a bit. Luffy let go of Law. I don't want a life without Ace. Even if Ace is a stingy meanie, the boy whined and trapped his big brother in a death hug. He didn't like it when his big brother was doubting himself again. He looked up with a pout on his lips. His brother didn't need to say anything. Luffy just knew what was on Ace's mind. Especially when the older one had his doubts. Ace is Ace. Just Ace, my big brother, Luffy said. A smile appeared on his lips when he felt Ace hugging him. I know, Luffy. I know, his older brother said. There was more you should tell him, Ace. Law sounded quite amused. To make it short, I presented as an alpha and well, Law and I decided to mate until we found someone else, Ace said. Luffy blinked at his big brother confused before he poked his nose and asked, so what is the problem? He could hear Law groan while Ace chuckled. Nothing. It's fine and I'm sorry for being a meanie, Luffy. Also, Ace said that he was sorry. So it was fine. As long as Ace stops being a meanie everything else wasn't important. Nah, Tereo? Since you and Ace used your devil fruit against the red-nosed baka, does that mean we are allowed to use it now in every fight? Luffy suddenly asked. He made sure to use this puppy eyes look. Law sighed. Fine, but don't go overboard. We should be out of the East Blue soon. But only in fights. That means no flying around, Luffy. Luffy pouted. Using their devil fruits in fights was fine. But no flying around? That was mean. He missed the wind in his hair. So Luffy whined, Ace, Tereo is a meanie. Luffy pouted. That meant Ace, Law, Zoro and him, were at some floating restaurant called Baratie. The owner was a former pirate named Redleg Zeph, at least that was what Law had said. So there wouldn't any dine and dash like Ace and Luffy used to do it when they were younger. Especially, since the restaurant had a reputation that all cooks were able to fight and were not above beating up visitors, who would dine and dash, were rowdy or just ungrateful. Luffy had thought they would do a little dine and dash but no. Not even Ace was up for it. They also had left Beepo and Chaochu on Shippy. Something that made him pout, too. The food was good here and their trusty navigator wasn't able to taste anything from it. Even if Luffy normally wasn't sharing his food. Now he wished he could take some food with him for Beepo and Chaochu. This made him think. Nah, do you think we could convince one of the cooks to travel with us? Luffy asked and liked his plate clean. That much should be allowed because the sauce was too good to be wasted. Don't do that, Luffy. That's impolite to do in a restaurant, Law hissed at him. Luffy blinked at the older one. How is it impolite to eat everything you have on your plate? But Tereo, it was delicious. It wouldn't be nice to let the rest of it go wasted. Also, Ji-chan said to eat as much as possible because you don't know when you will get your next meal, Luffy whined slightly. Yeah, and after he said that you and Ace ate the whole food storage, Law said and poked his forehead. Luffy giggled about the memory. Yeah, that had been fun. They hadn't been hit by their grandpa back then. The old man had only laughed while the crew planned their next stop a little annoyed. His eyes were now on his clean plate. Is there a way we can grab some food for Beepo and Chaochu, too? Ace's hand was immediately on his forehead. I think he has a fever. But I can't feel anything, his big brother said. You probably hit him too hard in the morning when he woke you up, Law scolded Ace. Hey, I just want to bring some good food to Beepo and Chaochu. It's not like I'm sharing my food, Luffy protested. "You want some food to take with you?" someone suddenly asked behind him. It was a blonde young man who was around Zoro's height. Only one eye was visible and the eyebrow looked kinda funny. It was the one chef who had taken the order. "If that is possible, yes. Nothing special. Just one normal meal and some meat which isn't flavored or salted if it is okay," Law answered quickly. A smile ghosted over Luffy's lips. So they could share this delicious meal with Bepo and Chaochu. The chef looked a bit surprised about the second part but nodded. "I'll look what I can get you," he said, and went over to a man, who boasted himself as Marine Lieutenant Full Body, with his date. "I say this date isn't going to end well," Ace mused as they watched the woman chuckling about something the cook said. "The cook seems to be a ladies' man." "Well, then I'll say if you are right, then it would be interesting to see how he would react if this soulmate stuff is real and his turns out to be male," Zoro said and drank a sip from his jar. Both, the swordsman and his big brother, were chuckling about this while Law only rolled his eyes. But Luffy tuned them out. His eyes were fixed on the blonde cook. The Marine had thrown the soup on the floor, getting the attention of a lot of people. The cook had bent down. His face was shadowed. Was the blonde angry? It seemed so. Because the cook first lectured the Marine about wasting food, before he easily defeated the lieutenant only using his feet. So the blonde was strong and able to cook. Luffy had also a positive feeling about him. He grinned. "I like him. Do you think that we are able to convince him to join us?" Luffy said and surprised Ace, Law and Zoro. "Well, he can fight and he can cook. So it would be helpful, but he's a ladies' man," his big brother started. "Meaning we would have a higher chance with a female crew member," Law said. "I'll ask him to join us," Luffy decided. Unknown to Luffy, Ace and Law shared a glance, knowing fully well that the straw-hatted boy could also have said, "I'll make him join us," and would do it the same way. The black-haired boy wanted to stand up to talk with the blonde cook but was held back by his big brother. "The fight isn't over yet," Ace said. And his big brother was right. The Marine had stood up again. Grumbling something, they weren't able to hear, but Luffy was sure that it wasn't something nice. The pink-haired man intended to attack again but was stopped by a man entering. The man who just entered looked thin and starved. But there was something about him that scared the customers. Luffy only felt some kind of pity for him, but he didn't know why. "That's Jin the Man-Demon, a combat commander of the Krieg pirates," Law whispered. Ace's arms were still around Luffy, probably to keep him from interfering with something. So he could only watch how Jin demanded food while Full Body fled in fear of the man. But the pirate was kicked out shortly after because he had no money with him. Out of the corner of his eyes, Luffy noticed how the blonde cook had gone upstairs during the whole event. Upstairs should be the kitchen. After all, the food had been carried down the stair. "I'll take a walk around the restaurant," Luffy said, freed himself out of Ace's holds and stood up. "Don't do anything stupid," his big brother warned him, but he only waved at his big brother and the other, before he went out. The boy followed his instincts and took the left way. Luffy only took a few steps before he stopped. Jin was leaning against the railing, breathing heavily and clutching his stomach. The sign of hunger made Luffy want to say something to maybe cheer the man up, but the blonde cook suddenly appeared. The chef put down a plate with light food and a glass of water next to the man. "Don't eat too quickly. It won't be healthy for your stomach," the blonde said. "I don't need your pity. I didn't do it because I pity you. I did it because it's a cook's job to feed the people. If I let you starve, I wouldn't honor the words of my teacher. So eat." Jin blinked confused at the cook. Then he started to eat. "That's so delicious." The man seemed to have problems eating not too fast. "But I can't pay," Jin said after he had finished his meal. "What should you pay for?" "There is no evidence that you got food," the blonde chef told him and let the empty plate and the glass fall into the ocean. Luffy grinned. The cook was a good guy. He only liked him more after seeing this nice nature. Anyone who would give other food without wanting something for themselves was nice. "Nah, cook guy, would you join my crew?" "Well, at the moment Tereo is the captain, but I will become the captain after we fulfilled our promise. We plan to reach the top and traveling to the new world while aiming to achieve our dreams," Luffy spoke up and stepped out of his hiding place, surprising both older man slightly. "Why should I join a bunch of idiots who don't even know my name?" the chef said. "The new world? Are you out of your mind? A young boy like you shouldn't even think about going to the Grand Line." Jin sounded slightly scared when he mentioned the Grand Line. Luffy tilted his head. "A name is something to call you. A name is not what you are. You are a nice guy, you can fight and cook, so join us," the black-haired boy said to the chef before his brown eyes were on Jin. "Why not? I already have been there. Well, on Ji-chan's ship, but it wasn't that scary. Also, traveling on the Grand Line will bring me closer to achieving my dream." A slight pout on his lips. What did the other know about the Grand Line or about him? The chef massaged his temples. For some reason, he reminded Luffy of Law when the older one thought about how to answer him as simple as possible. "Least, kid, I'm not going to join." "Why?" "I'm not kid. I'm Luffy and I'll be the one who explored the whole Grand Line." This seemed to surprise the two others. It made Luffy wonder why? They should have expected something like this. Then he got an idea. The others guessed that the chef was a ladies' man. So maybe? "We are also planning to go to Fishman Island for a quick stop. I haven't seen it yet, but I met one when I was with Ji-chan. The fishman said that the fishmen and the mere people are treating each other more peacefully than humans each other. Also, he said that most women can't compete with the beauty of a mermaid. Even if I don't know why to compete in beauty. Competing for cooking sounds better. Because then there will be lots of food." Luffy tilted his head while he thought about the competition. He felt himself getting hungry again. "You are going to see mermaids?" the blonde chef nearly screamed in surprise. Heart-like eyes. Luffy suppressed a grin and nodded. "Yeah, we will. So join them if you want to see mermaids or go back to work, stupid brat," someone suddenly said from above them. The heart in the chef's eye disappeared and he looked more stoic. "Don't think I'm leaving so easily, shitty old man," the blonde said. Luffy watched how the chef made sure that Jin had left before he went inside without saying another word towards him. But the shitty old man, said something towards him. "Oi, brat, come here for a second." The man waved him up. A bit confused, Luffy went to the stairs and quickly climbed them up. He followed the man to a room. Some might now say that he was too trusty, but this man didn't feel bad. So he was okay. "So you are trying to recruit Sanji for your pirate crew in making, huh?" the man said and sat himself down on a chair. "How did you know it is for a pirate crew?" Luffy asked, surprised. He thought he had worded it well enough to hide the fact. After all, they weren't allowed, yet. The man started to laugh. "You said that you are going to explore the whole Grand Line. I'll go a little further and say it is the one piece you want to find." "Wow, you are really smart," Luffy said, impressed. But the man just laughed. "It takes an ex-pirate to notice a pirate in making." "Ex-pirate? Wait, didn't Law had said something about that?" "Oh, you are the owner." "Leg-Red Jeff," Luffy said. For some reason, he got kicked by the man with the wooden leg. "Ow. It was Red Leg Zeph, brat. Learn the names right. Otherwise, you will get into trouble someday when you are speaking with pirates of a stronger and more famous crew." "Don't care," Luffy mumbled, only to get kicked again. Sanji stared a bit thoughtfully on the food before him. The kid's words were still on his mind. "You are a nice guy, you can fight and cook, so join us." The blonde chef was a bit surprised by this childlike logic. The kid was at least 15 or 16 if he would guess. Normally by then, this childlike logic was lost to bitterness because of all the corrupt world. What did the three other with the kid to keep him that innocent? Sanji groaned. Now he was worried for the kid who was allowed to run around alone, just because of the plan to go the Grand Line. Weren't the three others afraid of losing the kid? He really wouldn't be surprised if the kid got lost. He stopped and shook his head. Why should he worry about a stupid kid who asked him to join? Because he was nice and could fight and cook? There wasn't any kind of motivation to go with them. First, they were all four male. He didn't really do well with males except for Zeph, sometimes. He blamed his family for that. Second, there were no girls. Third, he may not know Beepo and Chaochu, the two the extra food was for, but even if one of them had been a girl, he wouldn't join either. Because it was not right to leave a beautiful girl behind to eat. So 3 times a no. He wasn't going to join them. Even if we plan to reach the top and traveling to the new world while aiming to achieve our dreams. It did sound nice to travel around. To see new people. Learn new receipts or new ingredients. To achieve his dream, to find the all blue. The kid seemed confident that the crew would be able to achieve their dreams, so maybe joining them wasn't so bad even if there were 4 males. A loud crashing sound from the restaurant interrupted his thoughts. Also, a woman screamed. Sanji put the plate down and immediately ran down the stairs. Gentleman couldn't just go on with his work if a woman could be in danger. There stood a man in a golden armor. The man threatened the customers and demanded food. But not only that. He wanted the Baratie, too. It made Sanji clench his fists. Food would be fine. But the Baratie was the shitty old man's treasure. There was no way he would let it be handed over easily. Food will be fine. But this belongs to the shitty old man. There is no way we handing it over, Sanji said. Calmly with his hands in his pockets. The other cooks behind him protested that they wouldn't give the man any kind of food. They just wanted to kick him out. Well, at least at the point that the armored man wouldn't get the Baratie. But neither of them had noticed that Zeph had gone up and come back down throwing a bag full of food in front of the man. There. Feed your man with that, Krieg. But like the others already said, you won't get the ship, the old man said and crossed his arms. Krieg? Was that Don Krieg, the pirate fleet admiral? But hadn't there been rumors that the man had set sail to the Grand Line? So why was Krieg here? Redleg Zeph. It's surprising to see a former pirate like you working in a restaurant. But when you are here, we will not only take the ship. We will take everything else, too, Krieg said with a grin. Zeph mused. You think about finding something that helps you on the Grand Line, right? Well, I won't hand it over to you, even if I died. The old man spoke with a serious voice and lifted his leg like he was prepared for a fight. I'm the strongest man in the world, so I will get it. Nah, Tereo, isn't this Asen with the cool mustache the strongest man in the world? The kid's voice was suddenly heard. So the boy was still here and was not afraid of correcting Don Krieg as it seemed. Asen with the cool mustache, the slightly taller black-haired man wondered. The man stood closer to the boy. Like he was ready to push the boy behind him in case something happened. Luffy probably means Whitebeard, the Yonko, right? The tallest of the group said. The boy nodded. Then you are right. Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world. So this one is probably bluffing about his strength. Because the sentence wouldn't even work if he just viewed the East Blue as the world, as there are enough strong people who are working or living on the Grand Line who may come from here, the tallest said, like stating facts which he probably just did. Krieg looked dumbstruck. If the man was such a great pirate as his bounty and so on lead on, he should have heard about Whitebeard. Hell, even Sanji had heard about Whitebeard from Zeph. Because the old man thought it would be safer for him if he at least knew some important pirate names and that he shouldn't mess with them. Whitebeard was feared on the Grand Line. Many people who tried taking the man's head died trying. Looks like these brats are more prepared of going to the Grand Line than you are, Zeph said with a slight grin. Krieg looked angry. Just wait until I have my man here, the man threatened and left. This didn't sound very good. They should hurry and evacuate the customers who were still there. Now, you were on the Grand Line, weren't you? That's why you said I shouldn't go there. To who was the brat talking now? Jin. The man he had feed some time ago looked scared and guilty at the floor. We were only there for a few days when, suddenly he appeared. Our whole fleet was cut down with ease. Jin started to shiver. I don't think I will ever forget these hawk-like eyes staring at us. Ah, so you met Mihawk. You should have been more careful. If he had cut your ships, you probably set him off with something, Zeph spoke up. Jin shook his head furiously. A shocked look in his eyes. We didn't do anything. Maybe you just disturbed his nap. This sounded like a really stupid reason. Especially for someone strong enough to cut whole ships. But now wasn't the time. We don't have time to talk about possibilities. What happened? We need to prepare for battle, Sanji said and lightened a cigarette. Nah, your name was Sanji, right? If we beat this armor guy so he leaves the restaurant alone. Will you join us, the kid? How did the tallest of the four call him again? Luffy suddenly asked him. Oi, Luffy, stop that. No more picking fights until I say so. But Tereo, the one with the orange cowboy hat, put his hand on Luffy's mouth. Excuse my little brother. He doesn't know when or how to give up, so he will probably bother you until you join, he said. So these two were brothers. Tereo hit both of them. Maybe Luffy would have learned it if his older brother and his grandfather aren't the same, the tallest mumbled. The last of the group didn't seem to really react to what happened. The eyes of the green-haired man were focused on the wall and his hand had a tight grip on the swords he carried around. What was up with him? I won't answer now. There are more important things to do first. How had Krieg been that fast? Luffy was sure that it hadn't been that long since the man left to get his ship. The only which was still complete, something Jin had told them. The man seemed really confused about what he wanted to do and he should do. So Jin had hidden somewhere on the Baratie. He said he didn't want to fight, but he should fight. Deep down Luffy could understand the man's conflict. The big ship would fear lesser people. It was kinda scary, even if he wasn't afraid, how fast the ship came closer. It won't reach you. Luffy looked around confused. The voice had been female. But there was no woman close by so he could hear it. Luffy, are you okay? His brother's voice made him turn his head towards Ace. But before he could say something about the voice, he just heard the ship in front of them fell apart. Luffy was sure that he had heard a slashing sound. But what could cut a big ship that easily without being seen? Then, that's him. The best swordsman in the world, Hawkeye's Mihawk, Zoro said in a hushed voice. Luffy could hear and feel the excitement of their swordsman. The green-haired one didn't even need to voice it. Luffy knew without the other telling again that there would be nothing to stop Zoro from fighting against one of the Shichibukai. One of the strongest if the rumors are true. Ace and Law were already busy helping the cooks to prevent the Krieg pirates from coming on board the Baratie. Even if most of them were in a panic because of the sudden appearance of Mihawk. Someone even lost it and tried to shoot the man. Luffy never saw someone deflecting bullets that easily with a sword. Not even during the time with Ji-chan on the Grand Line. It had even looked like the sword hadn't even touched the bullets. The straw-hatted boy blinked when he suddenly saw Zoro between the men close by Mihawk. He hadn't really noticed that the other moved. Luffy clenched his fist and looked to Law and Ace. Ace, Law, this is already Zoro's chosen fight. So don't interfere, the boy said and shadowed his face slightly with his straw hat. The same rules as always, huh? Ace mused. Luffy nodded. Anyone who dares to interfere gets beaten. But that wasn't needed. Most of Krieg's men were too scared to even go too close to Mihawk. So the duel was without any interference. But it was sad to see how tall the gap between Mihawk and Zoro were. The Shichibukai easily defended himself with a small sword against all of Zoro's 3 swords. He didn't want to know how much damage Mihawk would do if he used his main weapon. Luffy felt frustrated. He wanted to help his crewmate, but then he would go against the rules they set for fights. No interference if it was said or somehow mentioned how important that fight was or that the fight was someone's. He said it before to his brother-in-law. This was Zoro's fight and all they could do was to stand close by. He clenched his fists as Zoro got stabbed. No one hurt his nakama. But this was Zoro's fight. He felt a hand on his shoulder. The straw-hatted boy turned his head to see Law. Trust Zoro. Even if it seems reckless, he knows what he is doing, the older one said. Luffy only nodded and looked back at the fight. His eyes widened. Mihawk had his main weapon in the hand. What had happened? What did convince Mihawk to stop mocking Zoro by fighting with a small sword? But he got a bad feeling about the fight. A very bad one. Zoro, Luffy could only scream the name of his green-haired friend when 2 of his 3 swords broke apart and blood drops fell to the ground. He was only able to see Zoro's back. Then his friend turned around and offered Mihawk another slash. This was marking his defeat. Luffy started to run towards Zoro when he noticed that the other was falling in the water. Shambles. A little stone fell into the water where Zoro had been a second before. Luffy turned his head to see Law with the green-haired swordsman. The surgeon would take care of Zoro. He turned his head angrily towards Mihawk. The last slash wasn't needed. Zoro had already been defeated by then. The world's best swordsman seemed to study him with a piercing glare. The big sword was on Mihawk's back again. He won't die. The cut only looks worse because it is fresh, the Shichibukai said. Luffy was surprised. Then the man spoke louder. It's too early for you to die, brat. My name is Dracula Mihawk. Find your own style and your own way to become stronger. I don't care how long it will take, but I will wait for a rematch in my strongest form. Surpass this sword. Surpass me, Roronoa Zoro. Luffy's eyes widened. Mihawk respected Zoro. Zoro must have said something about his dream and showed his devotion to his dream. That must be the reason why Mihawk changed his sword. Oi, kid. What are you planning to do? Stupid question. Reaching the top and the end of the Grand Line, of course. Was that a smile on Mihawk's lips? A hard path you have chosen there. Don't care. I do what I want. Luffy stuck out his tongue. He was sure Ace or Law would have hit him for that if they were any closer, but... Oi, Captain, that was Zoro's voice. Luffy turned his head to look at the green-haired swordsman. He could see how the older one was panting and it seemed to cost a lot of energy to just talk. But Zoro had lifted his only sword at the moment in the air. If I don't become the greatest swordsman in the world, you'd be in a dilemma, right? A cough was heard. It sounded painful. Law tried to make Zoro stop talking. But despite the pain Zoro was feeling, he kept on talking. I will never lose again. Until I defeat him and become the greatest swordsman, I'll never be defeated anymore. Luffy felt a grin appearing on his face. He was sure that he also saw a smirk on Mihawk's face. Do you have any problems with that, Captain Luffy? None, Luffy chirped loudly. Stop talking now, Law scolded the swordsman loudly, before he started to order some cooks close by around for medical stuff and bandages to take care of Zoro. The surgeon was in his element. Out of the corner of his eyes, Luffy noticed how Mihawk went back to his ship to leave. Oi, Hawkeye. Aren't you here to take my head? The armored man, who had just stood by, asked. I had my fun. I just followed you to kill some time. Now, there is nothing interesting here to do. So don't waste my time, Mihawk said coldly. Without further interruption, the world's best swordsman set sail again. Now it was the time to deal with armored man to stop him from taking the restaurant. Luffy might not have fully understood why their opponent wanted the ship, but he understood that the Baratie was the treasure of the owner. So he wouldn't let them take the ship. Krieg snarled. He didn't seem happy about the way Mihawk treated them as a toy to just kill some time, but also he seemed happy to have the world's greatest swordsman finally away. Men, board the ship and overtake it. Looked like the fight was starting now. Oi, braggart. Leave the ship alone or I'll beat you, Luffy shouted, lifting his fists. If he needed to beat this man to convince Sanji to come with them, he would do it. Krieg just laughed. A shrimp is trying to stop me? Don't kill yourself, brat. I am Don Krieg, the strongest man alive. Hiken. His brother's attack destroyed even more of the floating ship parts and scared some of the men. Luffy didn't wait long to use his chance to close the distance between Krieg and himself. He was going to kick the man's butt. He jumped on a floating piece and then ran at Krieg with full speed. Instinctively he covered his right fist with haki. He was going to crash the armor with one hit. His fist connected with the armor, cracking first before breaking it. At least he thought he was breaking the armor, but a barrier was between his fist and the other, but it cracked and broke down. The power of the hit sent Krieg flying backwards. Don't underestimate me, Luffy shouted and got into his fighting stance. Because even if he got a hit on his opponent, he hoped the fight wasn't over yet. Ace was having fun. After his attack, most of Krieg's men seemed scared and didn't seem to know how to deal with him. He let their attacks go through his body, letting flames dance on him. When they got too close to the cooks, he threw a kick or a hit at them. He couldn't fight as freely as he would like. The ship was made of wood. His fire wouldn't do it any good. The cooks seemed all able to fight quite well against the lower rank members of the Krieg pirates. But some of them seemed to have their trouble, but these were solved by working together. The only cook who was able to fight off some member alone was the one Luffy wanted to recruit. Sanji was the name if Ace remembered it right. The blonde was quite good, only using his feet to deliver strong kicks against his enemy. Also, the look in the visible eye showed pure determination. The determination to protect this place. Ace could see why Luffy wanted the cook to be part of the crew. Now if they only knew that he had a dream, too. Then Sanji would be a perfect addition to the crew. Despite the blonde being an annoying ladies' man. Suddenly 2 other cooks were sent flying. A man with large shields on his body was laughing. Pearl-sama. Pearl? This name didn't ring a bell. Ace was sure that he had listened carefully when he and Law went through potential big enemies last night with Zoro. But the man must be some higher up of the Krieg pirates. Otherwise, the members they were fighting at the moment wouldn't call him that way. Also, the attack had been quite fast. Ace narrowed his eyes at the man. You are going to lose. My last 61 battles I won completely unharmed. Not even spilling a drop of blood. Not even the cannonball of the marine could harm me. I'm the strongest among the strongest. The other sounded like their captain. A braggart. Seriously, why did they have a tendency to run into crews with egos too big for their own good? He hoped that would change on the Grand Line. Ace prepared himself for an attack when he noticed his little brother flying. Well, not really flying. He didn't use his devil fruit. He must have been dodging the attack of Don Krieg and had jumped backwards for that. Luffy's feet hit against Pearl's head, so the Krieg pirate tumbled slightly. His baby brother landed next to him. That was close. This guy is annoying. He pulls out weapon after weapon. Does he think using as many weapons as possible is a way to show strength and win? Luffy sounded annoyed. Should I take over for you? I will melt his weapons for you, Ace offered and let flames dance around his hand. Should you really talk at a time like that? Something is wrong with this 1-inch, Sanji interrupted their conversation. Ace looked to Pearl again. The man was staring at his fingers. That is, dangerous. Suddenly blue flames were on the man, and highlighted by these flame was blood which dropped from his noses. He is seriously just freaking out because of the blood? What kind of a pirate is he that he isn't able to see his own blood? The Krieg pirates were in a panic because of Pearl being on fire now. They screamed and shouted for the other one to stop. But they couldn't calm him down. Ace pushed Luffy behind him. Fire wouldn't do anything to him. But his baby brother had never been one who liked it too hot. So putting a bit distance between the two would be good. Also, there was a chance the fire got out of hand and he didn't know how well Luffy would deal with it despite being close to him. So they had to stop the idiot quick before he set the restaurant and also their ship on fire. But someone other was quicker than himself. He kicked Pearl-sama. He injured Pearl-sama even more. Isn't he afraid of the fire? Sanji had kicked Pearl right in the face before dodging the counterattack. The cook blew some smoke in the air. Shitheads, what kind of chef would be afraid of fire? So cool, Luffy cheered behind him. Ace grinned. The cook was in for something after the battle. Luffy wouldn't leave that easily without trying to get Sanji on board. But they should then work on the mouth the cook had. Luffy's known amount of curse words should be limited. Suddenly his baby brother moved from behind him. A big morning star was thrown at them. Well, more at Sanji. Looked like Krieg wanted to take him out. Luffy pushed the morning star back. Just using his hands. Even if his baby brother used haki, he was going to feel how hot it was. It looked kinda too hot to touch for Luffy. Hot. Hot, Luffy chanted and shook his hand to cool them down. But throwing through the Morning Star back had a nice side effect. A mast was broken and it fell down on Pearl, knocking him out. Well, that was something positive. The annoying one was down and Krieg was going to fall down soon. As soon as Luffy was back on the track because his baby brother seemed really up for beating this idiot. Or maybe the other would just run away as he did with Mihawk. Now that would be nice. Because Ace didn't want to deal with this braggart any longer. He was itching to face the real strongest man in the world. A desire he hadn't expressed in front of his brother-in-law yet, and it should stay that way until they met the strongest man in the world. Ace studied the man carefully. Krieg seemed angry that his armor had been lightly cracked. The man had a tight grip on a spear-like weapon. The top seemed a bit strange. The thing was that Krieg seemed to have an arsenal of hidden weapons on his body and more. So Ace wouldn't be surprised if the top of the spear had some secret weapons, too, or hidden dangers. Maybe he should warn his baby brother. But one look at Luffy made Ace shake his head. His baby brother wouldn't be happy if he pointed that out. Luffy had always wanted to do things his way when it came to battles. So Ace as his big brother shouldn't help him until it became too dangerous for his baby brother. So what should he do? The other pirates were weak, even weaker than those bandits Luffy and he had beaten up all the time with Sabo. But they were all left to beat up. So Ace grinned and looked at them. Well, who's next? Sanji could only stare. He was shocked but also impressed. The blonde had never thought that this kid called Luffy was that strong despite looking and acting a bit, or maybe a lot, childish. Despite every weapon, Krieg threw at Luffy. The boy didn't back down and wasn't hit very often. There were some scratches on Luffy's arms and legs from a needle rain attack. But that didn't bother the boy. The boy had even hit Krieg through a spiked shield. It surprised him that there had been no blood. There should have been blood on the boy's fist or on the shield. And why did the arm look black for a moment? How was the kid so strong? And what exactly did the boy do? Watch them carefully. These brats aren't afraid of dying. You see this in their eyes, Zeph said next to him suddenly. The blonde looked surprised at the man who saved his life many years ago and took care of him since then. He had heard this, watch them carefully, often, or it was. Just watch carefully. It meant that he could learn something from that or it would be important. But Sanji couldn't see how just watching the two black-haired ones battle teach him something. To be not afraid of dying didn't help in a fight, did it? The green-haired risked his life for his dream. The older black-haired one is fighting all these guys because he supports his little brother. He would die just to protect his brother and what his brother is standing for. And the little one. He won't back down from a fight to fulfill his dream. Even if people would laugh at him or just think he couldn't do it, Zeph said with crossed arms. Dream? What was the kid's dream again? The kid had said something about going to the Grand Line. What exactly had Luffy said again? We plan to reach the top and traveling to the New World while aiming to achieve our dreams. I'm Luffy and I'll be the one who explored the whole Grand Line. Exploring the whole Grand Line? Traveling to the New World? Wait. His eyes widened. Zeph had told him one time that if the One Piece did really exist, it would be in the second part of the Grand Line. The New World. Exploring the whole Grand Line meant that Luffy was trying to find the One Piece. The treasure of the Pirate King Gold Roger. The treasure whose finder would become the next Pirate King. Sanji stared at the kid who had beaten Krieg. A boy around 17-year-old and around half a meter smaller than Don Krieg had beaten the pirate fleet admiral, Foul Play Krieg. But something seemed to have gone wrong about the last attack from Luffy. The boy seemed so quick on his feet and had been jumping around the whole fight. But now Luffy fell straight towards the water. Luffy, fly. Fly, Luffy, Ace shouted. But whatever the older wanted to tell the younger with that. Luffy didn't seem able to do it. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw how Ace's eyes widened and how the man wanted to jump into the ocean when the boy met the surface and sank quickly. But the old man held the older black-haired one back. You are not helping your brother with your inability to swim. You will probably both die. But Luffy can't swim neither. The voice of Ace sounded scared. Sanji kicked his shoes off and jumped into the water. Luffy had saved the Baratie risking his life during the fight against Don Krieg. So he wouldn't let the boy die because he couldn't swim. It would repay him in a strange way. He had to save him. Quickly Sanji moved his arms and legs to dive deeper and faster. He caught the boy around his waist. Sanji was quite surprised how easy it was to bring Luffy back to the surface and on board the Baratie again. The blonde had suspected that the kid weighed more because he had seen how much the two black-haired brothers had eaten. But no, Luffy was rather light. Ace was directly next to them when Sanji pulled them out of the water. The older one shook his little brother until he was hit by Law. The doctor of the crew, that was Sanji's guess, had come over. So the man had finished threatened the Marimo. Don't shake him like that, idiot. Move over and let me handle this. Do something useful and bring Zoro on our ship. But carefully. I had to get Beppo getting me some injections to knock him out. If you move Zoro and pull out some of the strings from the wounds, Law started to threaten, but Ace just leant down and pecked the doctor's lips. I'll know what you would like to try so you don't have to say it, Tereo, the fire user said and quickly went away. The facial expression of Law was quite interesting. First, there was only pure shock. Like the black hair didn't believe what the other just had done. Then there was a light red on Law's cheeks. It could be both embarrassment or anger. But Sanji would never know, as a cough got the doctor's attention. A cough from Luffy. This got Law into professional mode. The doctor mumbled something and Sanji was sure that he heard that the other wanted to cut Krieg apart and sent him to the Marines. You really want to stay here, Jin? Sanji looked at the other one. Yeah. I don't think after meeting Mihawk. I'm ready for traveling again. I wasn't even able to. Jin looked down on the water. He didn't seem to be able to talk about his feelings completely. But it was fine. The man had his heart in the right place but just had decided to follow the wrong people. I already talked with the old man. He said it is fine as long as you work here, too. I can guarantee you that you will get some hits from the old man. He said once he teaches via hitting. He did mean it, Sanji said. The blonde didn't say that Zeph had only agreed to that when he finally got his butt off and started to chase his dream. Sanji feared that it would make Jin feel bad that the blonde left so that the other had a place to stay. But to be true, since he had seen the fight between Luffy and Krieg and also talked a bit more with the crew, they stayed around because Zoro needed to rest some more and Luffy hadn't completely recovered from the paralyzing poison Krieg had on his needles. Of the kid, a feeling had grown inside him. A desire to follow his dream. To find the All Blue. A smile ghosted over his lips when he remembered the talk last night with Luffy and Ace. The older brother gave his little brother a piggyback ride. Neither had laughed about the idea of an ocean where every fish from all over the world can be found. Both had commented on how much tasty food that would be. But what was the most remarkable of the conversation was Luffy's statement, "It's a nice dream." A simple statement, but Sanji felt like it could also mean, "Let's make your dream come true," because of the way Luff had said it. And he was going to find it. This morning he had made up his mind. That was also before Zeph told him about this agreement. So it was truly fine for him to leave so that Jin could stay here. "Take care of the old man for me," Sanji said and lifted his backpack. Many of his stuff was already on the ship of his new crew. Like all his cooking items. Because the kitchen might have looked fine, but the utensils weren't in a good shape. It did make Sanji a bit wonder how they survived that long with Ace and Luffy on board. Jin looked at him and nodded. "Thank you, Sanji. Thank you for everything." Sanji just waved at him and started to make his way towards Shippy. That was how Luffy had introduced the ship. The other cook stood left and right, leaving a path for him to walk through. He could hear Patty and Karn scream. The blonde cook swiftly dodged their attacks and knocked them out with one kick to each, before he was back on his way. Luffy sat on the railing looking at him. "You don't say goodbye?" the boy asked, confused. "Don't ask, Luffy. Some people don't like saying goodbye," Law said next to the straw-hatted one. Sanji nodded and wanted to take the first step of the Baratie when he heard it. Sanji. Just his name. Just his name said by the old man. The old man who saved him all these years ago. The old man who taught him how to cook and how to fight. This one word made him froze. "Don't catch a cold." Sanji felt his underlip quiver. He fought with his tears but couldn't keep them from running down his cheeks. The blonde turned around and kneeled. "Owner Zeph, thank you. Thank you for everything. I will never forget what you have done for me." He pressed his head against the wooden planks and sobbed. The old man had done so much for him, and despite the way he acted towards Zeph, the old man had become like a father to him. Even if he would never say this out loud. So now he was leaving his father figure. Sanji could hear Patty and Karn now sobbing, too. That was when he lifted his head. Both of them were crying. "I'm going to miss you. Miss you, too, DMN. Now the other cooks were sobbing, too. Sanji didn't know if he should cry or smile. Because seeing the others like that just showed him how much they cared for him. That they didn't really want him to go but still somehow want him to go off on a journey to fulfill his dream. "Let's meet again, you shitty BSTRDS. Beppo carefully poked the blonde who was now the cook of their crew. Sanji looked with one shocked eye at him after he had introduced himself. "What is wrong with the cook?" Zoro asked and took a sip of his booze. "I don't know," Beppo said and tilted his head. "The bear can talk?" "I'm sorry," the mink directly apologized and bowed slightly. "You don't need to apologize every time, Beppo. Get used to it. I think every crew member we will recruit until a certain point will think there is something strange going on when they first met you," he heard Ace scolding him. Beppo blinked innocently at the black-haired Logia user. Wasn't it impolite to not apologize to others for that? Stop scolding Beepo, you meanie, Luffy piped up. Their future captain stood next to Zoro and had a small red ball in his left hand. Chaochu was jumping around next to Luffy's legs. So that meant Luffy intended to play ball with the dog. Luffy, how about you take Beepo with you when you go below to play with Chaochu? I deal with the meanie and our shocked cook, Law spoke up, and with a bright grin, Luffy pulled Beepo after him. Great idea, Tereo. Come on, Beepo. Let's play, the boy cheered, and Beepo couldn't help but smile, too. We will dock in Logtown and get everything we need. Food, wood for repairing the ship, log poses. Also, Zoro can get some new swords there. I heard the shops are pretty decent from the perspective of going to the Grand Line, Law said and pointed on an island on their map. I don't think we need to stock up the food, yet. Even with these 2 black holes our food supply should last for around 2 weeks. So the Marimo could buy his swords when we are on the Grand Line, Sanji said. The last words sounded a bit bitter. For some reasons, Law didn't know, yet, the cook and the swordsman always clashed. These two could be like children when they were in the same room. Something that irked the surgeon. Especially since Ace had started to use it to tease him by appointing Law to the mother figure. The Logia user had now to get used to being hit 10 more on the head. But that wasn't important at the moment. Law shook his head. He wanted to start explaining, but Beepo already started. Logtown is on the last island before we enter the Grand Line. It is close to Reverse Mountain, which lays the entrance. So it is the last place before we don't know how long it will take us until the next island, the polar bear mink stated. The maps we have from the Grand Line are only from some islands, which only shows the island a bit from the sea around it. Sanji looked curiously at them. There was a question in the visible eye which the cook didn't need to say. Because Law already started to answer, to navigate on the Grand Line, we need a log pose. A normal compass doesn't work on the Grand Line because of the magnetic fields of the islands. A log pose notices the magnetic waves of the island and it locks onto them. So a log pose always points to the next island, but you don't know how long it will take to get there. But it will always take us a step closer to the new world, which means becoming pirates and chasing after the One Piece, Luffy cheered with a grin. That was typical. He had wanted Luffy to sit by to learn about the responsibility as a captain. But it looked like the younger one wasn't really paying attention to the important details. Law sighed and poked against the smaller one's forehead. Stay focused on the topic of this meeting, Luffy, he scolded him lightly. Law then turned back to Sanji, but he could out of the corner of his eyes that a pout formed itself on Luffy's lips. Just out of curiosity, you said that you have to fulfill a promise first before you can hoist the color. Mind sharing a bit more details, so it is possible to be prepared in case something goes wrong, the blonde asked. That surprised Law a bit. The details of the promise hadn't been made clear to either Zoro or Sanji, yet. Both only knew that they could only hoist the color when they reached the new world. Ji-chan made us promise that we won't hoist it until we are in the new world, Luffy said. He could hear the hint of disappointment in the younger one's voice. Law sighed and patted Luffy's head. He wants us to stay low for reasons we can't tell you, yet. Not because we don't trust you. Luffy's instinct is incredible when it comes down to choosing people you can trust. But, for your own safety as well, the surgeon said. Also, be lucky if you never met Luffy's grandpa. The man is batshit crazy but also really strong. He would probably have taken on Krieg and his men alone without getting hurt and one-shot all of them, either at the same time or one after another. He has also a very bad habit of either throwing stuff at you or hit you when you do something wrong or for training matters. Law shivered slightly as he remembered how Garp decided that they were using cannonballs for their observation hockey. Nothing hurts more than Ji-chan's fist of love, Luffy mumbled and buried his face in Chaochu's fur. The dog had been on the boy's lap since the meeting had started. It was a way to keep Luffy to sit still. Sanji looked at them with an open mouth. It seemed as the other wanted to ask something, but a loud noise outside interrupted them. What were these two now doing on watch-out duty? Law stood up and went outside. He could hear that the other followed him. Neither Ace nor Zoro was in sight. But there were 2 men with each a sword. Great, they got boarded and now had to deal with these 2 because 2 certain idiots weren't doing their job. Johnny, Yasaku, what are you doing here? Looked who was talking now, wait. Zoro knew these 2 idiots. You know them, Zoro? Ace appeared with the green-haired swordsman behind them. Law noticed how despite not having dealt with the stowaways, yet, the Alpha was prepared to fight. Yeah, I know them. They are bounty hunters. I teamed up with them sometime. They are fine, Zoro explained, before he looked at the 2. No one has a bounty on board. So you shouldn't have any business to do here. That's right, Zoro and Ikki. We heard on our way to capture Arlong that Zoro and Ikki got in a big fight. So we decided to check on you and get the full details. Because there is no way that Zoro and Ikki would lose. Law didn't really listen to them. These two talk like you would expect twins to do sometime, or on rare occasions Luffy and Ace if something important to them like food was involved. It was enough for him to deal with these rare occasions, and since two were Zoro's friend the swordsman could deal with it. You know where Fishy is? Luffy suddenly asked and let Chaochu down. Fishy? Wait, that was the nickname Luffy had given to. You guys are after Arlong? Law was surprised. Neither Yasaku nor Johnny looked like they would be able to do well in a fight against a fishman. Well, Luffy didn't look like it either, but his stepbrother cousin had a much stronger aura than these two. Yeah, we heard where he has his base and thought about checking the area first before we attack, the black-haired one of the duo explained. Mind if we tag along? We wanted to check Fishy out for some rumors we heard about fishmen, Ace spoke up. He could feel how the other seemed more relaxed now. Law took a side glance at the youngest of them. He knew that the only reason why Ace had relaxed this quick was Luffy's behavior. The youngest had the best instinct with people, at least if they were worthy to trust. So since Luffy didn't get all defense with them, they should be fine. Law looked back to the two bounty hunters. Johnny and Yasaku mumbled something to each other before they looked at them and nodded. We would be honored to meet and travel with Zoro Aniki and his friends. This got Luffy cheering. Sanji, food. We need a party, he happily demanded. Well, looks like we are really going to need the stop in Logtown even more after the detour, Law said. He could hear Sanji sigh. The surgeon would have pitied the cook a bit, but he had been with Luffy and Ace for 9 years now and had to deal with their appetite that long as well. So it was nice to not have to deal with it the whole time ever again. Konomi Islands are in sight, Beppo shouted from the crow's nest. Don't dock somewhere close to the village, Ace ordered. For some reason, he had a bad feeling about these islands and he didn't know why. This only grew when Law next to him mumbled something which sounded like the word bad. His mate had been through a lot with him and Luffy during the time they were on Garp's ships. So when Law said bad, now it was very bad to a normal person, which meant it could be dangerous. The surgeon was looking with a telescope to the islands. Are we in trouble yet? Ace asked. Not yet. But it is probably as I thought. There is something wrong about Arlong's low bounty, Law said and offered him the telescope to look. Ace didn't know what he should expect when he took it. He lifted it to his eyes and was, well, shocked at the sight of the village. The houses were upside down. The windows and doors were broken or left hanging in a weird angle. The only slightly positive thing was that there were no people who had to deal with these living conditions. But, the thought was followed by a bitter one. Were there even people who survived this attack? You think Arlong and his group have done this? Ace asked and lowered the telescope to look at Law. The other one nodded. There is no other person in the East Blue who has the power to do that. Well, no other person we know of. Also, according to the information Johnny and Yasaku had, Arlong has been in this area for around 10 years. So he had come here shortly after his stay in Impel Down, the surgeon said. So we better be careful because the bounty most likely doesn't say anything about his true potential? Maybe we should leave someone else with Beppo on the ship then. To be true, I thought we could hide the ship and this time take Beppo with us. I know we are still in the East Blue and people will be shocked if they see a mink. But when dealing with fishmen, Beppo's electro technique will be very helpful. Also, I don't think some of the others want to be left behind. Ace thought about it and then nodded. Yeah, none of the others would like to stay behind if there was a chance of fighting against a fishman while being on the island. We could tie Zoro to the ship, he then offered more as a joke than a serious idea. Law glared at him. So the other hadn't understood that it was a joke. Now since Law glared him like that, it only meant? I swear if Shippy gets damaged because of one stupid idea from you, you repair Shippy yourself and you will sleep on the floor. There it was. A typical threat from Law to him. Luckily, the surgeon didn't threaten him to cut him open any longer. But wait. You support Luffy's stupid name for the ship? Ace could only stare at the other in shock. He never expected that from his mate. You know there could be worse. Remember the one time your grandpa asked to name the new marine ship? The Logia user thought for a moment before he started to laugh because of that particular memory. Flashback. A 9-year-old Luffy, a 12-year-old Ace and a 13-year-old Law stood with Khorasan and Garp in front of the new dog-themed marine ship. The doggy looks like Jichan's mask, the youngest declared loud. Garp laughed out loud and petted Luffy's head. Want to name it, Luffy? The oldest of the group asked. I'm allowed to name your ship? Luffy looked up in surprise but was cheerful. Be ready for a strange name, Ace whispered to Law. The slightly taller one didn't change his expression. So there wouldn't be a vocal reaction from the other. Ace rolled his eyes and looked back to his adoptive grandfather. Garp had lifted Luffy on his shoulders and was now standing directly in front of the ship. Now crash the bottle on that point and name it. Ace wanted to laugh. Their grandpa let Luffy just name the ship without hearing the suggestion first. His baby brother tilted his head. Then he crashed the bottle on the ship. I'm naming you Bad Doggy. Ace was on the ground laughing about the name. Flashback ends. The shitty geezer never learned after that, Ace said with a grin. See, I think the name is fine. I don't think our ship will last long enough when we don't find a shipwright in the East Blue or early on the Grand Line, Law mumbled and touched the railing. AC sighed. Pity. I somehow hope we are able to reach the new world with the ship. After all, we saved up for this since we promised each other to travel together 7 years ago, he said and looked a bit sad at the ship. Tell the others to prepare to dock. We will carefully check out the village and then the area, Law said. And make sure you hold Luffy's hand. Ace looked at him in shock. The surgeon couldn't mean that. But one glance at the other told him how serious the taller one was. I'm not Luffy's babysitter. I know. But you are his big brother and don't dare to deny it, but you have a brother complex. It makes me sometimes wonder if you would want to mate with Luffy. Law's voice had a teasing tone. Ace felt his cheeks heat up. Yes, he admitted that he had a brother complex. But who could blame him for not developing one after they had lost a brother? Luffy was his precious baby brother. But it wasn't that bad. Luffy is my baby brother. I would never do that with Luffy. In case, Luffy should stay innocent until he is 30. Law chuckled. Isn't that kinda mean? I mean, as far as we know, Luffy already had a crush on someone. We didn't meet because we were sick. But you saw how sad he was that he couldn't really say goodbye. Are you going to survive a pouty, sad Luffy? Stop teasing me or I'll show you later. Ace let his sentence open in the end. But he had stepped closer to Law. His lips slided over a certain spot on the taller one's neck. A delicious gasp escaped the surgeon and he felt the other's hand on his shoulders. BSTRD. Ace grinned. He seriously started to love teasing the other this way. You know you love me. A groan was his only answer, which made him chuckle. The part of the Konomi Islands where they had docked and had hidden their ship was empty. There wasn't anything in the closer area except the destroyed town. So after a short discussion, they decided to look around in a bigger area. The result was a tangerine plantation. Law sighed. Why did it have to be food? They had to hold Ace and Luffy back because the soft smell of the plants was delicious and only made their black holes of a stomach growl. Law hit both of them slightly on the head. Don't just go after every food you guys smell. Someday it will get us into trouble. How about you start thinking with your brains first instead of thinking your stomachs, he scolded them. The reactions of the two brothers were different. Ace looked at him with a challenging glance and some kind of a smirk which reminded Law of the moments when the other teased him after they started this relationship. Luffy instead just pouted and whined, but Tereo, they smell so nice. Law groaned and wanted to say something. But a female voice spoke up first. You can buy some. For the right price, of course. A light blue-haired woman appeared in front of them. She had a friendly smile on her face and winked at them during her last two words. I'll pay any price you say, Sanji said and even kneeled in front of the woman. Oi, Arrow Cook, don't think about spending all of the money tangerines. I still want some booze, Zoro said. Law sighed. He had a feeling that this would end in one of their discussions again. What did you say, you stupid Marimo? These tangerines are much more worthy to buy than some stupid sake. How he hated being right about these two. Don't even think about fighting against each other. Otherwise, Law let the thread open. He was sure that they both know what he would do. So he didn't need to say it in front of this woman who would probably be a bit skeptic if he threatened his crew to cut them apart. We would like to buy one bag. If these two black holes say it smells good, they have to be worthy. Also, mind telling us a bit of the destroyed town at the beach close by? It looks like a monster rampaged there, Law said to the woman. She had a skeptical look in her eyes. It made him wonder if she would tell them or not. How about you wait inside? I'll prepare you tangerines. It will take a few minutes, the blue-haired woman said. So they waited. Sanji and Zoro were still bickering. But that was acceptable because they didn't try to beat each other up and he was able to ignore them so he could think in peace while Ace kept Luffy busy and Beppo looked around curiously but didn't move. Johnny and Yasaku just stood in one corner and watched Zoro's and Sanji's bickering. Law wasn't really sure if they would get the story from Nojiko, as the blue-haired introduced herself. She had an unsure look in her eyes which hinted at an inner conflict. But Nojiko surprised him when she came back inside with a bag and started to talk. You don't know how right you are with your suggestion of a monster. It will probably be the best for you to leave as quickly as possible before they notice you. She did look a bit worried. So your guess was right that Arlong and his crew are responsible for that, Law, Ace said, but Law lifted a hand. To make sure that the others didn't speak. Nojiko already looked a bit shocked that they seemed to know exactly who the monster was. Just out of curiosity. Arlong has been here for quite some time, right? A nod was all he needed as an answer before he carried on. So what happens when some Marines come here? Arlong is a pirate with a bounty. They won't just let him be if they knew what he is doing. Law's eyes were fixed on Nojiko. The woman sighed and there was a sad gleam in her eyes. I don't remember seeing any marine ships in the last years, well, before last week. There had been a ship close by. We were quite surprised because after what happened to Gosa village, the destroyed one, we didn't have any hope left to be helped by them. But as quickly as the little hope to be saved appeared, it disappeared as well. The ship didn't last long against Arlong and his crew. Law nodded. So the marines around here seemed to be powerless against Arlong. He frowned. Even if the ship had been destroyed and everyone on board killed, the headquarters in the East Blue would know. A week without the sighting of another marine ship to investigate seemed off. Especially with the rumors Johnny and Yasaku had told about Arlong being in this part of the East Blue, Law would have suspected that they would call for higher-ups to investigate. Because that was the standard. If there was an opponent too strong to be beaten by the Marines in the Blue, they would either get help from another Blue or directly from Grand Line Marines. The 1 week seemed also too long since this stupid absolute justice fraction within in the Marine had gotten stronger. This kind of people wouldn't let any pirate or person, who they saw as a criminal, run wild that easily. Even if it meant that some of the more radical examples of absolute justice had no problem killing or hurting innocent civilians as long as they reached their goal. It was laughable to even think that these Marines would be fine with letting a pirate group stay anywhere on an island with a headquarters. So there had to be more, much more than they thought. Maybe he should call Khorasan. His adoptive father should still be in the East Blue with Garp. Maybe they had some more information or they could help the people here, because as strong as Arlong was, Law believed that Monkey D. Garp was stronger. And that way, they wouldn't be the heroes again. Something that would make Luffy happy to be not called a hero. Hey, stay away from the Mekons. A loud female voice interrupted his thoughts. Nojiko looked shocked before she hurried outside. Law jumped up to hold Sanji back. We don't rush in until we know what is going on, he ordered. Out of the corner of his eyes, Law saw Ace snarling. So the other had a little trouble with this order, but from the way he moved, the surgeon knew that his mate would follow the order. The scene they met outside was definitely not what he was expecting. Marines went around the tangerine plants to search for something. A young woman with short orange hair was chasing after them to make them stop. So she must be the one who had screamed or well more shouted. But it seemed like her efforts would be useless. Captain Nezumi, we found the treasure. Shichichi, good work. Now, little girl, you should be lucky that we don't charge you for your little acts as a thief. So we only take the treasure. It should be close to 100 million berry. Nojiko, the young woman and a man with a pinwheel on his head looked shocked at the Marine. Law narrowed his eyes. This captain definitely didn't have a devil fruit and he also couldn't see the treasure. So how was the man able to guess its content with such an accuracy that it seemed like a shock to the owner? How do you know the amount? Nojiko asked tonelessly. If you know the exact amount, then you must know the reason, too. Nami collected this money for the village. To free us from Arlong. Why are you doing this instead of capturing Arlong and his crew? The pinwheel man shouted, but he was hit by a Marine. Don't question us. We know what are we doing, the Marine captain said with a cruel grin. It made Law feel anger deep down inside. These types of Marines were even worse than these believers of absolute justice. This Marine captain belonged to the type of greedy, power-hungry, easy corrupted ones. You are working with Arlong, the orange-haired woman mumbled. You are working with Arlong. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to know the exact amount, Nami now shouted and attacked the Marine captain. At least, she tried. The young woman was pushed out of the way by Nojiko who took a shoot for her. Nojiko. Luffy, no. The voice of Ace next to him made Law turn his head to see what the youngest was up to. Only to find out that Luffy wasn't with them any longer. The youngest of their group had already sent the Marine captain flying with a hockey-infused punch. You don't deserve to be called Marine, Luffy shouted. The hands clenched to fists. Well, that meant they will be in lots of trouble when Garp heard that. He could already feel the fist of the crazy old Vice Admiral, Luffy and Ace called their grandpa. And to make it worse, the fight wasn't over, yet. It just started with taking out corrupted Marines. Luffy was angry. He didn't care what his brother and the other screamed after him. He was running straight to the place called Arlong Park. What was wrong with the people who had power on this island? The Marines didn't protect the innocent. No, instead of doing that they were helping the bad pirates. These Marines were a disgrace to his grandfather's and his adopted granduncle's work. So he had a good reason to hit them. Luffy believed that his grandpa would have hit the Marine, too. And the fishmen, from what he heard they acted a bit like Celestial Dragon. Perhaps not as wars as them but close. It made Luffy angry because he had heard the stories about Fisher Tiger from his grandpa. A man who had invaded Mariager and had freed many slaves despite their race. A man who then had become a pirate with many former slaves to protect the citizens on his home island. Fisher Tiger was a fisherman that his grandfather respected despite the piracy. The man had only attacked when needed and never killed. His grandpa had even ignored the pirate ship when it was in their sight. Why should I try to catch them for some people who don't know anything about morals? That had been his grandpa's words to his crew every time the boat of the Sun Pirates had been in their sight. His grandpa didn't want to catch because he didn't want to support the slavery done by the celestial dragons. He also wanted to give people a chance for a peaceful life despite their heritage or their race. Something he shared with his granduncle. Both of them did a lot against slavery even if it wasn't known to the world, because then they would risk their ranks within in the marine and wouldn't be able to help people as much as they did now. These marines and fishermen acted against everything Luffy had learned from his grandpa and his granduncle about this justice they believe in. He had forgotten how they called it, but he couldn't let these pirates and marines go on, because they went against the dream of a better place for everyone. He couldn't this happen. He was fine with people going against the world government to protect people dear to them. He would even support them when he wasn't called a hero then. But, hurting people who couldn't defend themselves, disrespecting his grandpa's dream, even if they didn't know about it, was something he couldn't let happen. Luffy could already see the gate to the so-called Arlong Park. He wrinkled his nose. It did remind him of the amusement park his grandpa had taken Ace, Law and him once. The park had been nice, but the environment hadn't been. Luffy shook his head slightly. He didn't have time to think about the amusement park, and he definitely didn't have time to do sightseeing. He clenched his right hand into a fist and let Haki color his arm in a dark black. With one punch the gate was shattered and thrown backwards. Luffy stopped in its place. His hat shadowed his eyes, in which seemed to burn a fire. A fishman with a long nose looked annoyed at him. "What does a pipsqueak like you want here?" Luffy cracked his knuckles slightly. "I'm going to kick your butt." The statement seemed to surprise the fishmen or not. Laughter could be heard. So they didn't take him seriously. Well, that would be an advantage for him. Take the brat out quickly. Two fishmen started to run towards him. He easily dodged their attacks. But when they tried to cut him, he was pushed down from behind by a human hand. He could feel the slashes go over his head and heard the sizzling noise of fire. His attackers gasped. "I would appreciate it if you don't try to cut my little brother apart." Looked like the others caught up. DMN, it would have been fun to fight them all on his own. But well, at least his big brother didn't sound angry at him. To be true, he sounded more amused than everything else. The attacks went right through him. He is made out of fire? The attackers sounded surprised. So they weren't familiar with devil fruits. Nice, that would make it even easier. He took a quick turn under his brother's hand and kicked the two shocked opponents away. Stop being shocked. I have to say it is indeed a surprise to see a devil fruit user here in the East Blue. But remember, they are weak to water. So how about we throw them into the ocean to teach them a lesson? Shahahahaha. The long-nosed fishman laughed. Luffy growled in anger. He hated opponents like that. He only wanted to crush them more than. He felt the hand of his brother patting his shoulder. A slight grin appeared on Luffy's lips. He knew what his big brother wanted to tell him with that. He tapped his left foot quickly on the ground before he speeded over to the laughing fishman and sent him flying with a punch. Arlong-san. So this one was Arlong. The man who controlled all of this. Arlong snarled at them. He did look kinda angry. Arlong-san, let us deal with them. Perhaps Momu will finish them even before we need to do something, a black-haired fishman said. Another one with 6 arms stepped forward and used his mouth to make some trumpet-like sounds. From the ocean surfaced a big sea king which reminded Luffy a bit of a cow. Ace, look. How much meat would we get from that? The straw-hatted boy said with a grin. I wonder how it would taste, Ace spoke with a thoughtful voice. But flames were already dancing around his hand. Stop thinking about food, you two idiots, when you decide to start a fight, Law's annoyed voice cut through the air. The surgeon stood in place of the gate, which Luffy had destroyed. Right and left from Law stood Sanji and Zoro. Behind them was Beppo, who seemed ready for a fight, too. All 4 of them seemed prepared. Zoro even had the swords from Johnny and Yasaku, who tired to hold the villagers back. Beppo shouted and hit the big sea king cow with an electro-enhanced kick. The creature let a painful sound, which made Luffy shudder out before it slowly sank back under the surface. The boy felt pity for the monster because it only seemed to be used as a tool for the fishmen, despite it being closer related to them. But Beppo's attack had one advantage. The fishmen seemed shocked how easy the Sea King had been defeated. So they weren't familiar with minks. This would give Beppo a great advantage in fighting them when he could get close to them. The fishman captain screamed angrily. This got their opponents out of their shock and they attacked. "Try not to have too much fun," Ace teased him and heated up a blade which would have scratched him. Meanie, Luffy only answered and kicked their opponent. During the fight, it became clear that there were three main fights going on. One was between this long black-haired ray fish, if Luffy remembered it right, and Sanji. Even if Luffy was a bit away from them, he could still hear the fishman boasting about his strength. Something about being a level 40 practitioner of this martial art and being superior over Sanji. Even if it was clear that the blonde cook was able to hold himself against the fishman in the fight. The second fight was Zoro against an octopus who felt kinda nice, well at least he did have honor. The fishman introduced himself as Hachan and was the second best swordsman on Fishman Island. The octopus fought with 6 heavy-looking swords, but despite that and the fact that Zoro hadn't recovered fully, yet, the fight looked even. It made him grin proudly. The 2 crew members they had picked up in the East Blue were already strong enough to hold their own against fishmen on the land. So the transition in power difference between opponents in the East Blue and opponents in Paradise wouldn't be too difficult for them. Luffy had to giggle about Beepo's fight with a smelt-whiting fishman. The guy shot water from his mouth like a pistol. But Beepo was too quick for the other. The polar bear mink landed a few hits on the fishman which only seemed to PSS him off more. It made Luffy a bit wonder why Beepo didn't use Electro because he was sure that the other would one-shot his opponent. But he didn't have the time to think about it or even look how Ace and Law were handling the other members of the crew because Arlong attacked him. There was a dangerous gleam in the eyes of the fishman captain. It only seemed to get worse when he dodged every attack delivered in his direction. Luffy had a very uneasy feeling about this. It wasn't that he thought that he wouldn't be able to win a fight against the other. No, he felt bad about Arlong. Something he hadn't felt when he first had caught a glimpse of the eyes. What could be the reason for this change? It must have happened in the last few minutes. Wait. It couldn't be the punch or the fact that they were able to compete with them in fights. That couldn't be the reason, right? "Stop dodging, you pipsqueak," Arlong sounded angry while he still tried to hurt him. Was the other angry because he can't land a hit on him? Well, if it was that way, he should lead Arlong away from the others. Sure, Law and Ace could use hockey. Sanji, Beepo and Zoro were also quite good at reading their opponents, but they still had their own fights to fight. So he would only put them into danger when he let Arlong stay close to them. "If you want to hit me, you need to be faster," Luffy teased with a grin. The pure intention to just PSS off this man more on his mind. And it worked well. Because the movements of the fishman got angrier and even easier to predict for him. This fight just became a little easier because of his speed advantage. Ace grinned when they were victorious. Law had kneeled down to take care of Zoro who had won but was now suffering the effect of pushing him more than his body was able to at the moment. Ace would feel pity for the swordsman when Law started to scold him for not taking care enough. But well, it was nice to see to someone else getting scolded by his mate. Ace looked to Beepo and Sanji who seemed fine except being a bit tired after fighting against the fishman. That was good. With this crew, they would be able to pass the first half of the Grand Line. Only a shipwright would be nice to make sure their ship would last as well. Ace turned to the building. It was the only thing left which demonstrated the power of the fishman. He grinned and set it on fire. He might have respect for other races but not for bad pirates. Heritage be med in this case. A devilish grin on his face, he turned away from the building. But then stopped. Where was his baby brother? His eyes wandered around and widened when he didn't catch a glimpse of a straw hat or a bright grin. He felt a panic started to rise inside him. Luffy wouldn't be inside the building he just set on fire, wouldn't he? Then he heard it. Rumbling sounds which hinted a fight coming out of the building he just set on fire. Oh shit. Law, please tell me. Luffy isn't inside the building. He felt something hit him. He probably deserved it. You idiot, check before you set a building on fire, Law scolded him. That was all he needed to hear to know that his precious baby brother was inside. Sanji, Beepo, make sure everyone stays safe. I'll get Luffy, he screamed. How stupid could he have been to not check where Luffy was? His baby brother had developed a strange fear of fire since the fire in the gray terminal. Small ones Luffy could handle. But this was going to a big one and Luffy was inside a building. He was sure his baby brother wouldn't be able to move any longer, he would be trapped by the fire. Ace took the first steps to run inside but stopped when someone flew out of a window on one of the higher floors, which the flames hadn't reached, yet. It was Arlong. The fishman crashed into a wall close to the sea entrance and stayed there. Most likely not even conscious any longer. Then he heard it. A very light noise he had grown sensitive for. It made him feel eased and he looked to his left side to see his baby brother who had landed on his feet. The 2 pairs of transparent wings with a red-brownish color near Luffy's back were still showing but also slowly disappearing. Ace didn't notice the reaction of their crew members. He was just happy that Luffy was outside the building. Ace pulled his younger brother in a hug which got him a confused look. "I'm sorry," he whispered in Luffy's ear. "Huh? Why are you sorry? Did you have your doubts again?" Ace couldn't believe the airhead. He hits baby brother on the head lightly. "Everything is all right. How about we just celebrate our victory?" Nezumi was angry. How could this lowlife pirate scum destroy his business with Arlong and beat him up twice? He growled. He lost a lot of money because of them. He was going to make them pay. Making sure that there was a bounty on their heads or at least one of them would be the first step. 3 of the crew had a devil fruit. He may not know which type, but in the right places one could get a lot of money for devil fruit users. Maybe he could tip a friend of and get lots of money from the deal. A smirk graced his lips. He was going to be rich because of them, or they will be punished for what they are. Low-life pirate scum. On the next day, there were 3 new wanted posters in the newspaper. All 3 showed black-haired males. One being a teenager and the 2 others being young adults. One of the young adults with northern-style fur hat with black spots showed the photographer the middle finger, which had an A tattoo on it, and had a very annoyed expression. But the lips showed the hint of a smirk. Trafalgar Law 25 million. The other young adult wore an orange cowboy hat with 2 smiles on it. The young man had a devilish grin on his face, and in the background was a burning building. Port Gas Ace 30 million. The picture of the teen was friendly. He looked over his shoulder in the camera. A big grin on his face and one hand on a straw hat. A bit blurry in the background was something orange with an angry expression. Monkey D. Luffy 35,000,000 chapter text. Law had to suppress a laugh. It was quite funny to see how much trouble Sanji seemed to have with Luffy's devil fruit. You know, Luffy rarely transforms completely. It's only the wings he would use more often and perhaps the eyes or some hybrid stuff, he said amused. Sanji glared at him. I don't see how that should make it better that he can't control his size. He may have great control over the body parts he transforms or mixes. But when he transforms completely, his whole body is around 1.2 meters long, which means he has a wingspan from around 2 meters. You saw how big they were when he only transformed part of his back to be able to fly. Ace interrupted the cook and added with an amused grin, that is a lot bigger than the normal species. So you can't tell me you are afraid of a 10 centimeters long insect if Luffy would get it under control. It was clear to see on the Logia user's face that he was amused about the fact that Sanji is afraid of bugs. Well, if Law hadn't misunderstood, Sanji was only afraid of them. When they reached a certain length, Luffy only stood by and watched the discussion. If Sanji is afraid, does that now mean that Sanji and I can't be friends any longer because I am an insect Zoan? The future captain asked and blinked innocently. Oh shit, Law knew this glance. This was a very dangerous glance. Because it gave Luffy a puppy look. A kicked puppy look. And this was the look that triggered Ace's brother complex, and also Law himself couldn't resist wanting to hurt the person who was the reason for that. No, Sanji said quickly. I still want to be your friend, it's just, the blonde did look nervous. Law sighed. Maybe he should help him out. After all, Sanji was a crew member and had proved to be a very good addition. You know, we could try to cure you of this fear. That way we can also make Luffy train more so that he can become a smaller dragonfly, the surgeon suggested. He noticed how unsure Sanji looked at him. But Luffy seemed cheerful. That means Sanji and I can remain friends, the straw-hatted boy cheered and jumped a little up and down. Nah, Sanji, I'm hungry. Can we have some snacks? Typical Luffy, but it did seem to make Sanji calm. Law studied Luffy and smirked. The boy maybe was hungry all the time, but this time he asked to help Sanji. It did show that Luffy was learning a bit how to help his crew member. But before Sanji went to the kitchen, the news crow was heard. Everyone was quite curious if there would be a report about Konomi Island. Law hoped not. Otherwise, they were in trouble. When he unfolded the paper, the wanted posters fell to the ground. His eyes widened slightly as he recognized 3 very familiar faces on the posters. Oh shit. Garp was going to kill them. During the time Ace and Luffy had been with Garp, Dayton had made it a routine to visit Makino's bar once a week. Just to share stories about their little brats, who were now grown up and traveling on their own, or to get new information about them. The bandit leader would never admit it, but she missed them a lot. Even if they caused her lots of trouble. But still, they were her brats. With a nice conversation and a nice bottle of sake on her mind, Dayton entered the bar. To her surprise, there were much more people than usual. It seemed like they were celebrating something. Ah, Dayton-san, I have to show you something, Makino said cheerfully and waved her over to a free bar stool, which the barmaid seemed to have reserved for her. Dayton was quite surprised about her behavior. It was normal, but something told the bandit leader that it was a bit happier than normal. So what is going on, Makino? Dadab asked when she sat down. The green-haired barmaid only smiled and laid 3 wanted posters on the counter in front of her. All 3 showed black-haired teens or young adults. Dayton's eyes widened. 2 of them were her brats. Ace and Luffy. They have reached the new world already, she asked even if she didn't believe it. These were her brats, they were talking about. They attracted lots of trouble. Even if Law was quite good keeping them out of trouble, there was a limit of what the oldest of the trio could handle. And Ace and Luffy would be able to push it over the limit quite easily. No, the article said they fought against some marine on the Konomi Islands. It was briefly mentioned that they also beat a pirate named Arlong who had a bounty around 20 million berries, Makino told her. Dayton felt a grin on her lips. She looked at the wanted posters again. Both of her brats looked quite happy in the pictures. Also, they beat someone worth 20 million berries. She felt proud. But wait. Konomi Islands. If she remembered it right, these islands were still in the East Blue. Dayton started to laugh. I told him they would hoist the color earlier, she said and grabbed her cup of sake. A silent toast to her brats and Law for becoming wanted people. For becoming pirates. He couldn't believe it. On his desk were the new wanted posters out of the East Blue. 3 of them had caught his attention. Monkey D. Luffy, Portgas D. Ace. Trafalgar Law. These 3 shouldn't be wanted, yet. He had made them promise to call when they leave the East Blue. Something they hadn't done, yet. So he was quite sure that they were still in the East Blue. He sighed. How would his old friend react if he saw this? If this old friend would be close by, he would most likely break into his office through the wall. But luckily said friend was far away from the island at the moment. So the walls of his office were safe. But that didn't save him from getting a call from certain friend. I thought you agreed to help out preventing that they get a bounty. The Denden Mushi mimicked an angry face. Garp, there was nothing I could have done to prevent this. The headquarter in the East Blue appointed those bounties. I only got them a few minutes ago together with the reports. There is something strange about this report. Because it said that they attacked without a reason and were a hindrance to arrest Arlong. Could you check it out as long as you are still in the East Blue? I can believe that they fought against Arlong. But I can't believe that they attack Marine without any real reason. The report was given in by a Marine captain named Nozumi, he said looking into the report for the name. He could hear the other mumbling something which sounded a lot like, going to give them a fist of love. Garp, you can hunt them down after you checked Konomi Islands and have taken the former Marine Captain Morgan into custody to bring him here. That is an order, he made sure to sound strict. Don't worry. I'll tell them to call you, Senny. So you get their side of the story. Bwahahaha. Gotcha. Sengoku could only stare at the Denden Mushi. This man was going to be the death of him. The fleet admiral sighed and looked at the wanted posters again. Ace looked quite proud the way he stood in front of the burning headquarter of Arlong. Law seemed annoyed in his wanted poster because he flipped off the photographer. Typical Law if you bothered him too much and he wasn't allowed to use his devil fruit. But there was a hint of a smirk at the tips of Law's lips. Luffy had a big grin on his face. His eyes were nearly closed. Looked like the youngest was having fun despite the annoyed-looking Ace in the background. Maybe. Just maybe it was for the best to let them be pirates now. Scum. Only worthless, weak scum tried to be hired by him. He snarled when one of these weaklings came into his cabin. I'm sorry, Captain. Titha. Oh, other thought you would want to see this. The scum stumbled and offered him 2 wanted posters. Both showed black-haired teens or young adults. Why would those weaklings think he would be interested in snot-nosed brats, completely ignoring that their bounties were quite high? But then he saw the names. Ace. Luffy. These names made his blood boil. He felt anger rose inside him. He grabbed the scum. Where? He growled and tightened the grip on the weakling's throat. P-Paper S said Konomi Islands. That was the choked and stumbled answer. He threw the weakling to the ground. Set sail to Konomi Islands. I have some brats to kill. Razanandi stared at the Denden Mushi he wasn't allowed to use, yet. He was torn between trying to be patient until Garp had found them and ignoring the order and just call them. He chewed on his lips and looked at their wanted posters again. Luffy looked so happy in the picture. Law and Ace, too. Even if it was much more hidden with these 2. But that was beside point. They weren't out of the East Blue, yet, and they already had gotten a bounty on their heads. It worried him. How did they even get in the first place? None of them was the type to break a promise after all. Also, it worried him that the newspaper said they attacked Marines. Without a reason. That did go against the rule Garp had taught them. Only attack Marine if they were a threat to them. And this rule made it kinda hard to believe that they would attack Marines without a reason. He curled his lips into a pout. He didn't even have a chance to listen in when Garp had the talk with Senku. His adopted father would most likely have the most information. But no. Nothing was said to him. Except that their heritage wasn't the reason, as it wasn't mentioned in the report. That was a small thing that calmed his nerves. But there was another reason why he was worried now. Now that Law had a bounty his brother would know. Rocinante was sure that Doflamingo would try to get his hands on Law and made him perform the operation to grant him an eternal life. He started chewing on his lips, worried about his oldest baby. Yes, they were all three his babies despite now being grown up. Oi, Rocinante, stop staring at the den mushy. We will get them before they leave the East Blue, Garp said, laughing. The blonde looked at the older man. He seriously wanted to have Garp's positive attitude. Because he wasn't so sure that they would get them before entering the Grand Line. He sighed and looked onto the ocean. Despite now being nearly 20 years away from the place he once called his home, he still hadn't found her, yet. It was also strange to still feel a bit homesick, even if he could never return and didn't call it home any longer. He had failed to find her, yet, and because of him being here right now where he was probably marked as a traitor. Something that only bothered him a bit. The life he had now was much easier for him. The pressure which normally was always on his bag had been lifted by his captain and this crew. Now if he could only find a clue to her. He turned his head when he heard steps. A teen, well more a young adult, stepped closer with a stack wanted posters in his right hand and a single one in his left hand. These are the new ones. There are some women wanted. But I don't know if she is one of them, the teen said and gave him the stack. He nodded in thanks. A small smile appearing on his face. He would look over these posters later. Now he was a bit more curious about the soft look in the younger one's eyes. Found your mate, little one? His small smile turned into a smirk when the young adult blushed and he could hear a groan. Please, not you, too. The others already had a field trip with it. He laid a hand on the boy's head and tousled his hair. If you say so. But shouldn't you start hiding then? After all, Mr. Gossip Lover will return soon. The teen groaned and folded the wanted poster carefully. The only thing he was able to see from the picture was a big grin. Now that was interesting. She sighed and put another wanted poster in the fire. She had to destroy them before someone noticed the similarities. It would be bad for the kid. Not even on the Grand Line and already having powerful enemies on his tracks. No, that couldn't happen. A bit sad, she looked at the last poster. Pity, they all needed to be destroyed. Are you done yet? A male voice spoke up behind her. This is the last one, she said and put it in the fire. Good. So no one here will suspect something. It's still sad that we had to burn all of them. Do you think we will meet him? I'm curious how similar they are. If they are anything alike, we will meet him for sure. Joker, how could you do that to my boyfriend? A young woman stormed at him. Doflamingo sighed. There she went again. He should seriously consider to not let her walk around alone any longer. Even if this was quite entertaining at some points, it was also starting to become annoying. He easily dodged her attacks. Maybe it would be okay to let her vent her anger a bit and then calm her down. That would be the best. She was too emotional at the moment, even if she most likely only felt needed, not loved by her boyfriend. This attitude of her was going to get her killed one day, or maybe it would influence the whole family. If it wasn't also to their use? Young master, you have to see this. Doflamingo turned his head to see Jorah coming towards them with a wanted poster in her hand. He lifted his fingers to trap baby 5 in his strings and turned completely to his other female officer. This one came with the newspaper today. Jorah now turned the poster so he could see the picture and the name. Trafalgar Law. It had been some years since he last read this name. Not since his own brother by blood had betrayed him and disappeared with the brat and the Opop no Mi. Not even Virgo could have found them using the Marines. Well, looked like he would get a chance for eternity again. Where? East Blue. We are already working on getting more information. Good. Tell me as soon as you know more. I have to deal with a young woman's tantrum now. He took a sip from his bottle and grinned about the wanted posters laying in front of him. Monkey D. Luffy. The kid looked interesting, and even without being able to see the eyes, he knew the boy must have a lot of potential. Otherwise, the straw hat wouldn't have gotten into his hands. He was quite curious about meeting this Luffy kid. But another one got his attention. Portgas D. Ace. The facial structure of the young man reminded him of someone. Someone who died years ago. If it wasn't for the freckles on the boy's cheeks and the different hat, he would have thought about seeing a ghost. Especially with the look in the young man's eyes. He had seen it countless times and hadn't known if he should shake his head or just laugh it off. I wonder if one of them will inherit your title, Captain, he mumbled despite being alone in the room. Well, looks like we have been saved from pirates by pirates, Nojiko mused to her younger sister who was packing her stuff. Nami just shrugged. I would prefer if they weren't pirates nor Marines. But well, it can't be helped. Her little sister lifted her backpack. Are you going to be okay with the plantation? Nojiko grinned. Yeah. Don't worry. The village will be fine, too. After all, he did quite help to build it up again. But even if he did that, are you sure that you would want him as your traveling guide? She studied her little sister carefully. Don't worry, Nojiko. He always treated me good. Also, he sees it as a chance to somehow make it up to me, Nami said with a smirk. Nojiko shook her head lightly in amusement. That is an advantage, but why didn't you ask them to take you with them? They don't appear to be the type to stay in the East Blue. You answered the question yourself. They will go the Grand Line quite fast. They are going to be troublesome, I can tell just looking at their bounties. I could never concentrate on my maps if I went with them. She sighed. What were the others doing that took so long? She was tired of laying low like she had done it for the last month. But she had to. Otherwise, the marine captain of this town would notice her and that could lead to some awkward questions she would rather not answer. That was under the condition that the man remembered her. But she wasn't one to gamble on pure luck. So staying low and waiting for the others would be her best option. To get her mind somewhere else, she turned her focus on the newspaper again. First the articles about the local town. She lifted an eyebrow. Did she overestimate the marine captain of this town? It seemed so. Because he hadn't been able to catch this rude person who acted like some kind of mafia boss. Or maybe the marine captain wasn't really into capturing guys like that and focused only on pirates. Even if it wasn't a good excuse, it would be a reasonable excuse in her eyes, because there came lots of pirates to this town. So maybe the captain was too busy dealing with pirates than with mafia bosses. She put the newspaper away and started to look at the bounties. Her eyes widened when she saw the last three. She knew these three. She had met them some time ago. She frowned. Why would these three be pirates or whatever they were to get bounties? They were too nice. Okay, Law and Ace did fit the pirate description often, but that was beside the point. But every one of the three looked happy in their own way. Maybe not all pirates would be bad if it wasn't the typical government bullshit to hide stuff. We have bounties, Luffy cheered. Why is Luffy's higher than mine? That isn't fair, Ace pouted, which made him grin. He had a higher bounty than his big brother. Luffy has hit this marine captain twice. They will think of him as the bigger threat than you. Despite seeing you easily burn down a pirate base. Law said. The surgeon didn't look very happy about his bounty. Was there something wrong with it? Luffy looked at Law's wanted poster again. It did look good in his opinion. Be happy that you got a bounty. Sanji was pouting and Beppo nodded in agreement with the cook. Am I the only one who knows exactly what this means? Law sounded annoyed. Luffy tilted his head confused and looked to his big brother and the others. No one seemed to know the answer. Law wanted. We promised to stay off the radar until we get into the new world. By getting bounties now, we can't stay off the radar any longer. It means we were official wanted as pirates most likely. Luffy's eyes widened. They were pirates now. They were pirates now. Woohoo, hoist the color, he ordered. Because that would be a very good first order as captain. You know your grandpa will hunt and hit us now, Law prophesied doom. Luffy flinched. Getting hit by his granda didn't sound good. Let's hurry so we get to the Grand Line before Ji-chan catches us, he then declared cheerfully and looked to his big brother who was hoisting the color. He put his straw hat on his head. They were pirates now and could openly declare their goals. A smirk appeared on his face. Beaver Law could stop him. He flew on the top of the ship. Carefully he folded his wings so they wouldn't get caught by the wind. Then he took a deep breath and screamed. I am going to be the Pirate King. Will you stay still, Luffy? Otherwise, you stay behind with Beppo and Chaochu and wait until we are back, Law said annoyed. Luffy had been jumping up and down because he was excited to get back on the Grand Line and he was also excited for the last stop. Maybe he shouldn't have told the younger one the story about Logetown being the place where Gold Roger was born and also where the late Pirate King had been executed. When Ace had heard about this, he had become grumpy and told them to hurry when they were there. His mate really had some daddy issues with his late old man. But the story had the effect that Luffy didn't want to ditch the last stop. Said boy was now pouting but had stopped his antics. But I want to see it. The place where he died and I want to finally go to the Grand Line, Luffy whined. Law sighed and flipped the straw hat from the younger one's head to tousle the black hair. We have to think carefully about our next steps, he said and looked back to where their ship came from. It worried him a bit that there had been no indication for Garp being on his way to get them. For a strange reason, he suspected to see cannonball flying at them soon. Hockey training with the old man surely had branded him. Also, there was a lack of Sengoku's call to demand answers. After all, their wanted posters should now also be shown in the Grand Line headquarters. He wouldn't suspect his adopted grandfather to stay quiet that long. The whole situation put him on the edge. Natareo, can I visit the execution platform? I want to see it. The place where he died, Luffy said, and interrupted his thoughts. Law looked at the younger one. He could see the excitement in the other's eyes. He felt a worrying feeling rise inside him because he knew that Luffy would attract lots of attention when he would reach the platform. Law sighed. We will see how quick we get everything done. So you can either go with Ace and Zoro to get new swords, some weapons, and whatever would they find to repair Shippy in case something happens. Or you could come with Sanji and me to get food, navigation tools and medicines. This wouldn't be an easy decision. No for Luffy nor for himself. Law didn't know how the younger would think about it. He could only guess that Luffy would be interested in getting food. They need to shop more if Luffy was with them then. But also weapons would be an interesting topic. Even if the younger one didn't use a weapon very often. He knew some basics and was interested in them till a certain degree. But the other stuff they had to shop for would be boring for Luffy. So it would be a tie between the two options. The only aspect, which would maybe make a point that Luffy would go with him instead of Ace, was that the chance of seeing the execution platform would be higher. Because their first mate wouldn't go anywhere near something connected to Gold Roger. Stupid unresolved daddy issues. So Luffy, who would you like to go with? Law asked and turned to look at the younger one. Only to find him missing. He turned his head left and right but couldn't see him. So Law used Haki to find him. Luffy, he screamed angrily after the boy who was already halfway to Logue Town. DMN this stupid speed with these dragonfly wings. Ace was grumpy. Well, his precious baby brother would describe him that way at the moment. If his said baby brother hadn't the glorious idea to go ahead and was now missing. Also, Zoro had gone missing, too. 1 minute. Just 1 minute Ace had been in a store to look closer at some studs. Because of unknown reasons, to him at least, both, Law and Luffy, had been interested in getting their ears pierced. Until now only the surgeon had got it done, Dayton's work, but his little brother had been too young for Dayton to do it for him, too. So Law had promised Luffy to pierce the younger one's ears when they become pirates and if they could find some simple studs, which wouldn't get in the way. And these studs, Ace had seen in the store, were perfect for Luffy. They seemed silver with little red highlights. But back to Zoro. So Ace had only been in the store for a minute to look at the studs and to buy them. When he came back out, the swordsman was missing. Why was it so hard for some people to stay in one place? He sighed. Maybe he should quickly get the other stuff done and then should go looking for both. The swordsman and his baby brother. Oi, don't you know whose territory you just walked into? Ace looked annoyed to the left where the person who had spoken was. There only stood some, well, grunts, he would say. They did look and acted the same as the ones back home. He had beaten up together with Luffy and earlier with Sabo. This probably meant they weren't worth his time at the moment. Don't care whose territory this is. But I don't have any time for you. A bullet went right through his head. He could feel the flames dancing on his head. Ace sighed. Guess I'll need to take a bit of my precious time to play with you. A devilish smirk decorated his lips and he let flames dance around his hand. Luffy started to pout. The nice smoking man had given him the direct way to the execution platform. But now someone in a cloak was blocking his way. You should watch it from here. The voice sounded familiar, but Luffy couldn't place it. He only knew that it was a female and he definitely met her during the time he traveled with his grandpa. Are you listening to me? You are going to be in danger when you get closer to the execution platform. She sounded annoyed and took a step towards him. His eyes widened first when he saw an X-shaped scar on her right leg which was slightly covered by a holster. Then a bright grin appeared on his face. I'm so happy to see you again alive, Luffy cheered and hugged the woman in front of him. Even lifted her a bit up to twirl her around. Stop it, Luffy, she complained but she didn't do more to stop him. Law massaged his temples. He had set the groups to make sure they would get everything done quickly. But now it looked like planning was useful. Zoro had lost Ace when his mate had only told the swordsman that he was going to look inside a store. How could someone lose another when the other only went into a store? Well, Zoro didn't want to wait in front of the store but decided to want to wait on the bench on the other side of the street. And on the way to this bench, Zoro got lost. How was that even possible? No one should be able to get lost on such a short distance. Law seriously needed to edit their shopping list when they did their first stop on the Grand Line. A leash for Zoro so that he wouldn't get lost and that they could tie him to something when they went inside a store. His eyebrow twitched dangerously. The very reason for this was Sanji's and Zoro's bickering. It annoyed him that they couldn't wait until they were back on the ship. At least there, he could threaten them to cut them apart without attracting more unwanted attention. Maybe it would be a good idea to send these two to the ship. Zoro had already gotten new swords. So there was nothing left for them to do and without them, he would be much quicker in his search of Luffy and Ace. Well, he would not really have to search for Luffy. Law was pretty sure that he only had to go to the execution platform to find the boy. Ace was a different topic. His mate could be anywhere in this town except the places which were connected to Gold Roger. Sanji, Zoro, bring the stuff to the ship and prepare to set sail. I'll get these two idiots, Law ordered after looking to the sky. He may not be as sensitive to problems as Luffy. But for some unknown reason, Law had a very bad feeling suddenly. Shouldn't one of us come with you? Zoro asked. Law shook his head. I am faster without our goods and you. So I'll find Ace quickly and then pull Luffy back to the ship. In that time you'll probably have just reached the ship and brought the stuff on board, he said. Both looked unsure at him. Like they didn't like the thought about just going back and leaving him alone in town. One of them is possible attracting the Marines. So we have to be ready to get away as fast as possible. I can use my powers to confuse the Marines if they chase after us. But we won't be able to get far away if the stuff isn't already on the ship and the preparations to set sail haven't started yet, Law said with a voice which didn't allow any resistance. It helped to convince them to go back to Shippy when a big lion with a familiar idiot on top walked by on a sideway. The dock seemed to be the idiot's goal. Protect Shippy, if the idiot is planning to take revenge on us. Also, tell Beepo to call me on the mini Denden Mushi if anything happens, Law said and started to run off. When he started to focus, he felt Zoro's and Sanji's presence taking the way to Shippy. Good now, he had to concentrate on finding Ace. It bothered him a bit that despite the people in this town had a weak aura in comparison to Ace's. But it blocked his range a bit. Law stopped when people run in a slight panic out of a street. Bartolomeo is going wild. Run for your life. Why did this had to pick a fight with the grunts? Wasn't it their own fault for picking a fight with someone who has a 30 million bounty? Law wanted to facepalm. This idiot had gotten in a fight. Well, now he knew where he should look. Thanks to the panic crowd. He pushed his way through cursing under his breath. What was going on in this burnt brain of his mate? Picking a fight with some mob boss? Why was the order, don't attract too much attention, so hard to follow? Law grumbled. But his facial expression changed quickly to frown. He hadn't really known what he should have expected. But he was sure that he wouldn't have expected that. In a destroyed area sat Ace laughing with a young man nearly 2 heads taller than his mate and slicked back light green hair. Are you serious? Are you FING serious, Ace? Law groaned annoyed and hit the black-haired one. You were the one who did push all of us to hurry so we won't be in Logue Town for long. And now you took your FING time to pick fights which most likely attract the Marines. I thought I only had to remind Luffy, but it seems as you need reminders, too. We have FING bounties on our head. We aren't even on the Grand Line, yet. And you, he was starting to scold Ace but was interrupted by the other. His mate grinned innocently at him while he pulled him into his lap. That is Law. Don't even think about it. He is mine, Ace said with a slight growl at the end. This made Law stop moving and focus a bit more. Why would have Ace implied that directly? Then he noticed it. It was only a light smell. But it was clear. The light green-haired one was an alpha. Feisty one, the other commented, but didn't seem to come closer like he respected Ace's claim. That wasn't the usual behavior for alphas. Even if an Omega was mated, many alphas came closer to smell the Omega better to decide if they should fight for the Omega or not. This is Bartolomeo. He is one of the local bosses around here. His grunts started to pick a fight with me and then he came to rescue them. But these idiot civilians were making it not very easy to have a good fight, Ace said with a grim look on his face. Law wanted to hit him again. It was like the other one had ignored the scolding part. Maybe they panic because you have one of the highest bounties in the East Blue, Hay said annoyed and started to free himself from Ace. And we don't have any time for chit-chat. We still need to find your little brother. Also, there is possible an annoying circus-themed pirate crew here. Ace groaned. Well, that seemed to make him think about their situation again. Okay, so we have to search my little brother and leave quickly? I'll help you. When two men fight fairly against each other, they become friends, Bartolomeo declared. Well, that could be helpful. If the green-haired alpha had been able to hold his own against Ace, the other wasn't weak and what would be even more helpful he knew the town. Luffy pulled her after him. A slight pout on her lips which was hidden by the shadow of her cloak. She hadn't been able to stop the boy from getting on the execution platform. But she had been able to stop this idiot clown from trying to execute him. Seriously, what was this clown idiot thinking when he tried to kill her protege as she had called him years ago, or when she teased him she called him her godchild? But the second one she wouldn't use any longer. Because Luffy wasn't a child any longer. If she remembered right, he could now present every day and would then be considered as an adult, or he would stay a beta and would be classified as an adult when he became 21 by the law at least. Well, since he was wanted, he wouldn't follow the laws set by the government. Captain Smoker. Oh DMN, there came the Marine captain. That was bad. With his devil fruit, he could trap them. Well, she was sure that Smoker didn't know how to use hockey yet. But with his smoke, he would be able to slow them down enough to put sea stone on them as he did with the clown and the slippery woman, who was now a teenager thanks to her fruit. She had to take the lead and find a quick way out of this situation. Luffy would only run into a trap set by the Marine. Ace, Tereo, look who I met, Luffy suddenly screamed. She turned her head to look the same way Luffy did. There came running towards them Law and Ace with a green-haired man who she recognized as one of the local mob bosses. Why do you always get into trouble, Luffy, the older brother of the little idiot pulling her asked. But he did seem amused. How was Luffy to learn some self-preservation if the older one didn't scold him right? Her attention was quickly captured by Bartolomeo. The green-haired one crossed his fingers and she could hear a dull sound behind her. A blue barrier had appeared behind them, blocking the Marine's way. So he had eaten a devil fruit. Now that would be helping to escape if they didn't dock on the other side of Logue Town. No time for talking. Just get out of here, she said and took the lead by pulling Luffy after her. Dragon-san, what is our purpose in being here? A small smile graced the cloaked man's lips. You can do what you want. I'm here on a private matter, he said and sent the top-hatted one off. Now he should look for his son and make sure that he will leave Logue Town safely. Also, there were these two other boys, who were close to his as far as he knew from his father's rambling about the kids. One of the boys was the child of Roger. The boys shared Luffy's fate in becoming just wanted for their heritage if that would be found out. He sighed without making a noise and shook his head slightly. Now was not the time to think about it. Especially with all the screams from the Marines in the streets. Maybe he should give them a good scare. You would definitely have enjoyed scaring them, right, Roger? Ace blinked once. Then twice. His environment didn't change. How had that happened? Only seconds ago they had been running away from the Marines when suddenly the weather started to change and the wind became stronger. And now they were on their ship under clear sunshine. For crying out loud, they weren't even able to see Logue Town any longer. How had that happened? Ace turned his head to Bartolomeo who seemed kinda torn between being excited for maybe going on an adventure and worried if his men were going to be okay. Stop whining and just call them. Tell them, we kidnapped you to prevent the Marines from punishing you for helping pirates, Law scolded the other alpha. Just from the body languages of his mate, Ace knew the Omega was close to hitting Bartolomeo. But the words had their effect. The shocked look of the light green-haired man made him chuckle before he turned to look at the female who had helped Luffy. She had taken off her hood. Dark blue hair, reddish-brown eyes and a slight frown on her face. Ein. Ace was shocked to see her again. Because the last time they had seen her was after the attack on the recruits and the former Admiral Zephyr. She had had a sad smile on her back then when she told them goodbye. Then she had vanished with Zephyr right after the appointment of a new Shichibukai. What a beautiful lady. I hope these idiots didn't cause you any trouble. If not, feel free to tell me, I'll punish them for you. Sanji, you shouldn't try to get flirt with Ein that directly, Ace started to warn the cook but it was too late. Because Ein had already kicked Sanji where it hurts. Sorry for Sanji? He is a bit of a ladies' man, but he only means well in the case that he says himself he was born to laugh woman. His cooking also makes up for this tendency. I'm sure if he will. The sentence wasn't even finished and Sanji had already run off to the kitchen. Possible making something delicious for Ein. Ace shrugged his shoulders before he turned back to the blue-haired one. Thank you for helping Luffy. I know my little brother can be a handful, Ace said and bowed slightly. Nah, Ein-chan, join my crew. You had promised me that you will travel with me when I'm older, Luffy suddenly piped up with a big grin on his face. Oi, Luffy, Law said and pulled the younger one a bit away to possibly tell him why this would be a bad idea. But Ein spoke up. I'm sorry. But I can't join you. I'm already part of some kind of a crew. I also have to try to get back to Logue Town, because they said they would pick me up there. Even if it possible still takes some time until they get out of the new world. Then we will bring you back to your nakama, Luffy declared with a tone that made even Ace submit to his command despite the alpha nature. Ein looked like she wanted to protest but Law, who had given up on scolding Luffy, patted her shoulders. You know that it is useless to argue with Luffy when he makes up his mind. Also, we are close to the entrance of Reverse Mountain to get to the Grand Line. We can't turn back now, his mate said and pointed to the red line. Ace grinned and turned his head to Zoro. I hope you and Sanji are quick on your feet still. Because Ein and Bartolomeo are also devil fruit users. He could hear Zoro groan. That would be fun. But maybe they should also look for some people to recruit who haven't eaten one. Also, maybe they should start teaching Zoro and Sanji hockey. Maybe Bartolomeo, too. If the other alpha decided to stay on board and if Luffy agreed with him being part of the crew. A smirk ghosted over Ace's face. The mob boss would be a fun addition to the crew and also being able to boost their defense with his barrier. And maybe they could convince Ein to stay much longer with them. Then they would have a skilled tactician, also a person who could teach hockey without them using the methods of Garp. The crew would be fine with this two addition. A captain, a first mate, a surgeon, Law would hit him if he didn't classify it, a navigator, a swordsman, a cook, a defender and a tactician. And also Chao Chu as a guardian or their mascot. A nice crew overall. Everyone stay alert. The passage up is very slim. So one wrong move will kill us, Law said loudly when the shadow of the red line towered above them. Didn't you say you traveled a bit on the Grand Line with your grandpa? Zoro asked Ace quietly. The Logia user nodded. Shouldn't he then be less worried? No, this is the first time we entering the Grand Line that way. With Grandpa, we went directly through the Calm Belt. But it was Luffy's wish to take the long way to the New World because he didn't want to use any shortcuts on our journey, Ace explained quietly. Stop your chit-chat and prepare yourself. Ein's voice had a more dominant effect than Law's. It was really easy to see that Ein had worked for the Marine and was used to order people despite their gender around. Ein-chan, Sanji chirped with hard eyes and pranced to his position. Ace wanted to facepalm. He would be surprised if Ein kicked or hit Sanji again because she wasn't the type of girl you should try to flirt with non-stop. Ace, remember we need to dock at Twin Cape to wait until the log pose stays still for a few minutes, Law said as he appeared next to him. The black-haired alpha nodded. Can't we just use an eternal pose? Zoro asked suddenly. A small smile appeared on Law's face and Ace knew what the answer will be. That would be a shortcut if we would use them directly. Something Luffy would want. The eternal poses are for islands on which the log pose needs longer than a month to set. The water is going up. That looks really cool. Luffy's chattering could be heard even if his younger brother was in the crow's nest. That is the entrance. Everyone on their position, Law shouted. Luffy was having fun in the crow's nest. He had one hand on his hat to stop it from flying away, with his other hand he had grabbed the railing. The wind of freedom was blowing in his face and also a bit through his hair. The whole ride in Reverse Mountain felt like a roller coaster but better. A bright grin appeared on his face while Shippy now went the waterway down. Soon they would reach the Grand Line. Soon he would be a pirate captain on the Grand Line. Then he suddenly felt it. A presence straight ahead. There is something. Right in front of us, he shouted down, before he narrowed his eyes trying to see what the obstacle was. The presence didn't feel bad. No more like it would be neutral or friendly towards them. The wind blew some cruise words from beneath him up. Then he could hear Law loud and clear. Room. Shambles. Their ship wasn't on the way towards the presence any longer but right next to it. The presences itself came from a giant whale which had his front covered in scars. It looked strong. Strong enough to destroy their ship with ease. Luffy jumped down from the crow's nest and stepped next to his brother. So this whale is the reason why the Marine most likely developed the technology to travel through the Calm Belt, Law reasoned. But Ein shook her head. I heard that there is an obstacle for around 50 years around here. But the documents of their research noted that they started more than 50 years ago to search for ways to travel safely through the Calm Belt. It would be easier to help their bases in the Blues if they can travel through it, she explained. Ni-chan, do you think we could get a bit closer? Luffy asked. He had lost his interest in listening to Ein and Law. What if the whale attack us when we get too close? Beepo sounded a bit in a panic. Roast it. Punch it. Kick it. Slice it. Block it. 3 hits could be heard and one Luffy could feel. Ow, that hurt, Tereo. Oi, why didn't you hit Bartolomeo? Ace asked. His brother sounded a bit insulted. Because his idea was actually not stupid. That is our best chance to get away without our ship getting damaged, Law said annoyed. Luffy turned his head back to the whale. He studied it carefully. Oi, whale. If you hurt Shippy, I'll beat you, Luffy said and raised his fist. Out of the corner of his eyes, he noticed that Law was getting closer to him again. Probably to catch him to stop him from doing something stupid in the other's eyes. But it was Ein who stopped it. How is the log pose? If it is still moving too much we should dock. I don't think the whale will attack us as long as we don't provoke it. It's still not safe to follow it. It oscillates around 90 degrees, Beepo said. So docking will be the best way. But we should still be ready as there are 7 routes for the first half of the Grand Line. If we don't set sail quick enough once the needle is calm, we can wait again until it is set for another route, Ein decided. There is someone over there on the island close to the lighthouse. I think it is a woman, Zoro suddenly said. In the next moment, Sanji was next to the swordsman and nearly jumping overboard. What a beautiful angel. Did it hurt when you fall from the sky? He is in pervert mode again, that arrow cook, Zoro mumbled. What did you say, Marimo? Their bickering started again and it was ended by Law. Be quiet and behave yourself. Luffy now took his chance to study the woman. She had light blonde hair and wore a long coat which hid her body. She does look nice and she also feels nice, he then chirped up innocently. Well, I guess I'll leave the ship first. Because you can be idiots in front of a woman and easily be tricked by 1 inch, Ein said with a critical look at everyone. Hey, that was one time, Ein. Law was only 14 and I was 12 when that happened. This was 8 years ago. We did grow up since then, Ace complained. Sanji seemed to only agree with Ein because she was female. Zoro looked a slightly insulted look on his face and Bartolomeo was quiet. Well, when you go to her, can I call my friends to tell them what is going on? The light green-haired one asked. Are you going to tell them that you quit being a mob boss and join my crew? Luffy asked. Bartolomeo's eyes widened. It did seem that his question had surprised the older one. Then tears were cascading over the man's face. You really want me to join your crew? I would be happy. Because sailing was always something I wanted to do. The words were a bit hard to understand, but the context was clear. Do you have a dream? Sanji wants to find the all blue, Zoro wants to be the best swordsman in the world, Nichan wants to make a name on his own, Bippo wants to see Zoe again and then have fun with us on our journey, and Tereo wants to be. I want to be a great doctor and finish a good friend's job. A good friend's job? Who could Law mean? But Luffy didn't think about it much. And I will become the Pirate King, the youngest one on the ship then declared confidently. I don't have a goal, yet. But I will find one. Even if it just then be the goal to aid you guys to your goals, Bartolomeo said still sniffling. Luffy chuckled. That sounds also nice. She was a bit surprised to see a ship that quick after she had landed here. Crocus-san had been right about people coming by to enter the Grand Line. One of the 5 blue sea parts, well 6. Crocus-san had told her that the Grand Line is divided into 2 halves. But she got even more surprised with this crew when one of them called her an angel and asked if the fall had hurt. How could he know about her falling through the White Sea? She gently bit her lips and looked over her clothes. The coat did hide wings perfectly. They shouldn't be able to guess about her not being from here. Also, Crocus-san told her to be careful because not all people are nice. There are some bad persons in the blues who would capture her and sell her to some vicious dragons. An uneasy feeling rose inside of her when a blue-haired woman left the ship and came directly at her. I'm sorry if Sanji scared you with his flirting. He has a bad habit of trying to flirt with every woman he meets. The blue-haired one sounded honest. Also, it did calm her nerves a bit as she wasn't detected as a person from Skypiea, yet. But she shouldn't let her guard down. Not until Crocus-san was back from taking care of Laboon. He doesn't scare me. I'm just surprised, she lied carefully. Well, it was not directly a lie. She wasn't scared of the Sanji trying to flirt with her, she was scared that these are bad people. That's nice to hear. Then I'm sorry that we surprised you. We don't intend to stay long. We just want to wait until our log pose has set. Do you know how long it takes until it is calm? And also how long it takes until it is trying to pick up another route, the other woman asked. So they didn't want to stay long. That would be good for her. But on the other hand, Crocus-san hadn't told her how long the pose needed to set. So maybe they would stay longer than they intended. I don't know. But Crocus-san does. He should be back soon from taking care of Laboon. Because he hit himself again. Laboon? You mean the big whale has a name and is hurting himself? With a shriek, she jumped backwards. A boy with black hair and a straw hat was now standing next to the blue-haired woman. Luffy, what are you doing here? I thought you would wait on the ship with the others and not scare the nice woman, the woman scolded him. But the boy looked uninterested and even poked his nose. It got boring on Shippy. Zoro and Sanji are arguing again and Tereo became mad because of that. And I wanted to see the island. How stupid would it be to not really look around the islands? It wouldn't be an adventure. And I want to have lots of adventures during the journey to become the Pirate King. Also, Chaochu wanted to walk around, too, the boy Luffy said and became more cheerfully at the end. Pirate King? These people were pirates? Were they like the pirates her father told her about? The ones who visited Skypiea more than 20 years ago. Curiosity rose in her. Her father had said that Kami himself had met them back then and had also accepted them. She was interrupted in her thoughts by something wet touching her legs. She was surprised to see a white dog sniffing at her. No, Chaochu, don't do this, the blue-haired woman said and wanted to pull the dog away. But it didn't matter to her. She kneeled down slightly and petted his head. It was comforting to do this. She realized now how much she missed her own pet. She hoped that her father took good care of it. Don't worry, Ein. Chaochu is clever. He wouldn't do that if she wasn't nice. So it's fine, the boy said with a grin, before coming a little closer to her. I'm Luffy and that's Ein. And you are? She looked to the dog again before she lifted her head to look at the Luffy and Ein. I'm Konis. Luffy grinned at the blonde woman. Nice to meet you. Then he turned his head to look at the big whale. So there was a person taking care of the whale. Now that was cool. This person got to be strong. I want to meet him. Can we stay here until he is back? He didn't notice the surprised glance of the blonde. We can only stay as long as the log pose needs until the route is clear, Ein said with a sigh. So don't think about running off. Otherwise, someone else will be quicker to reach the One Piece. Luffy frowned. I don't want a quick journey. I want to see the world and be free. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an adventure and you aren't the freest person in the world, he said and put a hand on his hat. Interesting view, young man, a new voice said. It was an old male who reminded Luffy of a flower. Was that the person who did look after the big whale? He didn't look strong, but Luffy could feel a strong aura around him. Crocus-san, is Laboon fine again? Konis asked the man who nodded in return. He is fine for now. But I really have to find a way to stop him from trying to break through the red line. Why would it want to that? Luffy asked, but Ein poked him and mumbled something about being rude. The black-haired one tilted his head and looked at his former babysitter. Sorry for Luffy interrupting you, sir. He can be a bit impolite, she apologized. I'm Ein and this is Luffy. We just docked to wait for our log pose to set the course. Luffy hadn't really listened to her apology. His eyes were back on Laboon. He saw the scared front and it filled him with respect for this powerful animal for trying so hard to break through. It has some really strong determination, Luffy whispered. A sigh of Crocus shifted his attention to the old man. 50 years ago, Laboon came here as a baby whale, I guess, together with a pirate group called the Rumbar Pirates. A lively, friendly crew. They stayed a few days to repair their ship. Before they left, they asked me to take care of him, because they thought it would be too dangerous for him. 2 or 3 years, if I remember right, they did say. Until they would be back for him. Luffy swallowed hard. He also noticed how Ein's eyes widened in sympathy if he guessed it right. Like him, she knew that something happened. Because Laboon was still here and the reason for that couldn't be a happy one. They never came back. Around 20 years ago, I went looking for them. Maybe finding a clue what had happened to them. Because as beautiful as the Grand Line can be, it isn't called a pirate's graveyard for anything. But I didn't find them. Not even really a clue. Only rumors that they left the Grand Line through the Calm Belt. But I don't rely much on the source for being true. So they abandoned him, Ein said. Luffy didn't say anything. His eyes were back on Laboon. The whale wouldn't stop hurting himself. Not under these circumstances. Not with this determination it showed. But there was a way how he could maybe help. You two better start to behave and not bicker every time you are around each other and the other says something. Law was really in some kind of mother mode. Scolding her misbehaving children. If it wasn't for the vein on the surgeon's forehead, Ace would tease him for losing his cool. When he and Luffy had first met Law, Ace had thought that it would be impossible for the older one to lose his cool. Well, that was before his precious baby brother had wormed his way in the surgeon's heart. Now it seemed that Law's protective instinct for his baby brother had made his mate more prone to reacting more instead of being emotionless. But whatever the reason was for it now, Ace knew that if he would tease Law, the full wrath would be directed at him. Something he didn't want at the moment. Because it was fun to see his mate being mad at someone else. He couldn't really understand how Luffy thought that it would be boring to watch. Luffy! Ein's voice made him turn his head and jump up as fast as possible. This will be bad, Bepo said in a panic. Luffy Senchu is strong, he could hear Bartolomeo admiring his little brother. Ace followed the way they looked to see his baby brother fighting with the whale. Over the water? His baby brother was fighting against a giant whale over the sea. Law, swap him. Please swap him. He will fall into the water and no one will be able to save him, Ace panicked. He didn't care if he now showed that he had possible a big brother complex. But seeing his baby brother using his devil fruit ability to fly to fight against the whale above the sea was a worrying sight. He clenched his fingers around the railing. His thoughts were running. How could he help Luffy if his baby brother got hit? Bad memories raised inside him. It made him remember how once he hadn't helped his brother against a big animal and had nearly lost it. Just because he had gotten angry with Luffy. He felt a hand on his shoulder. Calm down. Trust, Luffy. He wouldn't pick a fight like that for no reason, Law said calmly. But if there wasn't water on him you wouldn't be such a panicked mess. Yeah. Hey, I'm not a panicked mess. I just think about the possibility that Luffy could fall down. Why are you bickering? The fight is over, Zoro then stated behind them. Confused Ace looked to his baby brother. Shishishi, you are strong, Laboon. Now it's a draw. When I'll come back we will have a rematch, Luffy said to the whale. To his surprise, the whale started to cry. What was going on? Now I will also paint our Jolly Roger on your head as a sign of our promise. So don't hit your head against something any longer. Wait a sec. Had Luffy just started to fight against the whale to prevent it from hitting its head? What was his stupid brother thinking again? The worry for his baby brother appeared. Instead, he felt angry at him. Ace went off the ship to give Luffy a piece of his mind. His baby brother was busy preparing the paint. Ein, Chowchu, the blonde woman and an old man stood next to him. He clenched his fists. A good fist of love would be good. Sheet, he sounded like the old man. But well, in this situation, he could live with it and then forget it. So Ace hit his little brother hard on the head. Luffy-san, the blonde seemed shocked. Out of the corner of his eyes, he noticed that Ein shook her head softly. Ow, that hurt, Ace. You meanie, Luffy looked up at him pouting. Meanie? I'm a meanie when you are being reckless and fight above the water without preparing anything in case you fell into the water. Just as memory, you cannot swim. You are freaking anchor as soon as you touch the water. Got it memorized, he scolded his younger brother. But I had to something. Because Laboon felt lonely despite the Asen being here with. He misses his Nakama and needed a new hope. That's why I fought him. To give him a new reason to hope and wait. It will be a promise to see him again, Luffy grinned brightly at him. He couldn't believe it. His baby brother once again thought less about getting hurt physically, because there was one thing that hurt more. Being alone. Ace sighed and hugged Luffy close to him. Stop being such a reckless. You know as your older brother I can't help but worry, he mumbled. He felt Luffy tilted his head. But the next words made him laugh. So Nichan is afraid of being alone? But you are not alone. You have Tereo, Zoro, Sanji, Chowchu, Greenhead and me. He really adored his baby brother for being so simple sometimes. Boy, what is your goal? The old man suddenly asked looking at Luffy. Ace's eyes studied the man critically. Who exactly was that? Becoming Pirate King and be the freest person in the world, Luffy said with a determination like it was set in stone. Well, it was set in stone for him that his baby brother would fulfill his dream and he would do anything to make it possible. The man showed a rare smile. You said, you want to have a great adventure on your way, right? Would you mind doing me a favor? It ends in an adventure for you maybe. Coney's here isn't from the Blue Sea. She is from the White Sea, a wonderful place. Bring her home, if that is fine with you. Ace, Ein and the blonde woman, who seemed to be Coney's, looked surprised at the old man. Why did he suddenly ask them? And what was the White Sea? The White Sea? That does sound like an adventure. But we are pirates, Luffy said. But you know the importance of a promise. Also being a pirate doesn't define the person. You said a pirate is free. So it is your decision to bring her home or not. Are you able to defend yourself at least a bit? Ace asked and studied the woman. He knew that Luffy would say yes if he had deemed this person as okay or good. But he also knew that their route is going to be dangerous and they will attract lots of trouble. So everyone they take on board had to know how to defend themselves at least. Crocus-san taught me a bit about how to shoot your weapons. But I don't think I'm very useful without dials, Coney said. Okay, we will take her home. She can stay on board close to Beppo or Sanji, Luffy decided and then went back to his plan to paint the Jolly Roger on the whale. Coney's looked surprised after him. Don't try to understand the logic of my younger brother. It can give you a headache just to try it. But I have a question for you, old man. Why did you ask us? We can't be the first persons who came by here since she is here, right? The old man had a small sad smile on his lips. You are the first ones who value a promise and are worthy of being asked. There were lots of pirates who would probably have sold conies into slavery when I would have asked them. Your brother is a devil fruit user, so I guess you can imagine how much trouble it can be. Also, your brother reminds me of someone I met years ago. I have a feeling I can trust him. Ace nodded while clenching his fist. Just the thought about the chance that his brother or anyone of their crew falling into the hands of slavers made him angry. Oi, the log pose is set. We have to set sail now, Beppo shouted from the ship. Well, need any help carrying something, conies? Ace asked, but the blonde shook her head. I only have what I have on me. Ace let Ein lead conies on board and explain the situation while he took Chowchu and then pull his little brother after him the moment he landed. Nah, Crocus, I promise I'll see you again when Laboon and I have our rematch and I promise I bring conies home safely, Luffy shouted his goodbye words to the old man. Ace just shook his head but smiled. That was Luffy's way of saying goodbye. But Ace didn't hear Crocus' last words and Luffy possible didn't hear them either. Roger, I think I saw someone who will be your successor. Bogard shook his head. How could Garp be that irresponsible, like falling asleep when they had to take a prisoner to headquarters? Especially falling asleep in front of the said prisoner. Well, at least only the donuts were cut. That would be a nice punishment for his boss. For not following the order and trying to get to Logue Town to have a nice talk with the three brats. Those brats were possible in the Grand Line already. There was news about Buggy the Clown, Iron Mace Alvida being in Logue Town at the same time as the brats. Fortunately, these three didn't have epithet, yet. That meant nothing of their powers were known, yet. Or maybe they did know a bit about aces. After all, the black-haired one had probably set the building on fire, which was shown on his wanted poster. Also, it did wonder him a bit why Garp didn't do anything to help these chore boys trying to capture the prisoner. It would be easy for his boss to throw a cannonball at the ship or something smaller and hit the prisoner possible directly in the face. What was going on the mind of Garp? He seemed to focus on the chore boys. Bogard sighed. He had an idea what his boss was planning. He wasn't able to see the two chore boys, but he heard them. He heard their shouting. It made him smirk. Because it reminded him of the brats. Flashback. Put Luffy down, GG, Ace shouted and glared angrily at Garp. Only to get hit by the older one. Garp was holding Luffy upside down in hopes to make him throw up. You are his older brother. How could you let him eat a devil fruit? How should I know that the fruit was a devil fruit? You haven't shown us how they look. Only said we shouldn't eat one, GG. Another hit for Ace and Luffy was dropped to the floor as it seemed impossible to make him throw up. I told you to call me, G-chan, Garp scolded the older one of his grandchildren while the younger one was now behind his older brother. Then stop hitting Luffy, GG, Ace shouted back, pushing Luffy even more behind him so that the child's small frame was protected by his. It was amusing to see his boss arguing with his grandchildren. Then a strange smell of burned material hit his nose. Bogard turned his head to see that Rosinante had himself set on fire, again. How could the adopted child of Sengoku be so clumsy? He was sure that he hadn't heard that much accident of the former marine while the boy had been young. You should stop smoking, Kora-san, Law said and extinguished the fire with a bucket of water. Thank you, Law. Rosinante hugged the boy and Bogard was sure that the oldest of the brat they had on board was trying to kill the blonde someday. If the look was anything to go with. Loud snoring made him turn his head back to his boss, Ace and Luffy, who had all three fallen asleep. This family was impossible. There was something about Ace's blood ties they didn't know because he had to be related by blood to Garp and Luffy. It couldn't just be the D in the name which made him act so similar to the Vice Admiral and his younger stepbrother, well brother. Ace would try to hit anyone who tried to say that Luffy was his stepbrother. Also, if the D was the reason, Law would act the same. But this boy had at least decent manners when you overlook the obsession with cutting things to open to see what makes them tick. Law, get Luffy and Ace to their room. I will have a talk with Garp to calm him down and maybe make sure that he will finally be a little more responsible. He didn't really believe his last words. Because getting Garp to be more responsible was something that no one had been able to achieve. Not even Sengoku when giving out orders could get Garp to be serious. His boss always did what he wants. Sometimes Bogard wondered why Garp wasn't a pirate because with how less the man cared about some stuff of government and rules it was a wonder that he worked for them. Law had grumbled but took Ace and Luffy with him. Well, Rosinante went with him carrying the youngest like it was his own child. It was a good thing that there weren't any stairs on the way to the room. Otherwise, the blonde would probably stumble down the stairs with Luffy in his arms. But there were enough obstacles which could be a potential danger. Hey, where are they? I haven't finished, Garp suddenly said. You are finished for now. You should teach them more details about devil fruits and maybe find out what kind of a devil fruit Luffy ate. After all, you said you want to train them. So maybe you should know what kind of devil fruit it was. Garp looked at him like he seemed to think about it before he started to laugh. Well, it could only happen to Luffy. Sometimes his boss was an idiot who changed his mind a bit too quickly. G-chan, Ace is on fire. I am not. Be quiet, idiot. Stop. I extinguished. Kora-san, stop, you are going to set yourself on fire again. Garp looked shocked at first before he started to laugh again. Looks like Ace got one, too. Oi, get here you, brat. So I can give you a good fist of love so you don't burn the ship. Stay away, GG. Bogard sighed. He should ask Sengoku to get a higher paycheck. Because he definitely didn't get paid enough to put up with that. Flashback ends. Please forgive my poor supervision. The Marine apologized when they had gotten the two chore boys back on board who had even shouted after Morgan that they would catch him someday. They were gutsy when they had faced the prisoner. But now they bowed in apology. Looked like the comparison to the brats they had on board ended when they weren't in an extreme situation any longer. They even apologized, too. Something he was sure neither Ace nor Luffy nor Law would have done. These three would probably be like your fault for not getting involved. Bogard wasn't seeing the face of his boss. But he knew what the Vice Admiral was thinking and what would be said in the next moment. You are a burden to everyone if we let you stay here. So we have no other choice than to take you with us to the headquarters. There it was. Garp was going to take them probably in as new training subjects because he missed training his grandchildren. Hopefully, he wasn't expecting too much from them. Garp-san, are you really going to take them with you? Yeah, got a problem with that? No. Do you two agree to come? If you don't want to, then now is your chance to run away. Bogard looked at the two chore boys. Both looked shocked that they got an invitation to come with them to the headquarters. They probably didn't even know what they sign up for when they agree. Though I have no intention of letting you say no, anyway. Bogard suppressed a sigh. He knew that Garp didn't give them a chance to say yes or no. He had already decided what to do with them and would do it even if they didn't want it. Now it was going to be interesting how life is going to be on the Bad Doggy with two new chore boys on board. Koni's was surprised when she that the breakfast was very varied like the dinner yesterday. The cook really took his job seriously, or as Ein had said, he was trying to impress the blue-haired young woman and her. Here you go, Koni's-chan, Sanji said and placed a steaming cup in front of her. Thank you, Sanji, she thanked him and took a sip from it. Well, she wanted to. Oi, Sanji. More food. That was the demand from Luffy. The black-haired boy was already stuffing his face with food. Even stealing some food from Ace's plate while the older one had fallen asleep. How was Luffy able to eat that much? Don't question it. It is better not to wonder how Luffy can eat that much without gaining weight, Law said and held his plate towards the eating boy. Oi, Trafalgar. Eat your bread on your own, Sanji said angrily. He didn't seem to appreciate it much that Law gave away the bread to Luffy. I won't eat this demonic product, the surgeon said without moving a muscle. He seemed dead serious about the fact that bread is something bad. It is not a demonic product. It is very healthy. Something you as a doctor should know. Sanji, please don't try to reason with Law there. He is a lost case like his adopted father. Oi, I never said that he is my adopted father. Koni's could only watch. It was a funny sight to see two grown men argue about bread. Even if Sanji had stepped down, but only because Ein told him to. Oi, Luffy, stop it. The breakfast was somewhat chaotic, but she couldn't help but laugh about it. Island in sight. Ein felt a bit relieved when Zoro had shouted down from the crow's nest. It had been some time since they had left Logue Town. There hadn't been a stop, yet, except the Twin Peaks. So she hadn't had the chance to buy some clothes for herself as she left everything except her weapons and the clothes she wore in Logue Town. It was the same for Bartolomeo, who had left with them in a haste. Her reddish-brown eyes wandered over to Koni's. The blonde didn't have any exchange clothes either. For her it must have been even harder, as her start of a journey was even more unpredicted than her own. But the island was also a way to call the others and let them know that she wasn't in Logue Town any longer. Her eyes fell on Luffy. The black-haired boy was cheering something about adventure and first Grand Line Island on his own journey. It didn't feel right to maybe try and leave them now. Sure, they may be pirates at the moment. But maybe she was able to convince to stop being pirates and join their ranks for a better world. That would be nice. Because she didn't like the thought of fighting against them. Especially Ace, Law and Luffy. She saw them growing up since Luffy was around 10 or 11. She wasn't sure at the moment. So it was only natural to develop a soft spot for them. Because no one could tell Ein that he or she met Luffy as a child and spent some time around him only to start hating him. No, that wasn't possible. Only if you were heartless. Ein-san. Koni's voice interrupted her thoughts. Ein turned around to look at the blonde. The Scipion looked a bit unsure and uncomfortable as she was wearing clothes borrowed by Ace, as it was easier to hide the blonde's wings since the first mate was a bit bulkier while Koni's frame was rather slim. Do you want to go shopping? We could try to find some more fitting clothes for you. I have to go shopping, too. So it wouldn't make much of a difference if we went together. We can also take Bartolomeo along as he needs some more clothes, too, Ein said with a slight smile. For one, to get her thoughts back on the track, and on the other hand, she didn't want to give someone an opportunity to read her mind because she wasn't careful enough with her facial expression. Ein-chan and Koni's-chan are going shopping. Let me tag along to carry all those heavy bags you will have. Sanji swept in front of them with hearts in his eyes. No, not needed. Oi, Arrow Cook, don't run away from your task. I'm not running away from my task. I'll just give the ladies a higher priority. But you wouldn't know how to act like a gentleman, you shitty Marimo. Ein immediately felt a headache started to grow. How could two grown-up men argue that much like little children? It was easy to see why Law's motherly Omega instincts were a bit triggered by that, even if the surgeon tried really hard not to act on that feeling if it didn't involve Luffy. Shut the F up, you two. There was the statement to stop them from the black-haired Omega. These two really seemed to get on Law's nerves when he started to curse at them just for their bickering. Oi, Law, don't curse when my baby brother is around. Ein wanted to facepalm. She had a feeling Luffy would hear a lot worse when they really want to be pirates. so covering the youngest's ears wouldn't do much in her opinion. Ace, you know that he will probably hear lots of worse words when you dock somewhere and you can't be with him? Also, Sanji cruises as well, she carefully mentioned only to be met with one of Ace's death glares while he was still covering Luffy's ears. "Na Ace, what was it so bad about saying F-?" their captain asked while poking his nose. Ein suppressed a laugh. The face of Luffy literally screamed that he didn't really care about the word and its meaning, but despite the somewhat impolite gesture, it also had some kind of an innocent charm which she had only noticed around Luffy. This combined with Ace's shocked face was definitely worth the laugh. "We will reach the island in less than 10 minutes. This statement from Bepo stopped everything spark of the discussion because there were still some preparations to take before they would go on land. The island was nice. Even if the name sounded not nice, at least that's what Ein said. But Luffy couldn't really understand her feelings about the name Mashigata. There was a small village close to the port and a big forest. It would have been nice to try and hunt there, but Law held him and Ace back. First, they had to do the shopping, then they could maybe hunt depending on their log pose. It had made him pout. Because shopping, even if it involved food, was boring. Also, he couldn't understand why Sanji was slightly skipping and singing something about Ein and Koni's shopping. "Nah, Ace, did Sanji hit his head or something?" he innocently asked his big brother who was looking around. "Probably." But suddenly the answer wasn't interesting any longer. Because a group of funny-looking people blocked their way. Well, look what we have here. A fortune of 90 million berry. If we hand them over to the government, we can get a promotion maybe." Luffy saw Law's annoyed look. "Can we beat them up without holding back?" he asked. Because it was clear that these people wouldn't leave them alone. "Well, there are enough Zoro, Sanji, consider them training," Law said, and that was Luffy's clue to ran into the fight. Bartolomeo looked a bit skeptic at the blue-haired woman in front of them. The one who Ein had been called in Princess Vivy in surprise. Why should a princess be here? Also, the blue-haired one didn't look or act like one. He had seen some royalties in Log Town, and to be true they all had a stick up their butts if you asked him. So this one couldn't be a princess. "I don't know who you are talking to. I'm Miss Wednesday." The voice was a bit shaken and she didn't really look them in the eyes. "She's lying. She is just as worst as Luffy. These men are annoying," Luffy grumbled as he sat down on a roof. Normally he enjoyed a good fight. But this one had been annoying. It also got him separated from the others. Why did they always get lost? Were they stupid or something? Luffy massaged his temple with 2 fingers. A habit he picked up when Law had done it for him to focus more during the observation hockey training. Oh right, he could use hockey to find the others. Especially Ace's and Law's auras were something he would be able to detect even in his sleep. But before he could focus, the young captain was distracted by what happened in the street. A tall black-haired woman stood there with some men who looked like the idiots who attacked them, but also with 2 other women and 2 men who did look stronger. He didn't know why. But he felt the most danger came from the black-haired man with dreadlocks and sunglasses. "So we shall eliminate her?" "Yes, that is what Mr. Zero has said. I already have the perfect plan. I just follow my lead. We will get the traitor and the little fortune that is walking around the island." Luffy narrowed his eyes at the black-haired man with a 3 on his head. Strange hairstyle. "Just tell Mr. Zero that I will handle everything." Mr. Zero? What a stupid name. Who would choose such a name? His eyes were back on the street. Only the black-haired woman was still standing there. She didn't look very happy. But her aura did feel nice, so maybe he could just ask for the way to the harbor. Because he had decided it was too loud to concentrate. "Nah, are you a SLV to them?" he asked and jumped down from the roof. A surprised look was on her face. But not long. "Why should I be a SLV to them?" The woman seemed confused about this question. "Because you don't look happy while talking to them and you don't seem to like you want to talk with them at all." The facial expression of the woman didn't change much, but Luffy could see the surprise in her eyes. "If you don't want to do it, then why do you do it?" The woman smiled and then only patted his head. "It's complicated. It can't be. You just have to become a pirate to become free," Luffy said. He didn't understand why people made their life complicated by doing stuff they clearly didn't want to do. Is that an invention, Monkey D. Luffy? Ein bit her lip in concentration. She had to think of something really quick before this wax guy found a way to get around Bartolomeo's barrier. They had to protect Koni's and the princess. That's for sure. But it also was tearing because Bartolomeo couldn't let the barrier down for 1 second. There was this bomb guy who was shooting whatever at them and it just exploded, and also there was the wax. But they needed to get out the barrier area to get either away from their opponents or fight them. "How much longer can you keep the barrier up?" Ein asked. She needed time. Even if she hit the ground with her power, it wouldn't help them. Before Bartolomeo could answer, a bomb exploded on the ground and made it harder for them to stand. Ayn had a bad feeling when the barrier appeared and disappeared in seconds. She could hear Conies and Vivy scream slightly in panic. But there didn't came another bomb or wax at them. Who do you think you are daring to hurt a lady? Ayn's eyes widened quite in surprise. She hadn't expected Sanji to show up. But the cook had shown up just on time to save them by kicking the wax guy into the bomb guy, so the main force of their opponents was shortly unable to do something. Who are you? I am the knight in shining armor for the ladies. Sanji blew some smoke in the air. His eyes focused on the opponents who dared to hurt a lady. The two men seemed dangerous. He couldn't really attack the one with the dreadlocks. Because the other one's abilities seemed dangerous if he didn't calculate his movement right. It was a bit stupid of him not to have asked Ace or Law more about this observation hockey. Because now he could really need it. At least he didn't have to worry about Konis-chan and Ain-chan getting hurt, because they were safe behind Bartolomeo's barrier. Well, if you get in our way, we should eliminate you, too, the man with a 3 on top of his head. It seemed even like the 3 was some kind of a candle. Wax was dripping from the man's hand. It was the same wax which was around Bartolomeo's barrier. It did seem to be very durable. He was sure that he wasn't able to beat these 4 alone. Especially since there were ladies. He would never dare to hurt a lady even if these were his opponents. So he would need help or a clever plan. Sanji dodged something the man with dreadlocks shot at him. He wasn't exactly sure what it was, but the blonde knew it was dangerous. Because the second it hit the barrier, it exploded. The next one you won't be able to dodge, the bomb man said and took out a pistol to aim at him. But he didn't use bullets, he used his breath? Goodbye, knight in shining armor. Sanji heard the shot going off, he heard Conies and the unknown lady scream behind Bartolomeo's barrier. He knew he wouldn't be able to dodge this. Because he couldn't see the bomb. A loud boom was all he heard. Looked like we made it on time, Law said with a slight grin. He had one hand in the air. His thumb, forefinger and middle finger stretched out for his shamble technique. The cook turned his head to look at him and Ace. Sorry, that we made it only now. But we had to deal with some idiotic flies who wouldn't stop bothering us even after they got their butts kicked, the black-haired first mate said with a grin. He seemed to be fired up to have a more challenging fight. Don't think about it. The bomb guy is mine. With your powers, you would possibly blow up the whole island, Law said dryly. He could hear Ace grumble, but the other seemed to make good use of his firepower to melt the wax which was around Bartolomeo's barrier. What are you going to do? Cut me with that sword of yours? It won't work, I will kill you if you. Law rolled his eyes. His room was still active. So it was easy to cut the bomb devil fruit user apart. Now it would be interesting to know if the cutting apart would stop the man from attacking them with bombs. Well, he could only hope that the man was too confused then to explode if he was still able to explode. With swift movements, he cut the dreadlock man's head off. But he didn't stop there. He even cut the body multiple times. He hoped that his plan would work and that the man wouldn't explode anymore. Slowly he let Kikoku slide into its scabbard. His gray eyes fixed on the head of the man. Their other 3 opponents shrieked. A small smile graced his lips. That seemed positive for their fight if their other opponents were out of commission a bit. The blonde woman got out of her shock the quickest. Reacting quickly and going straight for an attack. She seemed to be flooding but then coming crashing down. Law jumped back to avoid the attack but he felt a movement next to him. Got you, Ayn said with a smirk on her lips. The blonde woman was caught in the stony ground that had been flying up when she hit it. The woman tried to free herself but was struggling to get free. Now there were only the wax guy and the other one left. The wax shouldn't be an issue with Ace being here. Law turned his head to the fire user only to find him on the floor laughing. He felt the urge to hit him. That was something he expected from Luffy. But the younger one was mostly serious in a fight until it didn't feel dangerous any longer. Ace, get a grip, he scolded Ace. What was he laughing about? It is the color. You have to remove the shirt. He is under Miss Goldenweek's color trap control, the blue-haired woman shouted from behind Bartolomeo's barrier. Law narrowed his eyes. He never heard about something like this. Was it a devil fruit? It sure wasn't in the book. So it could be an undiscovered devil fruit. They had to be very careful. I'll handle her. You get Ace to stop laughing, Ayn commanded. Law felt the marine command tone in her voice. She definitely was way too used to order other people around. But it was really the best plan. Lucky, you still wear shirts when we are going on land, he mumbled and pulled the yellow shirt off from Ace. The younger one immediately stopped laughing. Ace blinked a few times before he jumped up back on his feet. Who do you think you are? Ace, just shut up and take care of this stupid wax, Law interrupted the younger one to get him back on tracks. Seriously, sometimes it was worse to keep Ace in line than Luffy. But now that Ace was back into action and Ein had taken care of this strange artist fighter, the fight was easy. Ace put his hat back on his head with a grin. These guys hadn't been really worth their time. Even if the one woman had been annoying with her skills. He stretched his arms. It felt too good to be topless and letting the fire dance over his arms. Nice kick, Sanji, he complimented the cook, or at least he wanted to. Sanji's attention was on Ein, Koni's, and the light blue-haired young woman who he didn't know. He narrowed his eyes. If he had noticed that right during his laughing, she was the one who had told Law what to do. He felt slightly uneasy. Maybe she used a trick to gain their trust and then turn them to gain their bounty. With distrust, he stared at her. Unfortunately, he couldn't voice it because of his brother and Zoro, who just appeared now. Hey, why didn't you leave one of them for me? Oh great, his baby brother was pouting again. Well, it's not our fault that you are too slow, Ace grumbled despite knowing that Luffy was possibly the fastest of them all. The swordsman had a more interesting reaction. If they went down that easy, there weren't much stronger than these small fishes which ran around in town. This made Ace laugh. Stop that. They aren't even the strongest Baroque Work members, the light blue-haired one said in a slight panic. Baroque Work? I heard of them. They wanted to recruit me. Something about being a bounty hunter company. But the one they sent was weak, Zoro said while shrugging his shoulders. Ace looked skeptically at the young woman. How did she know? But it wasn't the woman who answered. It was Ein. This is Nefertari Vivy. She is the princess of Alabasta. She doesn't belong to the Baroque Work, the former marine explained. A princess? She doesn't look like 1 inch, Luffy said while he picked his nose. Oi, don't do that in front of a lady, Sanji scolded him and tried to kick the young captain. Well, if she doesn't belong to the Baroque Work, how did she know about some details or even know that these weren't the stronger members, Law said calmly. The gray eyes of his mate didn't show much emotion. It was the analytical glance Law mostly had when he followed his profession as a surgeon or something other medical-related stuff. I infiltrated the organization to find out who framed my father and started spreading seeds of doubts in my country. I got to know about them and even their boss, Mr. Zero, who is the mastermind behind trying to start a civil war, Vivy had spoken up herself. So, we should take along, it could be interesting and nice training. After all, the strongest members weren't here as Vivy said. Also, it could get Grandpa to stop following you for some time if you do something for the justice, Ein reasoned. Ace grimaced and out for the corner of his eye he saw Luffy do the same. Neither of them looked forward to seeing their crazy grandpa again in the nearer future. But just to avoid him doing this felt wrong. I don't want to help someone because of justice. I'm not a hero. Ji-chan is the hero. I don't share my meat, Luffy said with crossed arms. Ace snorted. That did sound like his dear baby brother. Even if he could understand where Ein was coming from. After all, the other had been a marine. She had really wanted to help people. He suspected that Luffy's answer would have been different if the dark blue-haired woman had said that she wanted to help the princess. But who is pulling the strings? This surprised him. He hadn't expected his younger brother to ask that. But not only him. The others seemed surprised, too, and slightly curious. The identity of Mr. Zero? Vivy seemed more shocked than everyone else before she started to shake her head. No. I can't tell you. Even if you guys are strong. You are no match for him. I can't just put your lives in danger. Vivy-chan is so sweet, Sanji gushed with hard eyes. Be quiet, Arrow Cook, Zoro mumbled. What did you say, you stupid Marimo? Oh, here they went again. He started to laugh when these two started to brawl again, only to be stopped by Ein, who hit both of them. Behave yourself both, she said angrily, before she turned back to Vivy. A softer expression on her face. Vivy, I think you can just say it. It can be that bad. But Vivy shook her head no. I told you. Even if you are strong, you are no match for a Shichibukai. You are no match for Crocodile. Ace blinked. Had she really just said it? A Shichibukai? Shisisi, now that sounds like fun, Luffy said amused. You really want to fight against another one? That fight against the swords guy doesn't count because only Zoro got to fight him. Eh? How can you be so calm? I just put your lives accidentally in danger, for that I'm sorry, Vivy started but Luffy interrupted her. Now Ein, you want to help her, right? Ace looked at the former marine who slightly nodded. A young girl shouldn't put all the pressure on herself alone. Especially by going against a Shichibukai. Then it's decided. We kick the Croc's butt. Finally, it had been found. But why couldn't he have been the one who found it? Now it was in the hands of an idiot who didn't even seem to value it. He clenched his fists. He needed to get it. A grin appeared on his face. Now was the time to disappear from this ship. Staying here wouldn't bring him any further. He needed to go now. Especially if it was finally in his reach. Now all he had to was wait until later when everyone was fast asleep and he would steal it and everyone who would get into his way would die. Now was his chance coming and he wouldn't let it go wasted. You called, Sengoku-san? An elder woman stepped into his office. Thank you for coming, Tsuru-san. There is a favor I wanted to ask from you. It involves your adoptive grandchild and adoptive grandnephews, right? Sengoku sighed. He wasn't really able to hide it. Especially from Tsuru, who seemed to be able to read him like a book sometimes. Yeah, I know they became wanted and will probably have now hoisted the color. But still, I know. I visited Garp often enough to get to know them better. They are somehow family to you even if they are wanted. Sengoku scratched his cheek. This woman really knew too much sometimes. Well, better her than anyone else who would use this information to an advantage. Now what is your favor? I want you to keep an eye on Doflamingo. With Law now having a bounty, I think he will go after them at one point. Even if they are pirates now, I wouldn't want them to go against him unprepared. Understood. But do you think they could beat him? Sengoku caressed his beard. Were Ace, Law and Luffy strong enough to beat Doflamingo? Not yet. They are still hatchlings on their journey. Even if they were all quick learners as I heard from Garp. But at the moment, they are no match for Doflamingo. Tsuru nodded and turned around to leave his office. Be prepared, Tsuru-san. It might not be this week or in the close future, but I think the boys will fight Doflamingo because of his crimes towards Rosinante. And when they start the fight from their side, they will win, which will be a victory for us, too, in this corrupt world where we can take actions against the Shichibukai ruling over a country. So why can't we go straight for Alabasta? I want to fight this croc guy, Luffy complained and pouted. Because it isn't the best tactic to go straight. We don't know how long it would take us to reach Alabasta. It is quite possible that our supply won't last that long. So we are doing something of a mixed way by following the normal log pose but also follow the eternal pose. That way it is also harder to track us down. Meaning we will have the element of surprise when we get there, Ein explained. Luffy frowned. He didn't like that his journey was controlled because of that. He wasn't some kind of a man for a plan. He was a pirate who wanted to be free. Also, he wanted to fight this Shichibukai because he couldn't fight the last one. It would have interesting probably. But Mihawk was now reserved for Zoro to fight. Think about it, Luffy. By using that tactic your grandpa also can't catch up with if he is coming after you, Ein said, making him shiver. He didn't want to meet his grandpa yet. The man would probably try to fight his nakama to see how good they were. Something he didn't want to happen, yet. He didn't want the others to get hurt because his grandpa was his typical self. See, it is much safer this way, Ein started to say. But she got interrupted by Beepo's shout for a strange ship. Luffy jumped out of his seat and ran to the railing to look. Chouchu close behind him. The strange ship seemed more like a boat with one cabinet. It was decorated with some silk clothes. It had a strange, mystic aura around it. The same aura was also around the only person on the ship. Luffy wasn't sure if the person was a woman or a man as most of it was covered by silk cloth except the eyes which were gray-green. He swallowed when he met these eyes. It felt like these eyes stared directly into his soul. Something he didn't feel very often and he didn't like it. Oi, stop staring that way, Luffy shouted. But that made the person only chuckling. I'm sorry, Pirate-san. It was a soft, smoky, female voice. Oi, don't be impolite to a lady, Sanji scolded him and pulled his cheeks. Stop it, Sanji. Her staring was not nice, Luffy grumbled and started to pout. Forget it, the idiot is already lost, Zoro said yawning as he walked closer. What did you say, you stupid Marimo? Nah, Pirate-san, shall I repay my rudeness by reading your future, the woman interrupted. Future? Why should I want to know that? It's boring when you know what to expect, Luffy said while poking his nose. I don't give out details. But I give clues to the one you could call your soulmate. I want to hear it. I want to hear about our beautiful future together, Sanji said and nearly jumped over the railing if Law hadn't hit him on the head. Get yourself together or I'll castrate you if don't stop chasing after every female person, the surgeon threatened, which made Luffy chuckling. An interesting one. I can't see anything for your soulmate, but you should be careful around someone who likes to jump around, the woman said. So I know life is dangerous with this idiot being around, Law grumbled and pointed towards Luffy, who in return pouted. But the woman only laughed. You haven't met the one, yet. So remember my words if you meet someone like that. You there, Mr. Cook. Don't see with your eye but with your heart to find the true one for you. The eyes of the woman shifted to Zoro. You, Mr. Swordsman, should keep your right eye open for someone who is from a land where you could learn a thing or two. She really seemed to love to talk this way. Without really giving out any information. Her eyes were back on him. Luffy still didn't like the look in her eyes. He was going to tell her off again. But this time she spoke before he opened his mouth. Pirate-san, you have a strange attraction to fire as it seems. These words made him narrow his eyes. What was she talking about? She wasn't talking about the way he acted around big fires, or was she? Somewhere in the back of his mind, old memories raise up. Memories of the gray terminal covered in flames. Luffy-san? The soft voice of one of their female members on the ship interrupted his thoughts. He wasn't even sure if it was Koni's or Vivy. Because I wouldn't call him Luffy-san. He turned his head to see the light blue-haired princess who looked at him with some worry in her eyes. I'm fine, Luffy said with a grin. Even if it was possible written all over his face that he was lying. Well, it wasn't just possible. It was probably that way. After all, he was a very bad liar. Get everyone, a storm is coming, Ace suddenly shouted and got everyone's attention away from the strange woman. Also, she wasn't there any longer when Luffy looked at the water as the storm started to pick up. What a strange woman. So do we know the name of the island maybe? Law asked as they were certainly on a river with their ship surrounded by some kind of a prehistorical island if the flora was anything to go by. Well, it has to be an early island on the Grand Line. So it is possible that it is Little Garden, Ein said next to him while reading the book Brag Men. It made Law cringe inside that their only source for most islands on the Grand Line was this book of romantic fiction. It wasn't a safe source because everything which was written there could be a lie. Little Garden, huh? Wasn't that described as a garden for giants with dinosaurs? A nod was his only answer. Well, better not tell Luffy about that. Dinosaurs? I want to see them. Too late. Their curious captain had heard the last part and was now standing next to them with stars in his eyes. Do they taste good? Law suppressed his urge to facepalm. It was so clear that the younger one was thinking with his stomach again. But it was good to see him like that again after the young captain had seemed kinda out of it after the short meeting with this strange fortune teller. Don't know. Ask Sanji if he can cook dinosaur meat, Ein suggested, which made Luffy pout. Zoro and Sanji are arguing about who is stronger and who will catch the bigger animal or something. Law felt a headache starting to grow again. Why did they recruit these two bickering idiots again? Because they can swim, are good fighters with potential, have a dream, and one of them is a cook, Ein concluded for him, making him realize he spoke out loud. A quirk he developed after spending too much time with Luffy, who most of the time would just say whatever was on his mind. Said cause of this quirk was laughing. Zoro is fun to have around. He doesn't get stingy when I eat everything from the fridge as long as I leave the booze alone. You know Sanji feeds you nearly every time you whine as long as we still have enough in the storage, Law said carefully. Yeah, but Sanji gets stingy when I want to have some dessert, too. But he only prepares it for Ein, Koni's, and Vivy. That are the flaws you have to get along with when picking up an alcohol and nap-loving swordsman and a notorious flirty cook. Ein sounded too amused when she said that. It even looked like she was enjoying herself. Something he had rarely seen when she was a Marine recruit. The only time was when she got to babysit Luffy back then. But he should get back to the bickering idiots. Is someone going with Zoro? Otherwise, we won't find him again with that non-existing sense of direction of him. He can't be that bad. Law turned his head to look at Ein. Well, she couldn't really know about it, so. He got lost while crossing the street in Logue Town. Nichan and Barto went with them. To be the judge of their contest. Well, that was calming. Now Luffy wanted to explore, so maybe he should go with the younger one to make sure that he was going to be okay. Perhaps they also find some clues how long it would take for the Logue pose to reset. This would decide about their course. After all, mixing the direction slightly seemed like a good plan to prevent someone from following them and also making their arrival in Alabasta more unpredictable. Lay down and get some rest, while only Bippo, Chaochu, Koni's and Vivy are on board. We need our doctor in perfect shape when we reach Alabasta. After all, it's a desert country. Not everyone will be able to handle the heat. Law looked at Ein a little annoyed. He was well rested. He had his 2 hours of sleep at night before something happens. It wasn't exactly healthy, but it was enough for him. Why should Tereo get some rest? Luffy asked with a tilted head. Because he only sleeps around 2 hours, which isn't enough for a person. He may fall asleep randomly like Ace does, but not because of an illness. But because he doesn't sleep enough. Law glared at Ein. I know what I am. Tereo, you stay on board and rest. Captain's order. Seriously? Don't worry, I'll take care of him. It isn't like I babysit him for the first time, Ein said and left with Luffy. Leaving Law alone without a chance to protest. The surgeon sighed. Well, he couldn't really go against Captain's order despite Luffy not being a typical captain all the time. So in these rare times, he decided something, even if it wasn't something serious, they should follow it. But maybe it wasn't such a bad idea to relax for some time until the troublemakers are back. Law slowly went to the kitchen to make himself a cup of tea. They both have the same size. Also, the portion of the meat you could get seems also to be the same, Ace said as he studied the loot of Sanji's and Zoro's hunting competition. Are you blind? It's obvious that you could get more meat from this dinosaur as from the one who was dragged here by this stupid Marimo, Sanji complained. Shut it, you asked us to be the judge. So don't complain, Ace said slightly annoyed. These two, as funny as it was to watch. It was annoying when it went on for too long. Oi, Marimo, where are you going? Stupid idiot, we should get a lead for you, Sanji grumbled. What did you say, you stupid cook? Do I look like a dog to you? I'll go and catch something even bigger to win, idiot, Zoro growled. That is what I will do. Both of you be quiet. This is enough to reach the next island. Law will be said if there is a chance that the food will go bad and you, Sanji, will be angry if we waste food. But we are on the Grand Line. We can't make a mistake. The first half of the Grand Line is called Paradise from those traveling in the New World. If we can't survive in Paradise, we don't even need to go to the New World. Something that Luffy doesn't need. Luffy is the one who will become the Pirate King. You know, my little brother is a troublemaking idiot, so he needs us behind him without mistakes, Ace shouted angry for the first time with them. He didn't even know why his temper got the best of him now. Maybe because normally Luffy and Law keep him a little calmer. Suddenly a shadow crept over the four men and the loot. Ha, now that's interesting to see. A new voice said from there above them. Ace looked up and was shocked. A giant. Shishishi, that sounds like fun, Asen, Luffy said happily sitting on the giant's shoulder. Gegiagiagiag, now aren't you a lively brat? Is it really okay for Luffy to sit on your shoulder, Dori-san? Ain asked from the ground where she sat with Vivy and Karoo. The giant, who had introduced himself as Dory the Blue Ogre after he had saved them from a giant dinosaur, just laughed. It's fine. I barely notice his weight, he told. I don't understand why you two have to fight, Vivy mumbled quietly. But even from Dory's shoulder, Luffy could hear. It's a tradition, young princess. I wouldn't be an honorable man if I didn't follow it. It's also a matter of pride. Something we, giants, value in high regards, the giant explained. I think it is cool to have someone to fight with in such an honorable match for such a long time despite being pirates, Luffy chirped with stars in his eyes. The whole story about how the fight had started hadn't been so interested for him. But it fascinated him how long these two kept it up. 100 years. That was such a lunchtime and still, they value the code of honor. It was incredible. You should visit Elbaf sometime. There are still lots of members from Broggies and my crew. Even as pirates' honor is our most precious treasure, Dory said and looked at Luffy. Elbaf is in the New World, right? How did you cross the Red Line? I heard about some possibilities. At least from the Paradise side. But from the side of the New World, I only knew about the ways the government uses and they wouldn't allow pirates to use them, Ain asked. Gegiagiagiag, yeah, Elbaf is on the other side of the Red Line. Well, we crossed through the Calm Belt into the West Blue and then used the entrance of Reverse Mountain. The entrance's size is different. I heard it is the smallest when you come from the East Blue. It is the smallest. Because not many pirates enter from there. The other ways got bigger because the people fought their way into it and onto the Grand Line, Dory explained with laughter. But it could have changed since then. 100 years may be not a long time for a giant, but for tiny humans like you, it sure is. A volcano erupted with loud noises. That's the signal. I will talk to you after the fight. You have to get down from my shoulder now. Because there is no way, I'll fight that way, Dory said and stood up. Luffy pouted. Can I come and watch? I want to see it. I promise, I don't interfere and I'll stay out of your range, he asked with pleading eyes. Dory seemed to be a little skeptical. It's fine, Dory-san. Luffy is able to fly, so he could fly at some distance to watch the fight, and Luffy isn't one to interfere with fights. Especially when they are about someone's honor and pride, Ain said with a sigh. She didn't really look like she was happy about his desire to watch the fight, but seemed to have accepted that he would probably do it anyway. It made him grin. Let's go, Luffy cheered loudly. But as soon as Dory stood up, there was another loud noise. This time it wasn't an erupting volcano. It sounded like an explosion. An explosion from the other side of the island. Smoke was rising in the air close to the other big Sea King skeleton. Everything had gone fine. Until the DMN day this man had been taken in the crew and had also raised to the position of commander. It was just his luck that it had been his division. He was very careful since the day nearly 20 years ago. DMN this stupid bird to not be capable of dying, instead he had to be reborn from ashes. At least the brat didn't remember anything. Otherwise, he would have the entire crew on his heels. But the reason why the brat was here was this man. He would have never imagined that this man would leave his former crew and join them. It had made his plan even riskier. Well, he hadn't really needed a serious plan up until now. Just this afternoon the 4th Division Commander Thatch had come back from a mission and he had brought a devil fruit along. No, not just any devil fruit. It was the devil fruit that he had been looking for. The one which would help him to follow into the footsteps of a certain man. He had to get it without a certain man getting in his way. Well, the best way would probably be to attack Thatch at night and then steal it. Something wrong with the devil fruit, which Thatch has found, a voice interrupted his thought. DMN, just when he thought it couldn't get worse because of the stupid 2nd Division Commander, another one seemed to notice something was up. No, nothing is wrong with it. I just try to remember if it was in the book, he lied. The black-haired commander looked at him skeptically. DMN, why couldn't be this one in heat so he wouldn't have to worry about him, too? From all division commanders, the 2nd and the 16th commander were the ones who picked up the quickest if something was wrong. Well, he should call himself lucky that there were only 2 and not 3 like he would have been if the stupid bird hadn't been reborn. Haruta is already looking into it. By the evening, we should know what kind of devil fruit Thatch had brought on board if it is in the book or not. So you don't have to worry, Teach. Just return to your work, the commander said, well more ordered. Will do, Izo Taishu, he told with his best fake smile. Stupid Omega giving around orders. There was just one place where Omegas would be useful. In bed and bearing children. Oh, it would be fun to put Izo down in the place he belongs under him and screaming in pain. But that idea could wait. He had to get his devil fruit before they found out what it was. He was sure the old man would be very careful about this devil fruit if Thatch didn't decide to it. Something he was sure the man wouldn't do. The man didn't have any use for it. The head chef was quite capable of a fighting without a devil fruit as most of the commanders. He did have to give them credits for that. Fighting directly against Thatch would be stupid. The man wouldn't go down easily and it would make lots of noise which would alarm the others, making his escape more difficult. He needed to make sure that they wouldn't find out about the devil fruit, yet. He also couldn't steal the book. Haruta would probably have the book by now. The 12th Division Commander was quite quick to search for information in books or reports. He should have ripped out the page containing the picture of the Yami Yami no Mi when he had the chance. Now his only chance would probably be when Thatch stayed in the kitchen after dinner. It would be possible to attack the chef then while the others were all busy with preparing to go to sleep because tomorrow around midday they should reach Hand Island to check on it. There were rumors about an annoying rookie pirate group being around the island, so everyone was getting ready in case they needed to fight. Something was going to happen. He didn't know when. Something that bothered him. It was hard to surprise him. Very hard. If he remembered correctly, the situation he had been surprised by something could be counted on one hand. Otherwise, he knew before what would happen. He sat himself up. All these thinking and staying focused to catch a glimpse of the future was making him hungry. Thatch should still be awake and in the kitchen. So maybe he could ask the chef for some beautiful, delicious donuts. That would take his mind off for a bit. It was a blessing that he could as he liked without being judged. Well, at least from the other commanders and Oyaji. With the crew, he still was quite skeptic, despite being on the crew for nearly 20 years. But after his little sister had been hurt because of him, he had become very careful about people knowing his real face. Mostly to protect them. Something he might have failed to do with his younger siblings. But there wasn't really someone expect a few people who could stand a fight against his mother, and one of these persons was Oyaji. He would want to have his siblings out of his mother's tyrannic hands, but as Whitebeard had told him, they had to plan this very carefully and also had to look for the perfect timing without turning the world upside down. Also, Whitebeard was very careful with putting lives on the line. The man wasn't someone who would send his sons on a death mission if they weren't ready for it. Something most of them weren't, even if he had heard some of his division members joking about how fun it would be to turn whole Cake Island upside down and meet his siblings. Yeah, it would be fun. Especially with his older brother, who would most likely to be kinda proud of him that he finally found friends that he could trust. He stopped in his tracks. He felt a presence near the kitchen. One which he hadn't expected. What could Teach possible want from Thatch? He had already heard from Izo that his division member seemed quite interested in the devil fruit which was brought on board by the cook. He fastened his steps because he felt the bad feeling rise again inside of him. It did seem to have something to do with the devil fruit. The devil fruit, which was still unclassified because some accident happened within Haruta's division and the commander had to take care of this, preventing him from looking through the book carefully. What if that hadn't been an accident? A vision appeared in his mind. Thatch was standing in the kitchen. The devil fruit right next to him on the kitchen counter. And Teach was getting closer to Thatch with a knife in his hand. The cook seemed totally oblivious to the fact. He started running. If that was the truth, then Thatch was in great danger. He couldn't let that happen. He had blamed himself a bit for what happened to Marco, causing him to be reborn as defenseless baby again, even if many people told him it wasn't his fault. He wasn't going to blame himself just because he wasn't fast enough. With quick, big steps he reached the kitchen and was fast enough to shot a jelly bean to prevent Teach from stabbing Thatch in the back. "What are you doing, Teach?" He narrowed his eyes at the man, the possible traitor. "Zihahaha, why don't you look in the future and answer that yourself, Katakuri Taishu?" It was annoying that the man was laughing. It wasn't even funny. Is something wrong? Oh, how he loved Thatch's obvious nature sometimes. Depending on the situation. But he knew that the other could also be quite sharp. In this situation, he kinda wished that Thatch had one of his clever moments, being able to piece everything together. "Nothing, Commander. I'll just take this." "Thatch, dodge." His warning came a bit too late because Teach was able to stab the cook, grab the devil fruit and ran out of the kitchen. DMN, he should follow the traitor. But he couldn't leave Thatch injured without someone. He was going to deal with the traitor later on Oyaji's order. Now he should bring the cook to the nurses. "Don't move too much. I'll bring you to the nurses." He tried to calm Thatch down, who was a bit screaming in pain. Katakuri was trying to lift the cook carefully up when he noticed a black substance lingering about the wound. What was this? It disappeared and it looked like Thatch hadn't been injured. How had that happened? He looked at the cook, who seemed to be sweating but had a little smirk on his face. The same when he found something very funny, but only he knew about it. Then the realization dawned him. "You have eaten a piece of the devil fruit." Katakuri stated the obvious now and helped Thatch sitting up. "Yeah, thought about giving it a try. Maybe something cool about being able to manipulate fire, which would be nice as a cook. Even if the color didn't look like fire," the brunette said with a weak laugh. "Well, whatever it is. It did save your life. But it was kinda worrying about how much pain you seemed to have been. It did hurt like hell. It felt like I was cut open completely. If it was just the feeling, then it is fine." "Oi, that doesn't sound nice." He chuckled when Thatch started to pout. If the smaller one was able to pout, then everything was alright. "So he stabbed Thatch and took off with the devil fruit?" Whitebeard asked, looking slightly worried at his 4th Division commander, who was still looking a bit pale. "Yeah, if it hadn't been for Katakuri, he might have one-shot me," Thatch said. "Yeah, because we can't say for sure that your devil fruit would have been able to save you. But we should also say that it is good for us that you have eaten it. Because this devil fruit isn't a normal Logia, as you already notice. It is also very dangerous, as you are able to cancel devil fruit powers just by touching them," Haruta explained. "It doesn't sound like a power that should be in the hands of a traitor," Izo said with his arms crossed. "We should go after him soon. After all, he broke the rule on the ship," Rakuyo brought up. "No. We won't go after him now. I have a bad feeling about it. Even if he didn't succeed in getting the devil fruit he want, he still isn't as weak as it seems. Also, he must have been intending to this for a long time. Therefore we won't take any risks by chasing straight after him. We will keep an eye open for news about him and also contact our allies. But without more information we won't do anything," Whitebeard said, and stopped hopefully every thought about chasing after the traitor. But Oyaji, Marco started to protest, but he just looked at his youngest commander to make him stop. "I know it is hard for you at the moment to understand. But just know that I have a bad feeling about the situation. I don't want to put any of you in danger, so we wait." He looked at his commanders with a serious look. Even if some of them still looked like they wanted to disagree, but they would follow his order. "So why are you telling me this? It isn't something to be concerned of. Many pirates are greedy with some exception," Sengoku said with narrowed eyes. "Yeah, but these ones don't have a D in their name." The fleet admiral felt worry rise inside of him. There hadn't been a dangerous D for a very long time. He wasn't considering Roger a dangerous D. The late Pirate King was, in comparison with other pirates, quite harmless. He didn't attack just for the kicks, mostly if he was provoked, like capturing one of his cabin boys and locked him up in jail. A bit like Whitebeard now. "So, does he remember you about your old captain?" he asked carefully. If that was the case, then this situation could be very dangerous. "No. Not at the moment. But I have a bad feeling about him. So I don't let any of my sons chase after him at the moment." Sengoku nodded. He wasn't on friendly terms with Whitebeard. But he and the Yonko had some sort of agreement, since the other one had put Fishman Island under his protection. Whitebeard was a good assistant against slavery going on. Something he and Garp weren't able to do, as it meant going against the world nobles. "I understood. So we won't risk a war with you when we put him into jail? Just in case he does make a move to put himself on the wanted list." "No, we might just ask you to have the honor to kill him ourselves. But otherwise, if you get him, give him hell. I think that Magellan will be quite found to that," Sengoku promised. He wasn't going to let a possible dangerous D running wild. They don't need another one similar to Rox D. Zebek. Luffy flew as fast as possible for him. He was still pouting that Ein had decided that she, Vivy and Dory will look what had happened while he should get Law in case someone got hurt badly. He understood that it was the best thing because he really was the fastest from them all. But, he wanted to have some action and adventure, too. It was too interesting to see what had happened. But Luffy had to get back to Shippy. Hopefully, Law wasn't cranky when he woke the older one up. Law massaged his temples while he looked at no, he couldn't say man, just because of the way the other dressed. The surgeon knew that there now was an Okama on board. Thank you for saving me, the Okama chirped and spun around like some dancer. They probably were one, if the shoes were giving any hints. Don't mention it, Law mumbled. He wasn't really sure how he should judge the situation. He had only laid down for some minutes after Luffy had left with Ein, Vivy and Karoo when Beepo had started to shout for him. Chaochu barked loudly and Conies even came straight into his office, as he liked to the sickbay, with a slight panic look. They had fished up a person. A still living one. The mentioned Okama. It didn't felt right to see other people on this island as it seemed impossible for humans to live here for a longer time. Normal humans. Who are you even? The surgeon narrowed his eyes at them. Who am I? I am Bentham. So they introduced themselves with a male name. Does that mean he considers himself more like a male or not? This didn't help Law to make him feel more comfortable with the situation. He wasn't really a people person. He might know more about society, but when it came to simple small talk he let Ace and Luffy take charge. Especially the younger one was quite social despite his sometimes rude behavior. He started to wish at least one of them was here to deal with the Okama. He should have made them take a den mushi with them, at least Luffy. So Bentham, why are you here? I mean, just what I have seen from the island. Not many people seem to be visiting it, Law carefully asked. I went overboard because of some mist appearing around my ship. I didn't know how I survived until I was fished up by you, guys. You have me thank for this. I don't know many people who would just help a random stranger. Law waved his hand to make the other understand that it was fine. But he narrowed his eyes. So there was a chance that more people would come to pick Bentham up. Now the Okama did seem friendly, but could be said the same thing about their nakamas? Tereo. The voice of his young captain interrupted his thoughts. Why was he already back? He expected that Luffy wouldn't be back before it would be dark. So something must have happened. The straw-hatted boy landed on the ship and started rambling. There was some kind of explosion. Ein is checking it out with the others. But there was a chance that Ace and the others are involved and someone got. So. Wait, who is that? Swans? Do they talk? Wait, you look like one of these people from this hard island. Are you following the "oh come my way" style? Law wanted to facepalm. How easily did Luffy become distracted? Well, he did say the important things like there was an explosion and that it was possible that someone from them had gotten hurt. Also, to be true, he had kinda wished that the young one was here to get him out this social interaction. Oh come my way style? Bentham looked slightly confused. It also did seem like Luffy's bubbly personality was slightly too much for them. Maybe he should explain. He means Okama. Yes, Luffy, Bentham is an Okama. He got washed up here and will be picked up by his crew soon, Law explained carefully and a bit impatient. I'm sorry, Bentham, but you heard him. There is the possibility that our nakama got hurt. So we gotta go and help them. I guess. You can wait here until we are back. It is much safer here on Shippy. Until your nakama are here, you can stay, Luffy said with a big grin. Law looked slightly annoyed at the younger one. He shouldn't be so trusting. They didn't know much about the Okama. It could also be possible that they made Bentham uncomfortable and turned the other against them. But the reaction of the Okama wasn't really something which the surgeon would have predicted. They started to cry. What was going on? You guys are so nice, they said sobbing. So were these tears of some sort, tears of happiness? Ace, you stupid idiot. Wake up, Ein shouted slightly angrily. Her hands and her feet were in wax and it felt like they also mixed some sea stone in this, especially for her, so she wasn't able to use her powers. She also felt weaker. So there must be sea stone. At least for her. Bartolomeo looked pretty unaffected by having his hands covered in wax. The problem was that the former mob boss wasn't able to create barriers without moving his fingers. Something he should train maybe. Also, Zoro and Sanji weren't also very helpful while Mr. 3 had started turning them into wax statues. The swordsman had even tried to cut off his legs with the statement that Law would be able to fix him later. Fortunately, the cook had been hitting him, so they had started to fight and made Zoro forget the idea for now. But it didn't help the situation in general. How did they even get this situation? Stuck on some wax cake while Dory and his friend Buggy got tricked into another fight against each other while getting covered in wax. How was that even possible that these Baroque Work agents who were easily defeated the last time caught up so quickly and now had the upper hand? Well, it wouldn't have been so easy for them if Ace hadn't fallen asleep. The fire user had fallen asleep even before she and Vivy had arrived. Wasn't he taking his medicine? He was mated to the ship doctor, so Law should normally keep an eye. Oi, stupid Marimo, what are you doing now? Sanji's voice, which sounded slightly annoyed, interrupted her thoughts, and she turned her head to look at these two bickering children because that's what they were sometimes in her eyes. Zoro had unsheathed a sword of his and was now posing. Striking a pose. If we are stuck here becoming a statue, I don't want to be in a bad position like some arrow cook, the green-haired explained carelessly while also pissing off Sanji even more. I wanted to facepalm. That was something she expected from Luffy when the kid had his childish tendency. But Zoro had struck her as someone who liked to be taken seriously despite having his moments sometimes. But now, nope, she couldn't take him seriously. Are you stupid? Why can't you just use one of your sheaths to try to wake up the sleeping idiot there? She shouted at him. Are you stupid, woman? You don't do that with a sheath. Don't call Ainchan stupid, Marimo. Did you say something, arrow cook? Don't call me Ainchan. Guys, I don't think you should fight right now, Vivy said carefully like she was trying to calm them down while Bartolomeo didn't seem to know which side to pick and also joining the fight. Okay, listen, I know your style is bursting into people and fight them. But we can't. The man with the dreadlocks is a bomb man, the blonde woman can manipulate her weight, the black-haired one with the 3 on top of his head uses wax, and the last one has a strange ability with colors. So our best option is that you becoming very small like a real dragonfly and wake Ace up while I'll take care of. Stupid plan, Luffy mumbled while poking his nose. He knew that Ace would be hard to wake up. He could practically jump on the older one and his brother would still be asleep. Can't you just do that mind thing that you did with Zoro and Sanji? That was fun to see both flipping out when they were in the other's body. Luffy looked at Law as interrupted himself and seemed like he was thinking. That's a good plan. While they are having trouble to adjust, we can easily knock them out and wake your brother up and rescue the others. A big grin appeared on his face. Now that sounds like fun. Without waiting, he started to speed at the bomb man. He could hear the noise from a slightly annoyed Law for not being able to wait. But he didn't care. He dodged the bomb easily by getting smaller and turning completely into a normal-sized dragonfly. With the speed his wings gave him, he was able to shorten the distance even faster than by using Tsuru. He let his haki flow into his right fist while becoming bigger and hit the man with a haki-enchanted fist directly in the face. Luffy grinned when he saw that the man crashed into the wax statue. What have you done to my beautiful statue? Why is my body over there? What is going on? You couldn't just wait, could you? Law asked while he came closer, slicing the 3 still standing enemies apart. But we discussed the plan. So there was nothing to wait for any longer, Luffy expressed a little childishly while he started to poke his big brother. Ace only snorted and turned himself away from him. A pout formed itself on his lips. Luffy sat on Ace's back. Maybe he should try it that way. Nichan, wake up, he said a bit louder and started to jump up and down. Seriously, how deep was his brother? Asleep? Was that really just this narco illness? Tereo, is that really just this nap thingy from Ace? He asked the surgeon, pouting, who had put a stop to the progress of the others being turned into wax statues. Is there any drawing on him? No. Then tell him there is no meat left for him. No meat? This was exclaimed in shock by both brothers. Law looked at them both like he was asking if they were serious. Welcome back to the living, Ace. Now help us out of here, will you? Ain asked. The blue-haired woman started to look quite weak. Something which wasn't normal for her. Ai-chan, are you okay? Luffy studied her. This 4 didn't do something stupid to his nakama. It's fine, they just somehow put sea stone on me, Ain mumbled. What exactly is this sea stone? They seem to be pretty careful about it, Sanji asked and scratched his chin. Sea stone is otherwise known as kairosaki. It is a substance which is quite hard. It is said to be as hard as diamond. Something which makes it a brilliant weapon against devil fruit users. It is like the sea in a solid form. It blocks our abilities if we come into contact with it, Law started to explain while helping Ain after Ace had freed her from the wax. Luffy didn't look at them. Because as much fun as it was when Law switched the minds of the crew around, Luffy didn't like it when the surgeon had to cut one of them apart to help them. But he knew it was sometimes the easiest way. Even if he didn't like it. Are you guys okay? He asked the giants. Luffy hoped they were fine. It would be sad if their long fight was interrupted by this stupid intrusion. Don't worry, kid. We have been through worse. After all, we are pirates, Dory said with a grin, and the other one just laughed as Ace freed him carefully from the wax. Yeah, being buried in wax isn't the worst, we had, Buggy added after he was freed with a grin. Going through the calm belt was worse. Even if there is lots of food. It's kinda annoying without the wind. Because of that you have to be awake all the time to get through there, the giant remembered with a slightly nostalgic look in his eyes. Luffy looked up to them with admiration. These two giants had already experienced so much. It made him feel giddy with the thoughts of his own adventures which still laid ahead of him. Thank you for bringing us to Shippy, Luffy chirped happily when Dory and Buggy put them down. Something Law was thankful for. It was already a bother to keep the young captain still when he was on the ground. But on the shoulders of a giant. It was annoying. The only way had been that Ace caught his little brother and put him on his lap. Something that never changed was that Luffy craved for affection, even if he didn't say that out loud. But he had to admit despite dealing with Luffy for not being able to sit still, it had been nice. Also, Zoro couldn't get lost. Seriously, he was going to leash the next island, he could. The sense of direction from the swordsman was worse than Luffy's inability to keep a secret. It was annoying. Oh, Bentham, you are still here? Didn't your Nakama find you yet? Luffy's question interrupted his thoughts. Law was surprised to see that the Okama was still on board. He did expect that the ship of them hadn't been that far away. I couldn't just go. You helped me and even gave me some food despite me being a total stranger to you. So I had to stay until you are back and help a bit. Because that's what friends are doing, right? That's the Okama way, Bentham declared loudly and seemed very proud with the way they had chosen. Then the Okama seemed a bit sad. I had thought of maybe giving you a little show. But since my crew is here, we must part for now. Maybe next time, I'll give you a view to the wonders of the main no me, Bentham exclaimed before he spun off the ship and jumped on another ship, which Law hadn't noticed until now. Bye-bye Bentham, Luffy waved after him with a grin. But Vivy did seem to be in a shock. Is something wrong with the Okama? Law guessed, watching the young princess carefully. Bentham? I didn't recognize it first. But he is also part of the Baroque Works. He is Mr. 2, better known as Bon Clay. He is the only officer agent without a female partner, Vivy whispered. I wonder why. He does seem like a nice guy. Especially because Luffy likes him, Ace wondered. I think that his devil fruit is the reason why he doesn't have partner. We should call ourselves lucky that we met him here and he did just not recognize Vivy, but also he did gave us a hint to his power. The main no me. I heard of it. I think it is in the devil fruit encyclopedia. If I remember correctly, the fruit isn't really for offensive attacks but for stealth and infiltration. The user is able to copy others' appearances and voices. But I don't remember how that is possible. But, we should be very careful when we reach Alabasta. If Baroque Works has someone like him in their ranks, there is the chance that a much bigger plot will be going on. With his skill, it is possibly better for him to work alone without having someone around who could blow his cover, Ein thoughtfully. So we just mark ourselves in case he could copy us by just seeing us. That way we should be able to identify each other, Zoro said with a shrug. I hate to say it, but I think the Marimo did have a good idea. Who asked for your opinion, Arrow Cook? And there was the kindergarten again? Dory, Buggy, thank you again for bringing us back here and also thank you for the information about the log pose time. But we have to depart now, Law said while he nonchalantly swapped Zoro's and Sanji's body again. No problem, little one. Nay, do you have some ale with you? It has been a long time since we had some, Buggy asked with a grin. Some ale is coming right now, Luffy chirped and went to get some barrels. Okay, everyone get ready to set sail and even if it is funny, swap them back, Law. We need these two in their own bodies because we don't know what will happen as soon as we leave the island, Ace ordered, fulfilling his role as vice captain. An advice, just sail straight forward. Don't change the course until you can't see the island any longer. Thank you, we will follow your advice. Here is your ale, Luffy cheered and waved to the giants when they went in the same direction the ship would go while drinking the ale. The world was strange. You didn't just meet friendly people who could be considered your allies, but you also met friendly people who would turn out to be your enemy. It's not as black and white as the world government wanted to paint it. Do they ever stop eating? Never. They grew up the way to eat as much as possible. Law sighed slightly. This was the start of a typical conversation when most of them had already finished except Luffy and Ace. These two were still stuffing their mouths. I thought, you would be used to it already, Sanji. After all, you are traveling for around 2 months with us, the surgeon said. He was a bit on the edge because his heat was coming close. Even with the suppressant he used, he felt. It worried the surgeon a bit. He hoped that he got over it before they reached Alabasta. He couldn't be vulnerable when they had some tough fights coming their way. They had to fight one of the Shichibukai. Law didn't remember much about them. He knew the names of them and some of their powers. Like Jinbei, Mihawk and Doflamingo. But the rest he just knew the names. They were lucky to have Ain on board. She probably remembered the power of all Shichibukai. Also, the blue-haired former Marine would most likely come up with a good plan for Alabasta, at least he hoped. Because they had the unpredictable Luffy factor. After these two have finished, we will start planning for Alabasta. I think I have enough information through Vivy to know what we should do, Ain said. Beat up Crocodile, Luffy suggested with a gleam in his eyes. It was clear that the young captain was itching to fight someone strong. Not yet. You can't just fight against him. The country is being divided by civil war. Which is probably caused by Crocodile. Around 14 years ago, he settled down in Alabasta and became some kind of a hero protecting the people from pirates. I believe around that time he founded the Baroque Works, an organization made of strong bounty hunters. Now I remember why these codenames sounded so familiar. These punks sent a so-called Mr. 7 some years ago in the East Blue, Zoro said with a look on his face as he seemed to have difficulty to remember it. Mr. 7? I heard they had to change him because he didn't come back after one mission, Vivy spoke up. But she didn't look like she wanted to know what had happened to him. Shall I guess what had happened? You have gotten quite famous as a strong bounty hunter in the East Blue, so Crocodile wanted to recruit you. Mr. 7 was there to recruit you and you possible told him that he can go F. Law coughed to stop himself saying from F-. After all, both he and Ace had decided to keep the cursing as low as possible around Luffy. You possible told him to get lost by using your swords, right? A grin on Zoro's face was answer enough. The swordsman had killed the former Mr. 7, possible when the green-haired hadn't been 18 yet. Law slightly shook his head while Vivy looked quite shocked. Back to the topic. The structure of the organization is simple. You can split them into 4 parts. The Millions, Billions, Frontier and Officer Agents. The Millions are the henchmen of the Frontier and the Billions are the henchmen of the Officer Agents. We have met some of the Millions on Mashigata. It is possible that there's some Billions, too. But I think mostly Millions. So compared to our main force they are quite weak, but they do have the numbers. It would be best if we have a plan to not deal with them so we can focus on the agents. Because I think we will have to confront all officer agents we haven't met yet. Ain started to go on with information they got about a Baroque Works. That sounds boring. Can I go play with Chaochu? He seemed bored, too, Luffy said while poking his nose. You know, as a captain, you should learn to listen to these kinds of meetings, Ace lectured the younger one and pulled his cheek slightly. Why should I? I don't need to know all this stuff. I can't even remember all that. That's why I got you on the crew. You can do the stuff I can't do. I don't need to know everything about this work organization to know I have to beat them up. Luffy seemed slightly annoyed at Ace for pulling his cheeks. But despite that, he did compliment them all. A slight look to the others was enough to know that they possible felt the same. Maybe it is the best. If Luffy gets bored, we won't get to the point. So we can let Luffy go play with Chaochu with Beepo keeping them company just in case the idiot goes overboard, Law said carefully. Thank you, Tereo. Luffy cheered and hugged him before he left the kitchen with Chaochu and Beepo, who quickly had gotten up to have an eye on the bundle of energy. Is it really good that way? Vivy asked with a slightly worried look. Yeah, it is better to just give Luffy a very short form of the plan and Beepo can't come with us. He would slow us down because he can't handle the heat during the day. So it is much healthier for him to stay on board, Law explained. I'll stay with Beepo in that case. I'm not a good fighter, so I would be only in your way. So I can stay and make sure that Beepo is fine during the day, Coney spoke up. The blonde Scipion looked at Vivy with an apology in her eyes. These two had started to become good friends since the young princess had been on board. So it was only natural that Coney's had wanted to help her friend as well. But she was also right that she would only be in their way. It's fine, Coney's-chan. I don't want to risk anyone's life, Vivy said with a slight smile. Ain looked a bit emotionless. The young woman didn't seem to be quite sure how to handle these interruptions all the time. It possibly wasn't what she was used to from being a Marine. It made Law smirk slightly. Could we go back to the topic, please? You guys need to be prepared for the battle we will have to face in Alabasta. Because most of the officer agents are devil fruit users, well, at least one of the duo, Ain said. Does this makes you nervous, Ain? Ace sounded amused. Shut up, before I turn you into a little boy. Because you can't expect to march into a country which is divided because of a civil war without a plan. It is possible that just being there might cause more trouble. So now no more interruption, because we should get this over as fast as possible, because who knew what happens next? This is Grand Line. Anything can happen here. Bossy woman. I love it when Ainchan is being like that. These two. Luffy had been playing a bit with Chaochu before he had decided to lay on the deck with the dog on his chest and his head leaning against Beepo. Nah, are you still homesick sometimes? Luffy asked quietly. His hand was petting Chowchu's head, which the dog seemed to enjoy. He couldn't see Beepo's reaction. But since the mink didn't answer right away, it was possible a difficult question. I don't remember much. I remember Zo being on a big elephant which was walking in the sea, the polar bear said thoughtfully. Luffy had to imagine that. It sounded like an adventure. He really wanted to see that elephant. I want to see, he said a bit dreamy. And I want to meet your friends. Luffy lifted his head when he heard steps. Zoro had come out of the kitchen. Is the boring meeting done? The young captain asked the swordsman. A pout formed itself on his lips when the green-haired young man shook his head. No. What do they talk about that much? About members and possible matchups. That the Bartolomeo, Vivy, the perverted cook and I should just run when we see Crocodile because he is a Logia type user, Zoro told him. The swordsman sounded annoyed. But Luffy could understand him. He wouldn't like it either if someone told him to run from an opponent. Logia? DMN? I thought we could try to beat some people without using hockey, the straw-hatted captain said. Teach me hockey. Luffy blinked at the swordsman. Then he tilted his head. It is confusing. I didn't understand most parts of the explanations from Ji-chan. I just follow my instinct, but I know that I have to be focused for observation hockey, Luffy said. Einsan or Law would be better in teaching hockey, Beepo piped up. It can't be that difficult to ask one of them, Zoro mumbled. It is. Tereo and Nichan are training since they both became 15 and Nichan still isn't very good with observation hockey, Luffy said. He remembered how hard the training had been for him. Despite the words of his grandpa that he got some talent for hockey and the old man had sounded very proud because of this fact. But if they want to prepare you guys, then they should start to teach you hockey soon. Because in the new world lots of people know hockey, the young captain went on. But then he stopped and started to grin. Maybe there was a way to train with Zoro. Oh, I know how to train. At least a bit. Cover your eyes, Luffy said with enthusiasm. This should be fun. Zoro looked confused at him before he closed his eyes and covered them with his bandana. Luffy giggled. Now try to dodge, he said, and didn't wait long to punch the other. Wait. Dodge? Zoro was interrupted by the punch and fell a bit backwards because he hadn't expected it. How should I have dodged that one? The swordsman lifted the bandana a bit and glared at him. Luffy just blinked innocently at him. Feel the attack. Try to hit me, the boy said while he closed his eyes and keeps them shut. He freed his mind from too many thoughts to be focused. Just in time. He felt a punch coming from left. With ease, he dodged it. It was starting to feel like a fun game for him. Even it was also training. A big grin crept on his face when he felt that Zoro was getting a bit frustrated of missing him all the time. You are cheating, aren't you? Nope, I'm using hockey to predict your attacks, Luffy chirped quite happily. He jumped a bit backwards to avoid another attack. But he didn't land the way he thought he would. His feet slipped off the railing and fell head first towards the water. But his fall stopped as soon as he felt a tight grip on his ankle. He opened his eyes and looked up. Nice catch, Zoro, he giggled while making sure that he didn't lose his hat. The green-haired swordsman grumbled something Luffy couldn't understand before he was pulled up. That was fun. Let's play again, the young captain cheered when he was on the ship again. Zoro sighed before giving him a slight hit on the head. Don't do this stupid stuff, Captain. So we will stock up in Nanohana and then we will travel up the river until we are about here. Then we will leave the ship. From there we will travel directly to Alabasta to speak with Vivy-san's father. After that, we will decide how to go on. Ein explained the plan again to Luffy who was looking at the city with big gleaming eyes. Don't think about running off, Luffy, or I swear I will get a leash for you, Law threatened the younger one. Do you really think that would help? Luffy would probably drag you after him because of his speed, Ace said with a grin like he thought that this would be a good chance to tease his mate. Don't you mean that he will drag you around? Because since you are his big brother, it would only be fitting that you take the leash. If Luffy would have a mate, I would have given to Luffy's mate, Law spoke with a calm voice. Well, not entirely calm. There was the hint of a teasing tone. Ace became pale, very pale before his face heated up. No one gets my baby brother. Luffy-san has already left the ship while you two are, Vivy started to say. The princess sounded a bit unsure about what she should call the interaction between the two black-haired men. While you two are busy to flirt with each other, Ein said dryly. The former Marine looked a bit annoyed, but there was amusement in her eyes if someone looked carefully at her and knew her well. Luffy! Both men shouted and Law had to stop Ace from jumping after the young captain. This town was nice. The stalls had fresh vegetables and some interesting condiments which Sanji hadn't seen in the East Blue yet. He was greatly interested in the art of cooking this country had to offer. Jeff might have thought him a lot. But most of these dishes were just based on ingredients which were found in the East Blue. It would be a nice change in their daily meals to cook one of Vivy-chan's homeland national dish. This would make the princess happy. That was his goal. To make a woman happy. Because every tear of a woman which couldn't be stopped was a tear too much. You can't do that, child. You will be marked as a criminal if this gets public. I don't care. I want to be with the person I truly love and to be forced to choose because of some system. Sanji looked up. He wasn't one to eavesdrop, but since one voice belonged to a woman. But he couldn't really see where this discussion took place. He needed to help this woman. But someone stopped him by putting a hand on his mouth and pulling him a bit away. When the blonde turned his head, he saw Law. The surgeon had a serious look on his face. Be quiet and don't try to make a scene. We don't want to get involved in system conflicts, and this isn't a topic we should discuss in public, Law warned him quietly. The blonde looked shocked at the other one. The surgeon couldn't be serious. He expected him to stay put when a lady was in trouble. You can't be serious. A lady is in trouble, Sanji protested. He was hit on the head. Do you want to endanger the plan to help Vivy? Law snarled at him, slightly annoyed. This was a difficult decision. He had promised Vivy-chan to help her, but he couldn't stay away from a lady in trouble. Why was this DMN woman here? It crept him out. How similar can two women be? Also, he didn't want her to see him. She would go after his sword again. Stupid woman. Are you that scared of this blind marine woman? Another annoying woman asked him from behind. Zoro turned his head and looked at Ain, slightly angry. I'm not afraid of that DMN woman. She is just annoying and I don't want to deal with here, he bit back. Ain just looked at him without showing too much emotion. But he was sure that she was amused about his situation. Well, if you don't have anything better to do than hiding from the marine, you could help me with getting some clothes for the dessert for the rest of the crew. Because I don't trust Sanji to buy decent clothes for Vivy and me, she said with a grin. He grimaced. He knew how this would end for him. He would have to carry all the bags. It made him cringe. But Zoro had to give her a point. He knew what kind of clothes this perverted cook of them would buy. That was something he wasn't interested to see. Also, it would give you an opportunity to get away from here without being seen. This woman, but she had a great point. Did you hear it? Hear what? Someone at the restaurant. He was there with a younger boy, I think, his brother. Both were stuffing their mouths with food and then suddenly the older one just dropped dead and the younger one didn't even stop eating. Didn't the younger one cared? No way. Luffy rolled his eyes. Some people could be so stupid. If they would stop talking, they would hear Ace snoring. So everything was fine. Boy, aren't you worried? The owner asked him with shaking voice. Why should I? Ace is only sleeping, he answered before he stuffed more food in his mouth. Sleeping? What is going on with everyone talking? The slightly annoyed voice of his big brother interrupted the discussions. He is alive? Oi, what kind of entertainers did you hire? They are annoying. Luffy giggled about his big brother. It was always funny when the older one woke up after one of his forced naps. You could describe Ace as cranky in these moments. We were worried about you. Well, you. Luffy laughed when his brother fell asleep again. It was lots of fun. Especially with the reactions of people who didn't know about Ace's narcolepsy. Looks like I was right that you pirates would be here, a familiar voice said. Where had he heard it before? He slowly turned his head. Oh, that was the smoking marine from Logue Town. Luffy wanted to turn his head back and starting to eat again. But he stopped. Wait, the smoking marine from Logue Town. He turned his head back and nearly spit all the food on the man. What are you doing here? He exclaimed in shock, before he stuffed his mouth with all the food and dragged his sleeping brother along while running away, leaving a food-covered, annoyed-looking marine captain behind. This isn't helping the situation one bit, Ain said with her arms crossed. Well, if the Marines realize what is going on they probably have to revoke Crocodile's status as Shichibukai, Law told them and leant back. But it isn't sure how it will take them to realize it. It might be too late for Alabasta then. Vivy looked shocked at him. Don't think that is going to happen. Luffy wants to fight Crocodile. So we will probably get to him before that happens and Alabasta will be Avenue. But there will be some chaos after it. Because the government always tried to have 7 Shichibukai active as they are one of the 3 great powers in the world, Law said with a sigh. They would probably turn the world a little upside down what they're doing. But maybe then someone better fitted for the job will raise up, Vivy said softly. Don't be naive, Vivy-sama. You should know best that this is a dream when you look at what Crocodile was able to build up without the government noticing. The position will always be abused for the personal interest because that is the reason why pirates accept the offer, Ain spoke up sounding very angry. What kind of a problem did she? Ah yes, he remembered what had happened before she and her sensei and some other resigned from being Marines. So of course, Ain would be very enthusiastic about the Shichibukai. Law, what exactly is wrong with Sanji? He is sulking since he came back with you, Bartolomeo suddenly spoke up. He is being a child because I pulled him away from getting in a discussion which would mean even more trouble for us, he said slightly annoyed. A lady was in trouble. I should have helped her, Sanji spoke up from his corner where he was sulking. He felt Ein's eyes on him. The surgeon sighed. No, it is better this way. Because we are on the Grand Line. The world government has more power here due to their strongest fighter are stationed here. If we would have gotten involved in this discussion, we are sent directly our execution. It is a forbidden topic in countries which are allied under the flag of the government, Law said strictly. This seemed to shock Sanji. That can't be, the blonde cook whispered. It is. Out in the blues they don't control that often. But here they are very strict towards the system, Law said. It is just a system, Zoro mumbled clearly not interested. Not really. It is more than a system. It is the base of many laws and influence many businesses especially slavery. But for this, you have to understand the biological basis, which you probably don't have, Law said, and a look at Bartolomeo, Sanji, Zoro and the others except Ein and Vivy told him that he was right. Okay. Let's start with the basics. Everyone is born as a beta, which means that males develop parts and organs to impregnate someone while the females develop organs and parts to get PRGNNT. This is until they get 16 where they enter a presentation stage until they are 21. During this time the body develops depending on your second gender. When becoming a beta nothing change and you go through a phase which is called PBRTY during the presentation stage. If you become an alpha or omega, your pheromone changes. They become stronger and can even influence people around you or show your mood or are used to attract potential mates. But the biggest change is in your lower body. As an omega, you are able to become PRGNNT despite your primary gender. An omega's FRTLTY is very high because their body is modeled for them to get babies. This brings some shift for males which reduces their FRTLTY rate to impregnate someone. It is the same way the other way around for female alphas. The changes happen mostly inside the body. But since we are all born as betas it means that there are rare chances for a female alpha to get PRGNNT and also rare chances for a male omega to impregnate someone. This chance lead to the system we have at the moment. The world government wants to make sure that people, who follow their rules, are having children so they can teach them to follow the rules as well. So it was decided that an alpha is only allowed to get NTMT or get in a relationship with an omega or a female beta because this way the chance of success is very good. Also, they allowed that a male beta is allowed with a female beta or an omega since the chances are quite high but not as good as having an alpha as the one who impregnates someone. Other relationships are not allowed because the reproduction is either impossible or is at a very low rate, Law explained trying to make it very complicated. But love doesn't follow rules, Sanji shouted, clearly upset about this part of the system. Yeah, it doesn't follow rules. So the government tries to execute every person who does not follow it to make an example of them. But the system isn't stopping there with just the biological aspects. Because since omegas are mostly the ones to carry for the children, you don't find lots of omegas in high position. It is kind of rare to be true. Alphas or betas are preferred in this position. Most of the celestial dragons, which are viewed as some kind of gods, are alphas because they think this is the dominant gender. To keep their blood clear from scum in their eyes, the omegas are mostly swapped around between the families which makes the whole celestial dragon a bunch of inbreeding idiots. In some rare cases, they use slaves as a way to reproduce. For this specific reason, they choose mostly presented omegas who have paramecia as they are a lot more SBMSSV and easier to control. But they don't oppose other omegas. Because of this behavior of the celestial dragons, they also made the rule that only an alpha child or a male beta can take the crown. If the royal family doesn't have one, they are nearly forced to marry off their child to another king's child which then will take over. So many royal families lose their position in their countries because of their child's second gender, Law explained further. So, if Vivy-san doesn't become an alpha, she would be forced to marry someone who would take over Alabasta? Bartolomeo asked carefully. That is not happening. I won't marry anyone, Vivy said. Tears seemed to gleam in her eyes. The blue-haired princess turned around and went inside the ship. Law sighed. The poor girl didn't have a chance to prevent this possible future at least as long as Alabasta follow the rules of the world government.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.